over 1,000 days ago, I decided to start a hardcore world that's a bit different than most, because I wanted to have the world's first hardcore forever world. My plan was to switch to survival mode after 1,000 days, but you all didn't really like that idea, and honestly, neither did I. So I made a new plan. I'm setting the impossible goal of never dying, and honestly, I'd say it's been pretty successful so far. And in the plot twist of the century, I decided to combine the entire journey of the world so far into this giant movie. You'll get to see my videos get literally 1,000 times better, and witness the transformation of our world from having nothing and almost dying to a skeleton to some of the most insane builds and machines, the most powerful armor set in Minecraft history, a working peaceful mode switch, and so much more, much of which I haven't seen done anywhere else before. So whether you're sleeping, studying, or you're just unemployed, sit back, relax, grab a snack, and enjoy the movie, starting with Project Beginning. This is a very basic spawn. Let's go ahead and punch down a tree. You might be wondering how this could both be in hardcore mode and a forever world, and I'll explain my plan for that later on, but for now, it's time for the plan. Our first tools of the world. First ammo. There are 10 phases, and each one has a set of goals we must complete in order to unlock the next. And this is exciting. Let's go, dude. This feels good. Brand new Minecraft world. Anything can happen. But the main twist is we can't access content from any of the locked phases. All right, so we can't go in caves, but we do need to get stone. So for example, we can't use villagers until we unlock the village phase, and we can't go into the nether until we unlock the nether phase. We've completed the first requirement, which is to get wood. The next requirement is stone. So unless I can find a hill around here, I guess I'll just dig into the ground. Just mining actual cubic meters of dirt with my bare fists, you know, like you do. So yeah, we're able to get enough stone for like a furnace and stone tools and stuff, but we can't upgrade to iron or have any armor, and we're not able to sleep. A bed is one of the requirements, but I'm not gonna be able to sleep once I get a bed. Dude, I'm kind of forgetting that this is hardcore mode. Like, if I die, it's actually over. Oh yeah, look at this. Beautiful. We got a plains biome. I love the fog. Now everything's foggy in the distance. I think that looks really good. We do need a stack of food and a bed, as well as stone tools. We can't loot a village, so even if we find a village, we can't do that. We also can't loot any structures. All right, I can craft a stone tool set now, and I believe we have enough. Yeah, we have enough wool now for a bed. Go ahead and cross off another requirement. Boom, bed obtained. Now the only thing we need is 64 food items, so I guess we're gonna have to chop down wood to get charcoal, but yeah. I can't do enchanting or anything, but I can get sugarcane. Chop down some more trees so that we can smelt the wood into coal, because we can't go into caves yet until the next phase. I'm already running out of hunger. And make a furnace. Also, I do have to make a full set of stone tools, so I'm gonna have to craft a hoe, just so the set is complete. There we go. Ah, what the freak, man? I don't know how to play Minecraft. Okay, yes, I'm gonna have to smelt this up. Just set up camp here temporarily. I need to freaking practice my skills if I'm gonna actually survive in this world. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. Bro, that's right. Become bacon for me, thank you. Also, I'm gonna need to gather up some blocks, you know, in case we're in the caves and something running after us and we need to box ourselves in real quick. That's pretty useful. Oh yeah, I forgot I can't sleep. What am I talking about? Oh my god, I have to, oh, that's not good. We need to hurry up. Okay. Well, we need more food. Well, shoot, and it's becoming nighttime. I am not gonna survive the night. I'm gonna go ahead and craft myself a little dirt hut. Okay, there we go. All right, well, I can actually smelt up some food. I can't even mine because, you know, I might run into a cave. I'm not allowed to do any caving yet, so. All right, well, I guess I'll just wait here for the whole night. My fire burnt out. Okay, it's been about 5 minutes, but I realized, like, you know, it's kind of part of the first day of Minecraft to survive your first night, so I kind of think I should just go out and have to survive. Okay, there's already skeletons. Skeletons are the biggest thing to avoid, I feel like. Skeletons do way too much damage. I can handle maybe, like, zombies and stuff. Okay, there's a zombie right here, too. There's 2 skeletons right there. I'll run between them, though. Okay, that one's gonna see me, though. Oh, God. Nope, run. Okay, what the? Is there one behind me? Nope, there's a skeleton right there. No, this is bad. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Dodge and weave. Dodge and weave. Okay, the skeleton right there. It's daytime. You're gonna burn, buddy. Yeah, that's right. That's right, you idiots. Whoa. That was cool. So the last thing I need to do is just have enough food. So I think I'll just kill cows until I have enough. Sorry, bro. I'm gonna have to murder your parents. What am I at? 13 plus 35. 2, I don't know. 5, 35. 9 is 61. 61, so I should only need 3 more. I'm good at math, yeah. Alright, well, looks like we can head into the caves now. Let's go. Caves, reveal yourself to me, please. Oh my god, it's the cow. Sorry, bro. I basically need to get full iron armor and tools, a shield, and diamonds, and at least one of each ore type. Whoa, look at how flat this area is. It's like a super flat world right here. Holy crap. I would like to find a cave though, but maybe that's too much to ask. I don't know. Dude, I just did a circle. What the? Okay, I'll go in that direction then. There's a jungle, my favorite biome. Let's go. Oh, there's a village. Okay, I can't use villages yet anyways. And I thought caves were like half of this game. Why is this hard? Why is it hard to find caves? Come here, buddy. I kind of like this area. I might set up here. Okay, there's a cave there though, so I'm gonna go into that cave. Whoa, what? It's not even a cave. That is cool. What? Copper is useless, but I don't know. I gotta get one of each ore type, so I at least gotta get some of it. Yeah, that's a cave right there. Okay, let's get some coal. I'm gonna need to get iron as quickly as possible so I can get tools and armor. And I need coal so I can light up the caves along the way. And obviously smelt the iron. First night of sleep. Alright. Here we go, descending into the depths. It's gonna be a little bit tedious to mine every coal vein, but that's just what you gotta do in the early stages of this game. Ooh, I probably should have gotten more wood. That's only enough for 64 torches. Oh well. This just goes right down to deep slate, doesn't it? That's iron right there. Okay, well there's my single piece of iron. I'm gonna make a shield now. Boom. Oh, you're kidding. I don't have enough wood for a shield. Boom, shield. Let's go. Okay, some coal over there. Ooh, iron. We're gonna have to at least go low enough to find diamonds, gold, redstone, lapis. But yeah, actually, we already have some more stuff. And stone pickaxes are the worst. There we go. I can make an iron one now. Let's go. Although I do need to prioritize iron armor, so I'll probably make a hat with this. Man, this is just insanely dangerous looking. Oh my god, I hear a witch. That's not good. Stay away from that. Kind of prefer these smaller caves anyways. It's more nostalgic and easy, basically. Okay, creeper. Okay, lots of mobs. Maybe let's deal with these one at a time. Okay, there's 2 of them. Can I get them to fight each other? Come on, hit each other. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, sorry, I locked in. Oh my god. Oh god. I actually thought I was gonna die there. That was stupid. Okay, I have iron. I'm gonna make some more tool. I'm gonna make some more armor. Bro, what is wrong with me? I just tried to make a freaking stone shirt. Also, the skeletons are still there, so I didn't really freaking solve anything. Oh, bam. Chest plate. Oh, also I have string now, so I can make a bundle. Let's go. Bundles are actually clutch for early game like this. I don't know. I want to go back and get that iron, but I don't really want to deal with those skeletons. Like, yeah, they're not there anymore. Probably still here, though. Nope, they're not. And I got gold. Gotta deal with this zombie with a shovel. Oh my god, that did so much damage. Okay, well, that's a new resource. More iron. Let's go. I like these areas where there's no mobs. That's nice. I won't be able to make diamond tools yet. That's locked until another phase. All right, full iron armor completed. Let's go. And backup shield. Let's go. Okay, now I gotta find diamonds. Technically, don't have to go caving for it. I'm tempted to just mine because, yeah, that was a little bit terrifying. Lapis. I only have to find diamonds now. I think I'm just gonna strip mine. I'm just gonna like box myself in over here and just... Oh, look, iron. Let's go. How did I miss that? Strip mine until we find diamonds. I have to switch to mining with the stone pickaxe so I can actually mine the diamonds once I get it. Okay. It's gonna take forever with stone tools, dude. Patience is a resource I do not possess. Oh my god, I forgot about redstone. I literally... Okay. I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot I need a hoe as well. I'm gonna need to get more iron. This is going to take forever. Oh, let's go. Oh, it's beautiful. Diamonds. All right, we can't make diamond tools yet because we still have to get enough iron to complete our full iron set to complete the caves phase. So I'm gonna head up to the best level to mine for iron and just strip mine until I have at least 5 more iron because I need to craft a hoe and an axe. That was easy. Let's freaking go. We beat the caves phase. All right, so let's get out of here. It's iron. Dude, what the frick? This game is so easy. I think I want to settle down here, but I'm not sure on which side. Ooh, pumpkins. Oh wait, does that count as looting the village? I guess I can't do that yet. Oh shoot, I just looted a village. Wait, I didn't pick it up, it's fine. Our goals for this phase are to find a place to live, set up basic farms and a mine, get full diamond gear, and get a level 30 enchantment set. Okay, dude, this is also kind of sick. Jungle plains. I love jungle biomes, like my favorite thing, and this wouldn't even be that hard to clear out. This is so open. Look at this, this is like perfect. Should I just like settle right here? This is like awesome. This is like a perfect like circular area, and it's like the perfect grass color and everything. I think this is where we're gonna set up camp. Let's do it. Our first chests. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of clearing out these trees, but hey, we're gonna get free wood from it, which you can use for fuel and stuff. Our very first diamond pickaxe. Let's freaking go. go, dude. Step 1 of this phase is complete. We found a place to live. But the next step is to set up basic farms and a mine, because it's now time to grind for full enchanted, well, actually just full diamond armor for now. We're not gonna be able to enchant it until later. I'm also gonna need to light this area up, because yeah, I don't want to be exploded by a freaking creeper. I need to start a farm. Furnace wall, let's go. Furnace block of furnace acquired. All right, made a bunch of chests. Cool. Oh my god, there is 2 creep. Okay, I kind of might have overlooked that for the jungle. This area, this is gonna be horrible to live in because of creepers. If we don't see them, we're just gonna straight up die. Oh my god, that's horrible. That is not good. Hopefully we survive in this area long enough to actually build a base and stuff. So I need to get water and some cows. Melons. That's actually gonna be a good source of food. This is a very uneven farm. I mean, I should probably build like a fenced in area. Yeah, actually I might do that. I'm gonna need to get a bunch of wood if I'm gonna do that. I'm also just gonna need to light up this area, I guess, to protect myself from creepers, but the big thing is gonna be clearing this area out. Just smacking grass with a cubic meter of furnace, you know? Why is this so addicting? I'm just smacking grass, so like I'm entranced right now. Should be good. Just lit up a massive amount of area, so actually didn't light up this middle part as much though. First of all, I should probably cover this up, I guess. Oh my god. Sorry, bro. Oh, come on, there's multiple in there too. Okay, yeah, no, I'm just gonna cover you up and you're gonna despawn, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna mark this so I don't accidentally break this at some point. Let's do it. Creating project fence will not get blown up by creepers. Guess I can build a tree farm now. I somehow still don't have a single wheat stalk having grown. Okay, so I'm gonna turn all the wool I have into carpets because I need easy ways to get out of here. So that should be good. Basically, you can just hop on these to get out. And yeah, I'm also covering up cave entrances, and I'm gonna pull this out even further. All right, I will have a bucket and I have wheat. So I'm gonna go find a cow or two. Okay, I'm already not seeing too many cows, but cows a little far away, but we'll make it. This is gonna suck. I hate doing this. Can't wait till I have a happy gas. Oh, look, there's a warm cow too. That's cool. Yeesh, guys, get out of the way. Don't die. We're not at that part yet. Let's freaking go. That was so easy. All right, you guys are trapped now. One of my trees grew. All right, and I finally have more water. All right, let's go. All right, now we just need to slowly overpopulate this pen. And I need a sugarcane farm as well. All right, farms are set up. Now I need to decide on a mine entrance area. I just put it right here. Actually, I actually have enough diamonds for a shovel. Why not? It's just time to grind, basically. Okay, actually, I'm gonna move all this stuff to the center. And of course, there's an enderman in my freaking base. Awesome. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with this guy? Bam! It's day 10 already? What the freak? Because I basically just need to go mining for diamonds. So I got to work excavating the Earth's crust for my personal gain like a true greedy capitalist. But yeah, I mined all the way down to deep slate level and also widened our mine a little bit. And then when I got back up to the surface, I saw this pillager patrol. And if you don't know, you can get bad omen from the pillager captains, and we need bad omens so that we can start a raid later on. So I decided to unalive these two guys and then try to get the pillager captain trapped in a boat in a box so we can unalive him to get the bad omen effect later on. And then I went down through my mine and began adding in a bunch of stairs to make it easier to get up and down. And then I continued obliterating deep slate to continue my search for diamonds. And I pretty quickly found diamonds. I don't know how many it was, but it was at least enough to make an axe and sword because I made a diamond axe and sword. So we now have full diamond tools other than a hoe. Anyways, then I expanded this mine area a bit more to make the hallways bigger so we have more areas to mine and just to make everything look nicer also. Then I commenced a renovation project of the staircase to our mine by heightening the ceiling. I then harvested and replanted our wheat and sugarcane, fed our livestock, and I also added these slabs over the water of our sugarcane farm to make it a bit easier to harvest sugarcane from now on, and I also added another row of sugarcane. And then I remembered that now you actually get bad omen potions when you unalive pillager captain, so I just unalived the pillager captain we trapped to get a bad omen potion, so now we can start a raid whenever we want to. And then I just continued the process of mining, harvesting our livestock, feeding our farms, and then getting back to mining again until I had acquired enough diamonds to complete our full set of diamond gear. I also collected some obsidian for an enchantment table. Now we have full diamond gear, so we just need a level 30 enchantment set. I don't think we have enough cows in here. You know, you need 45 leather, and I don't have that much wheat. This farm is kind of pathetic. I guess I can expand. That would probably be a good idea, actually. I can cover this up with a slab, just like I did over there, and then we can plant the seeds. seeds. Okay, we ran out. We just need a max enchantment setup, which is just, we need 15 bookshelves. So I can go around killing cows. I could breed these guys more, I'm sure, but like, I don't have much wheat. I love how they added falling leaves. That's actually like a really good detail. Just farming in Minecraft. I guess we should actually also get some sheep, because I am gonna need sheep for netherite mining. So I'm gonna go out and unalive some more cows for more leather, but also get some sheep. Oh, look, a pig. It's Jeremy's brother. Sorry, bro. Okay, so I still can't loot the village yet, I don't think. There's some cows over there, but I need sheep. Oh my god, there's so many cows. We're gonna get like all the leather we need. It's perfect. Yeah, I don't see any more cows. Just gonna have to grab some sheep, I guess. All right, well, come on, buddy. Oh, they can actually make that. That's crazy. Should I just abandon these ones? There's literally a sheep right. There's sheep over there. Whatever. I already came this far. Man, they go really slow. You know what? I don't care. There's 4 sheep right here. I'm not doing all that. All right, let's go. Oh my god, what? What is he doing? No, no. Dude, he almost killed all my sheep. All right, guys, you're safe now from all the dangers that I guess are out there. All right, well, I guess I'll make the pen for the sheep in this corner. And now I just need to round them all up. There we go. Now they're trapped. I also got 8 leather from that. 8 books. Now I can make 5 bookshelves. Okay, that's already... Don't you only need 15? Isn't that already halfway? It means I could probably unexist that herd of cows and get the rest of the stuff I need. Make thin out the herd a little. 30 leather though, is that? No, that's enough. That's like literally just barely enough, I think. Boom. Okay, I need more wood, but yeah. Bam. Level 30. We have a maxed out enchantment setup. Now, I'm not gonna use it yet, because we can't enchant yet until later, but the 3rd phase has now been completed, and we can move on to the exploration phase. Our goals for this phase are to craft a saddle and tame a horse, tame a pet, find and loot a variety of structures, and find a cherry grove biome. Oh yeah, dude, you don't even need string. I thought you needed string. You just need leather. Okay, wait. I just used all my leather. Alright, so I can now craft a saddle. Dude, yeah, I cannot believe they actually made saddles. This is so weird. They actually made saddles craftable. Oh my gosh, that's so weird. I'm gonna prepare my inventory because we're gonna set out. And the first thing I'm gonna do is get a horse. Yeah, we're gonna head out now. I think we have everything we need. Goodbye, home. We're gonna need to get a dog at some point, or just a pet. We can also get a cat. On top of getting a horse and at least 1 pet, I just need to find and loot a variety of structures. I just picked the 3 that I think of when I think of early game exploration in Minecraft. So a village, which we already have a village, so we're just gonna loot it. And then a shipwreck and a desert temple. And then for the shipwreck, I have to do the buried treasure map. I'll just leave you guys there. Oh, he's attaining freedom. He's just leaving his bros behind. That's sad. All right, so we can actually loot this village now. Let's go. Do not accidentally hit the big guy. Potatoes. Okay, I guess that's a new thing technically. Hey, sorry, buddy, but if you don't mind, I'm gonna steal your bed. There's a skeleton right there. Oh wait, I need bones to tame a dog. So I wanna see how much damage he does. Okay, half a heart. We're actually pretty good. 2 bones. Let's go. I might be able to get a dog now. Oh, yeah. I want to make a map. Shoot, that was the other thing I wanted to do. Okay, I might go back. Okay, brewing stand. That is actually useful. And this is just like wheat. So I'll take this. Dude, there's a ton of wheat. Oh my god, there's multiple big guys. Just make sure you don't accidentally misclick and hit a villager. That would be bad. Okay, bread and gold nuggets. Wow, that's kind of sad. I mean, pumpkins aren't useful for much, but they're a new block. Okay, well, I don't really think there's a blacksmith or anything, so we can now tame a horse and get our first friend. Okay, wait, you have to right click them with your hand, right? Oh yeah. Well, this guy's got tons of health. Just keep going until they love you, right? Yes! Let's go! My first noble steed. Alright, we'll give you a name. Charleston. I don't know, that just sounds like a noble horse name. Charleston the horse. I'll call you Bruh for sure. Does he jump really high? Yo, that's like 3 blocks. Holy freak, this guy's like OP. Dude, he jumps 3 blocks. Wait. Oh my god, he could do 4 blocks. What the... That's insane. Okay, well, get a saddle and tame a horse is completed. Also, find a village is completed. Okay, well, I'm gonna go back home real quick because I want to make a map and I want to tame or see if I can tame a wolf. Please love me. Yes, yes! Let's freaking go! Yes! Alright, this little guy is gonna be called Bruh Sound Effect number 2. Bruh. Yeah, how do you like the name? Bruh Sound Effect number 2, let's go! Bruh Sound Effect number 2, come on. I'll call you Buddy for short. Yeah, let's go! Alright, so I can take some of our redstone and iron to make a compass. And I believe if you take some paper, you can then, surround the compass and get a map. And boom! Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a cartography table table as well. And then I think you just add paper to the map to expand. Okay, so I also need to use our copper to make a brush. All right, let's go. Let's set off into the distance. Onward. Armadillo, there's one right there. Let's go. Are you gonna be invincible? Let's go. Is this any faster than running? Like, this guy is slow. I don't even think this is faster than running. Okay, yeah, this is an ocean, so what am I gonna do with my pets? Do I just leave them here? Yeah, we can run across the freaking trees, bro. Let's go. That's kind of hard, actually. Okay, look, there's a warm ocean over there. I'm probably just gonna leave these guys somewhere, because, like, honestly, this is slower than just going on my own. Gonna have to sit you down and dig a hole for Charleston bruh sound effect, the 49. So, sorry, buddy. I'll come back for you, probably, maybe. Get into the hole, bruh. All right, we got bruh and buddy. They will hold down the non-existent fort while I leave. All right, we on our own now. I just need to find a shipwreck. Those are pretty common, right? Probably. I don't know. Okay, that's a desert over there. That's good. We need a desert temple, so... Oh, I didn't mark the coordinates of where they were. Shoot. Oh, well. Is that a mesa over there? Whoa, it is. All right, well, we need a desert temple, so... I know in Savannah villages, you can get the tall grass block. A bundle? You can get bundles? More bundles? I had no idea you could even get bundles in-game. Okay, I know bells are something you should probably... Wait, I don't think they'll get mad if I take their bell, right? Bro, this is the world's biggest Savannah biome. What in the actual poop? There's like 1,000 horses here. Jeez, bro, this is epic. Cactus flowers. Oh wait, we need cactus. We don't have any of that. Oh yeah, I forgot system. Oh my god, I'm not even filling in the map. Oh, there's a mine shaft right there. I get string from the cobwebs. Yeah, that'd be worth it. Oh, and rails. I mean, this is useful, kind of. Chains. I will take that. Okay. Jeez. Yo, that's a lot of iron. Oh, and a name tag. Let's go. A ton of iron. Ooh. Yeah, no, not dealing with that. I will take all this string. Diamonds. And another name tag. Let's go. Okay, I am gonna leave. I don't want to die. Oh, look, a ruined portal. I'll take the golden carrots. Take the obsidian, and I'll take the gold, obviously. Okay, a desert. Let's go. Hopefully there's a desert pyramid here. There's also a warm ocean biome, so we might be able to find the shipwreck as well. I really hope there's a desert temple. I don't want to have to find another desert. Oh my god. Okay, a pillager outpost. That's not useless. Ooh, a desert well. Oh, a camel. Let's go, dude. There's like no one here, so I'll just run in. I don't think the loot... Yeah, the loot always sucks. One experience bottle is like the only thing. Pretty useless. Man, maybe I should just go around the ocean, because I do not see a desert temple, which means I'm probably gonna have to find another desert. Yeah, I'm not seeing a desert temple. Okay, maybe I'll just explore the ocean, because there's a massive ocean right here. And there's got to be a shipwreck. Oh, that's an ocean monument. That's an ocean monument. Okay, that might be a shipwreck right there, though. Right next to it. Is that even worth it? Oh my god, there's 2 ocean monuments right next to each other. What the freak? Okay, it's just feathers and paper. Nice. Okay, buried treasure map. Okay, suspicious stew that I'm probably not gonna drink. Yo, let's go. Okay, looks like it's close. So, we got our first armor trim. Literally the easiest armor trim to find, but still. Okay, there's a pufferfish right there. Get away, get away, get away. Okay, I'm leaving. Get me out of here. My god, there is so... Look, why are ocean monuments more common than shipwrecks? What the frick, Minecraft? I don't actually know how to find this. And it should be on a nearby coastline, right? Ooh, there's a drowned thing. Just coal and a fishing rod with mending. That's pretty good. I'm just gonna go around the nearby shore, I guess. How do you know how to get onto the map like this? Can you expand a buried treasure map? Wait, I'm gonna check if there's a cartography here. I'm gonna check if you can expand the map. I have tons of paper, so... Yeah, okay. Dude, you can. That's perfect. Dude, what? That's not helping. I'm like right on the border, so it just can't... Okay. Well, at least this way, I'm not in the corner anymore, so I should be able to find it easier now. Perfect. Yay, I'm on the map now. Yeah, okay, it must be like right there. Ooh, a ruined portal. I guess I can use that chunk trick where like if you're at 9-9, where's that? Yeah, let's go. It worked. Dang, look at all of that. That is crazy. And a TNT. And a potion of water breathing. That's awesome. All right, well, we're done with the ocean. We just need to find a desert temple now. And I don't really know how to find one. I don't really know. I don't have a strategy or anything. God, that was not safe. Yep. That's a cherry tree. That's a yes, cherry biome. Yes. Let's go. All right, epic. We also need to get some of these. Oh my, it's burning down. Oh, that sucks. Sorry, bro. Oh my gosh, that is a little absurd. Bro, how hard is it to find a freaking desert? Holy crow, my god, whoa. Okay, we gotta build here. This is cool. Ruined portal. Yo, mangrove. Oh, it's perfect. How have I found like everything other than what I need? It'd be cool if there was like some structure here, because this is a cool biome. It's just like there's really no reason to be in it other than mangrove property. And I think I have plenty now, so that looks cool though. Whoa, it's like super steep. That's crazy. Okay, so I've been running back to the house, or to our base, and I just happened to stumble upon another desert. I do see a desert village over there, but I really hope there's a desert pyramid too. Yeah, yes. Oh my god, I almost fell off that. That was actually... But yes, we found one. Let's freaking go. What is this? Oh, it's a ruined portal. Alright, now we just have to make sure we don't die to the TNT trap. Alright. Okay. let's go. Okay, iron horse armor at least. That's good. All right, should be good. Let's get out of here. Let's go home. We completed the goal. All right, after all that, we're finally home and we're done with the exploration phase. Our goals for this phase are to build a mob farm, get level 30 enchants on all our diamond gear, plus a bow, and most importantly, begin construction of our epic base by building the wall. We got a lot of stuff. We can actually use this iron to make an anvil, and we can put that here, and we can use some of our levels. Well, we don't have the animals back, but we'll get them back, and then we'll give them names. But I can also put a lodestone here, and then I can click this on it, and boom. It will now always point to the lodestone, so that's cool. All right, so I'm gonna head out and get the dog and horse. Okay, we found them. Yeah, let's go. Oh wait, yeah, I can equip them with horse armor now. Let's go. They both got armor. All right, and we've returned back home. Let's go. Lead. Cool. I can now tether my horse, and we can use our levels to name. We have bruh sound effect number 2. Wait, come here. Bruh sound effect number 2. Charleston. And the first thing we need to do is build a mob farm. And obviously, I don't want to build it near here, so I need to kind of go around and find a spot to build it. Pretty much to build it, I just need like a bunch of blocks. I'm definitely gonna use deep slate because I have a ton of deep slate. All right, well that should be enough to look for it. I guess I'll take Charleston. You know, I'd like to build it over water actually, so that if I fall, I just fall into water. I think I'm just gonna build it on this lake. So let's bridge out. So I began constructing the mob farm, and you've probably seen literally 1 billion people build this exact farm before. So I'll just speed through this part. But yeah, it wasn't that difficult to build. It only took me like 30 minutes to build this, but I did forget water for all the water slides, so I had to go fill up a bucket so I could place in the water slides. And then I knocked out all the torches and cautiously made my way down to the platform below. And the farm was working. Yeah, I also grabbed all of our enchantment stuff and moved it up here because I was about to spend the next 2.5 hours of my life grinding at this stupid mob farm, getting up to level 30, enchanting a piece of our diamond gear, then getting up to level 30 again, then enchanting another piece of our diamond gear, and just doing that mind-numbing process over and over and over again until I had basically perfect enchants on all of our gear. And the most important enchantment of all, Aqua Affinity. I mean, Feather Falling 4. That's the most important enchantment because, you know, falling is dangerous in Minecraft. As well as Infinity on my bow, and Unbreaking 3 on most of the gear, but not all of it. Alright, and we're back. I took a little bit of a break, and a little bit for me, but yeah, we're back in the world, and I'm gonna get to work on building the outline for the wall around our base. So, first things first, we need to decide on a center point for the base. I would say that that chest area right there is about in the center of this area around here, and I'm going to be building a 100 block diameter circle. So we're gonna have to build out 49 blocks in that direction and 49 blocks in that direction. Okay, that's 49 blocks. Now we just repeat that in the other 4. Actually, I'm now realizing that I don't know what the frick I'm talking about. I only need to repeat it in 2 directions. I don't even really need to do that. That's just to mark where the circle's gonna be. All right, so now we just need to build the circle. Alright, so this massive circle is actually where we're gonna build the walls. So yeah, this is gonna be massive. Actually this might be too big. So the first thing I'm gonna do actually before I do any building is I'm going to clear out all the trees and stuff that are still inside the circle. I'm also going to fill up all these holes and any caves. Yes! Your name is now Vine Boom Sound Effect. You have a friend, bruh sound effect. Number 2. Meet Vine Boom Sound Effect. There's a dog on here. Is it still mad at me? I have 3 dogs? Yo, let's go. He loves me now. You, my friend, are now 2005 Toyota Corolla. Okay, so essentially my plan for the wall is going to be like this old stone wall that's being kind of overtaken by nature with moss and mossy cobblestone and vines and stuff all around it. And then like some spruce support beams. So it's kind of like a mix of an ancient city that has been like refurbished with like, I guess, medieval technology. I don't really know. We need a bunch of spruce wood and we also need moss. The first thing we need to do is find a spruce forest so we can get spruce wood because somehow we have not gotten spruce wood yet in this world. Let's freaking go. Spruce wood and berries. I'll take that too. What the? This is supposed to be a fallen log, right? Where's the fallen part? What the? Okay, actually, I just saw a lush tree, and those spawn above lush caves biomes. So if we dig down right here, we should find, yes, we did. All right, well, we now have spruce wood and moss. We just need dark oak. We actually don't need dark oak. I just don't want to have to come out again in case I need it in the future, which I probably will. Pretty sure there is a dark oak forest over here, though. Yeah, let's go. There's, okay, actually wildflowers as well. Or another ruined portal. Does this one have 2 gold blocks? What the heck? Are these 2 ruined portals? What? I've never seen that ever. Someone please explain this. More lodestone. All right, and now with these resources, we can get to work on the actual wall. Before we actually get started work on the wall, though, I need to collect a bunch of resources. So time to begin a resource collection arc. So I began collecting stone by widening our mine to be 3 blocks wide, and I did this all the way down to deep slate level. Then I bone milled and chopped down a couple spruce trees for spruce wood, and then I began farming a bunch of moss underground by bone milling the moss to replace the stone, and then harvesting the moss with a hoe. And then I headed up to the mob farm to get up to level 30 because I wanted to get Unbreaking 3 on our pickaxe because it was almost broken and I needed to do a bunch of mining to get a ton more stone. So I got up to level 30 and then began enchanting random stuff to reroll the enchantments until I saw an Unbreaking 3 enchantment for the book. But by that point my levels were down a bunch, so I got back up to level 30, added the enchantment to our pickaxe, and then I went mining until I found some diamonds so I could use said diamonds to repair my pickaxe back up to full durability. And then I just continued harvesting wood, stone, and moss, as well as smelting cobblestone into stone, and then I used all our profits to craft a bunch of different stone variants. Okay, I think we're finally ready to actually start building. I have prepared this chest full of resources, but I'm gonna work on the base. The whole thing's gonna be about 3 blocks thick, so I just have to lace down the foundation. But I think I'm just gonna go like layer by layer since I'm doing like a gradient. Okay, I've now completed the first outside layer, just mostly mossy cobble and like mossy stone bricks. That looks good. I guess I do have to actually decide on a specific height, so I should probably do that. That looks pretty good. All right, so this is where the entrance will be for now. All right, so I had ran out of resources, so I went back to this area underneath our base and began farming up a ton more stone and moss. I then continued building up the wall near this front area, and I want the gradient of the wall to transition from moss and mossy cobblestone to mossy stone bricks, and then regular stone bricks, and then regular stone at the top. And I used a combination of stairs and slabs to make it look like there's these castle battlement things on top of the walls. But I realized I didn't want the stairs to be facing outwards, so I switched them to be facing inwards. I also added in this stairway to get to the top of the wall. And then I began experimenting with what I want the spruce pillars to look like that are gonna be supporting the wall, and I want it to look like it's been renovated by some kind of medieval civilization. So yeah, I decided on the distance I wanted the pillars to be apart and how high up I wanted them to go, and then I designed these little arches to go between them, which I think look really good, as well as added these barrels on the top of each pillar because, well, actually, I don't really know why. They just kind of look cool, I guess. Anyways, now that I've decided on a design for the wall, it's time to grind for all the resources we're gonna need to actually build the rest of this thing. So I spent the next 2 hours of my life absolutely obliterating this man-made cavern underneath our base to collect a ton of stone and moss. And then I began building up the wall block by block, layer by layer, and after like 50 years or something of building up the wall, I finally got to the top, closed the whole thing off with slabs, and now we have an actual solid wall. Let's absolutely go. But seriously, even though this isn't done yet, this actually looks insanely cool. I also lit up the inside of the walls to prevent mobs from spawning. And it's now time to get to work on adding in all of the spruce pillar arch things around the outside and inside of the wall. So I began by marking where the pillars will go all around the outside of the wall with spruce log. And you would think this wouldn't take that long, but I proceeded to spend the next 3 hours of my life collecting spruce wood, building up the spruce pillars, adding in these arch things for the outside of the wall, and then repeating that exact same process again for the inside of the wall. And there were 2 different times where I had to break down a bunch of the spruce pillars and rebuild them because I had gotten the spacing wrong. But yeah, wood is just a little more tedious to collect, and these support beams are more tedious to build than the wall. So even though it was way less total blocks, it actually took about the same time that it took to collect the resources for and build the entire actual wall. But building these support beams was mostly actual building and less resource collection. So if you think about it that way, it actually took longer to build these things than it took to build the actual wall itself, which is kind of stupid, but whatever. But eventually I did finally manage to complete it. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I still thought the wall didn't have enough detail, so I decided to add in this horizontal spruce support beam spanning across the entire exterior and interior of the wall. And my axe was almost broken, so I had to go back down into the mine to get more diamonds so I could repair my pickaxe, but then I realized it cost too many levels, so I just made a new diamond axe. And I also added in these spruce stairs underneath the support beams to add a little bit more detail detail, and I did that across the entire interior and exterior of the wall as well. I then decided to make the main entrance look a bit better, so I replaced the ground with mossy stone, and also made the door look bigger by adding these trapdoors on top, and added these stairs up top, so it looks like it's rounded at the top. I also added these stone stairs on the interior side of the main entrance, and then I just removed the staircase I built earlier, because it didn't really look right, and I couldn't think of a better way to get up to the top of the wall, so there just isn't an official way to get up to the top of the wall. But I guess that's fine, because I don't really need to get up to the top of the wall, and I'll have an elytra at some point anyways, so yeah, it's fine, I guess. Alright, it's been a while, honestly. I basically spent almost the entirety of the last 2 real-life days just building this wall. Anyways, with that, we are finally done with Phase 5, and we can finally move on to Phase 6, the Nether. Anyways, we can now prepare our inventory for the Nether. Okay, I'm gonna need a ton of gold as well. The reason I need gold is to trade with piglins and also to make a gold helmet. And one of the first things I'm gonna want to do is trade with piglins to get fire resistance, because that's like one of the most overpowered things to have in the Nether. Other than this, I guess I'll just go get some obsidian. Yeah, so other than building a Nether portal, we need to trade with a piglin, find a Nether fortress, and get Nether wart and blaze rods, get a stack of ender pearls, and find a dried gas. But yeah, this is probably the most dangerous thing we'll have to do, maybe in the entire playthrough, just because the Nether is super dangerous and we don't have like a totem or anything yet. Just put it right here, I guess. Boom, portal complete. I guess I'll just go ahead. There shouldn't be mobs right away, but who knows. All right, let's just do it. Are you kidding me? This is literally the worst possible spawn. Are you freaking serious? This is literally the spawn that I'm always like terrified will happen, and it just happened. Are you freaking kidding? I've never gotten this bad of a spawn ever. Oh my god, dude. This is like the worst spawn you can even possibly get. I'm just gonna build a prison, and I'm probably gonna build up to a ceiling. Okay, there's a gas right there. Let's go. This makes me a little nervous. I'm still kind of in disbelief that this is even my spawn. Like, what? And I need some kind of way to like get out of here, so I'm gonna build a spiral staircase, I guess. And now I hear gas. Literally above a freaking lava ocean, right next to a basalt delta. This is literally the worst Nether spawn I have ever gotten. This is ridiculous, Minecraft. I ran out of deep slate. Now that we're up here, I can make an actual base in the Nether roof and actually like go out to other parts of the Nether. All right, so I'll just start digging in a random direction. Getting it down there, and there's a crimson biome right there, which is also really dangerous. Ooh, glowstone. Okay, so we're now like right above an area. Made it to open Nether. Oh my gosh, that was difficult. Need to find a piglin ASAP. I need fire res. That's an enchanted sword. That's fun. I don't see any piglins. I guess I gotta go to that forest. I don't even know how to get to. Okay, there's one right there. Oh, and I think if you hit any of the piglins, you're kind of screwed. Means I have to be really careful. Okay, I'm just gonna sit here, basically. Yo, I already got dried gas. Let's freaking go. This might take a while. Okay, I think that's it. Finally, 1 fire resistance potion. Pretty sure that's like the only thing gold is useful for, so I might as well just use all my gold. Okay, another splash one though. I need a drinkable one. Oh my god, okay, he's going there too. Cool, that's it. I got 2 splash fire res potions. Now I'm supposed to like find a Nether fortress, and I have no idea how I'm gonna do that. Plus I'm probably gonna be traversing this super cautiously. All right, I'm not going through that. Ghasts, of course, love those. And there's hoglins over here, so I'm not dealing with that. Oh look, I already found an enderman area. All right, well then I'll probably get my ender pearls. Okay, awesome. Obviously, at least want to grab some of these things. And for an enderman, you just need to dig out a little hole like this and just kind of like look at them. Can't get you. Boom. Okay, so I got literally 2 from that, so this should be pretty not that hard. Another 2. Oh, 4? Did I just get 4 ender pearls from that? Holy freaking macaroni. Okay, cool. I'm done with ender pearls. Now I just have to find a Nether fortress, and I'm sure that's going to be the easiest thing to do, right? No, it's definitely not. Could also just mine in a direction, like, might be what I do, actually. Oh my god, I forgot how fast lava flows in the Nether. Jeez, dude. I don't even know if I'm just going in circles or if I'm actually going anywhere. I'm pretty close to spawn, so I am likely not anywhere new. Oh wait, that's a soul sand biome. I remember one of those. This is actual solid ground. Holy poop, that's insane. Oh my freaking jump scare, dude. Oh my god. Okay, well I did find one of these naturally, so that's cool. Oh my god, Nether Fortress. Let's go. Nice soul sand biome, which is not ideal at all, but whatever. Okay, finally. I'm just gonna have to find a bastion after this. Okay, I don't know. Okay, well, I've gotten blaze. Oh, man, I do not want to deal with wither skulls. How do I do this? I don't know how many blaze rods I wanted to get, but I guess at least some. Alright, that's probably good. Question really is, like, how do I get nether wart? Where's the rest of the fortress? Oh my god, get me out of here. I guess I just need to get over there. I don't think there's anything left to this fortress. Okay, finally, that's actually other floors, I think. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Maybe there's not more to this fortress. Oh my god, I got a freaking wither skeleton skull from that. Dude, the nether sucks. Now they're mad at me. Are you kidding me? Uh-oh, this is bad. Okay, I'm in a really bad position right now. How long does it take for Pigment to stop being mad? Okay, so they forget after like 30 seconds. I just need to wait. I got a freaking wither skeleton skull and blaze rods, but no nether wart. I don't even know how I'm gonna get like out of here. I guess I'm gonna start mining to my house. Let's freaking go. Well, at least we can... I actually have not gotten a dried ghast in-game, so this will be interesting. Okay, so apparently there's this strategy you can use to locate bastions. And I went around looking for a while and risked my Minecraft life, so I'm just gonna use that strategy. I'm gonna see if it actually works. So, if I lower my FOV to 30 and look at the entities thing, if I wait for it to peak... Okay, so there's probably... Although that's where I came from, so is it talking about the nether fortress? Yeah, so that trick wasn't really working, and my pickaxe was almost broken, so I decided to head up to the mob farm to get up to level 30 so I could repair my pickaxe and also wait for the happy ghast to grow up. But I hadn't grown up by the time I got back. Bro, he hasn't really grown at all. What the heck? Alright, whatever. I just got up to level 30 so I could make another pickaxe. So I set out again in the nether in search of another nether fortress so I could get nether wart and complete the nether phase. And yeah, the trick wasn't really working that well, honestly. I don't really know why. I guess it's just because I'm not a pro speedrunner and I don't have any prior experience using this trick, but yeah, I might as well have just been tunneling and wandering around the nether aimlessly until I finally found another nether fortress. I cautiously headed inside and then searched around the fortress until I found some nether wart, which I promptly grabbed and then cautiously exited the premises. And then cautiously and tediously made my way back to our portal and headed home. And with that, we're finally done with the nether phase and can move on to phase 7, the temple. Our main goals this phase are to fly around on our happy ghast, make potions, and upgrade all of our gear to netherite, which is gonna require finding a bastion for a netherite upgrade template, but also mining for a bunch of diamonds to duplicate the netherite upgrade template, and of course mining for all the ancient debris for the actual netherite, and finally to build the temple. So first things first, I need our happy ghast to grow up so I can actually put a harness on it and fly it around. And all of these chests and farms are in the way of where I want to build the temple later on, so I decided to start by breaking all of this down and moving everything out of the center of the base. But in order to move the sheep, I decided to get to work on the giant circular pen of sheep that I want to have around our base. And this is going to be really important because, well, because it'll make the thumbnail look cool. Yeah. But yeah, basically I want a giant ring of every different color of sheep going around our base. This is an original idea invented by me. But anyways, I started by deciding how far out I wanted the fence to be from the walls. But once I had decided on that, I started placing all of the fences in. Our happy ghast is almost ready to hatch. Yo, it hatched. Yo, let's go. That's so cool. All right, I don't know if he would run away, but I'm just gonna make sure he doesn't. Shoot, I gotta come up with the name now. Minecraft is such an epic game. I don't even know how to make a ghast harness. How do you do that? It's just leather, wool, and glass. Your name is now Boeing 737 Airplane because, you know, you can fly. Why do I name my pets the stupidest freaking thing in this game? I don't know. I can't think of a better name. So it'll take 20 in-game minutes or 24,000 ticks for this to grow up without snowballs. Look at the little guy go. This is gonna be so cool. All right, so this is complete, and I will add a kind of divider right here. I guess I'll just do this. So I guess I'll have the sheep on the left side and the cows on the right side for now. But yeah, then we need to start breeding these up because we need to get a ton of wool for netherite mining. We need to start adding, you know, carpets occasionally so I can actually get in as well. Okay, so you probably already figured out from the thumbnail that I want to build a giant Japanese style temple with a giant cherry tree. You know, I was gonna decide between warped wood or copper for the roof because it's, you know, those are just the easiest green blocks to get, but dark prismarine just looks so much better that I think I might just go try and find and take on a ocean monument, because we found some earlier. It's like I found a pretty simple way to deal with all the guardians. So I do need to set up a very basic nether thing, because I need water breathing potions. I do need to smelt up some glass. Oh, yo, let's go. That is so cool. That is so weird. Like, it feels like he should be attacking me. We need sand for bottles as well as to make the harness. And a harness. Let's go. Oh, let's go. I'm a little scared. Come on. Yo, let's freaking go. This is insane. This is a little terrifying because, like, what if I fall off? But freaking flight in Minecraft. You can actually get, like, a bird's eye view of our base. So you need to turn this into blaze powder. And then I can put this in here and some redstone to make it last longer. And regeneration. Alright, I guess this is goodbye, home. Yeah, this is gonna be dangerous and probably not worth it. Also, I do have to get a bunch of squid, so that's gonna be like what I have to do after. What the? There's a mushroom island. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's one. Okay, and it's right by the mushroom island. Nice. I have a place where I can set up camp. Okay, I am moderately terrified. First of all, I gotta drink my water, breathing, night vision, and strength, and then hop in. Let's go. Just one down. And I got a sponge. Okay, so building this temple took the longest to build out of any other singular building in this entire video for one simple reason. Because I decided that I needed to use dark prismarine for the roof. So I'm gonna have to speed through the rest of this a bit, because otherwise this video is gonna be like 50 hours long. But yeah, I successfully unalived the other two Elder Guardians, and then started draining the inside of the monument with the sponges I got. Once I got to some more sponge rooms, I then used those sponges to continue draining out a massive portion of the ocean monument. And then I spent like an hour mining out the interior of the ocean monument to get prismarine. And I was doing this because I thought that the crafting recipe for dark prismarine was just 8 regular prismarine surrounded by 1 black dye to get 8 dark prismarine blocks. But no, the crafting recipe is much worse than that. Once I had collected a sufficient amount of prismarine, I made my way back to our base. Once I got back to the base, I headed to the local body of water to begin unaliving the local sea life for profit. And when I returned to my homeland with an amassment of ink sac wealth, when I tried to use all my profits to craft dark prismarine with what I thought was the crafting recipe, I was met with the horrifying realization that I'm a goofy goober. And if I actually wanted enough dark prismarine to build the base, it's gonna be a lot more difficult than what I just did. Because it actually takes 8 prismarine shards, which you have to get by unaliving guardians, and an entire singular black dye to make 1 singular dark prismarine block. This basically means that there is literally no way to get all the dark prismarine I would need to build the roofs unless I build a guardian farm. So I was about to sunk cost fallacy my way to spending more hours on getting all the dark prismarine I needed to build the temple. For now, I decided to just get the rest of the resources I would need to at least get started on building the temple. So I began harvesting some mangrove wood. Oh yeah, and I also finally crafted an ender chest because I realized that would have been really useful to transport more prismarine back home when I was collecting all that prismarine earlier. And then I ran over to the nearest desert to collect a bunch of sand for all the concrete we're gonna need for the temple. But yeah, if you can't already tell, my block palette for this is gonna be white walls with red wood pillars, and then a dark prismarine roof with deep slate borders. And of course, a light gray regular stone type foundation thing. And we already had a ton of bones that I could turn into bone meal, that I could turn into white dye, so I could craft all the white concrete. And then all that was left to do is convert all of the white concrete powder into concrete. Oh yeah, I also bred our sheep and cows again. I then used our stone cutter to cut a bunch of deep slate into deep slate brick slabs, and also collected up a bunch of dark oak wood, because I also wanted to add in some dark oak wood pillars. Alright, so I spent like all day today collecting resources for this build, basically. So yeah, I just had to convert all the dark prismarine we had gotten into slabs, and I guess I'm just gonna hope that's enough. It probably won't be. The first step is to mark the foundation, so I'll just build out of tuff, I guess. First thing I want to do is try to figure out the center of, I want this to be 25 by 25, I think. It also needs to be like not perfectly in the center, because the cherry tree is gonna go to this side. Like that feels a little wrong. I will go 5 more in each direction and see. Okay, so I've created this outline out of sand because it's easier to see and destroy. This is where I want the base of the temple to go. So I'll get out all the foundation blocks. So I'll just start with like 1 line. All right. I mean, it should probably at least be 2 blocks tall. All right, well, there's a foundation, I guess. All right, well, I really need like actual stone and stone bricks for this, but I want to be able to actually start building. So I'm just gonna fill this in with tuff for now. some stairs. Now let's go the wood. I want the outsides to be mangrove pillars, and then I guess I'll do like 7 up. Okay. You know, the walls will go 1 in from that. This already looks kind of cool though, honestly. Like the walls will be right here. I think that looks good. I'll just build up the wall. I already ran out. Boom. What does that look like? I mean, it looks plain, but let's get our diorite. That's right, I'm using diorite in the build. I could use calcite. Calcite would look better, but I do not have any calcite, so let's see. How do I want to do this? Just kind of break random blocks, basically. Okay, that looks weird. Oh, also, I guess I can just use concrete powder as well. This looks like too, like, not irregular. Okay, not a lot of texture, but I'm gonna add the pillars as well. That's where the entrance should be. So pillars here. Okay, rain, nice. What does that look like? Yeah, that looks solid. I want to place in a pillar. Yeah, that looks good. I just gotta repeat that on all the sides and finish building up the walls. Yeah, I'm already out of mangrove wood. That's great. I always underestimate this stuff somehow. I probably have enough stuff to start on the roof. All right, let's go. I'm just gonna start by, then I gotta figure out how many blocks up this should go. Then I gotta decide how high up this will go. Maybe like 3 blocks? That seems right, maybe? I don't know. So it's not gonna be with that wood, but I just have to mark where it's gonna be. Just want like a slight curve. All right, so I continued working on the shape of the curve of the roof outline thing, and then eventually got to work on the other shape of the other curve of the other part of the outline of the roof thing. It took me a little bit of messing around with the shape and flying around on the happy gas to get a shape that I liked, but eventually I landed on something I was happy with and constructed the outline for the other 4 sides of the roof, and then began filling in the roof with dark prismarine. I did that until I ran out of dark prismarine and then added a door to the house. Epic. But yeah, obviously the only way to proceed is to use dark prismarine for the entire rest of the roof instead of switching to warped wood, right? Right. Well, anyways, now I have to build a guardian farm. And I found one that was relatively easy to build, and the first step was taking out all the elder guardians in the ocean monument, which we already did, so we already got a head start, I guess. So I began collecting up all the resources I would need to build the farm. I also brewed up a bunch of potions I would need to build the farm. One of the main things I needed was a ton of scaffolding, so I started by harvesting a bunch of bamboo, but I still needed all of the string, so I went around at night squashing a bunch of spiders for string. I also went up to the mob farm to see if we had any string, but we either didn't have that much or we didn't have any. This farm also requires a bunch of soul sand, and for some reason we don't have that much soul sand despite spending a whole phase of this video in the nether. So I had to go back into the nether and wander and tunnel around aimlessly in search of a soul sand biome. But I eventually just checked the footage to see what the coordinates of the soul sand biome we were in earlier was, and just started heading towards those coordinates. And somehow on the way there I ran into a bastion, which if you remember is one of the requirements for this phase because we need to get a netherite upgrade template. So I began extremely slowly and cautiously tunneling around the walls of the bastion and checking the chests for netherite upgrade templates. And it was a very tedious process, but eventually I found a chest with a netherite upgrade template and escaped the bastion. I then made my way over to the Soul Sand Valley biome, got all the soul sand we needed, and then headed back to our base. I still didn't have enough scaffolding, so I went back out at night, and then I stumbled across this trident wielding drowned, and when I unalived it, I actually got a trident and unalived a bunch more spiders, for more string, for more scaffolding. And with that, we have all the resources we need to build the farm. Also, I found this bundle that already had a bunch of string in it, so I didn't need to go out and get a bunch more string. Bruh. I then headed over to the ocean monument, drank all the potions, and began cautiously constructing the farm. This was a little bit tedious because I had to box myself in with dirt to prevent myself from getting lasered by all the guardians around, but after like an hour of work, I managed to get the farm fully constructed and operational. So I went up to the AFK platform and AFK'd for like 15 minutes to see what the rates were like, and I think that's pretty good, but I still need a lot more than that. So I went back up to the AFK platform and then AFK'd there for like another 45 minutes. Also, funnily enough, the guardians for some reason like to unalive squids, so this is kind of also a squid ink farm. You just have to boat around and collect all the squid ink, but it is a little dangerous as the guardians will open fire. But anyways, I headed back to our base and then went around our local body of water, unaliving squid again for more squid ink, and then crafted up all the dark prismarine. I also farmed up a bunch more mangrove wood, and some dark oak wood, and then finally got back to work building the actual temple. And I had decided that where I marked the second floor to go earlier was a bit too small, so I wanted to bring the pillars and walls out one block. I got to work building up the second floor. By building up the pillars and walls, I worked on completing the roof and building up the second floor pillars and walls a bit, and then also completed more of the pillars on the first floor. But then for some reason, I decided that the second floor was a little too small, so I wanted to bring everything out a block, and I also thought that the roof was like too flat, so I also decided to break out most of the roof and rework the shaping, and then place all the dark prismarine back in to fit the new shape. And that took a while, but I eventually completed that and then actually got to work on the second floor. I built up the walls and pillars following basically the same design as the first floor, and then finally got to work on the roof of the second floor. I want there to be 3 floors, so the next one will be the final one. Also, side note, the happy gas is actually really annoying to build with because even though it is helpful, it immediately flies away the second you get off of it, and without an elytra, it's really difficult to just easily get back on it again. So yeah, fix this, Mojang. Anyways, the rest of the building process was pretty repetitive, so I'll just speed through this a bit. I completed the outline for the roof of the second floor and then began building up the walls of the third floor. I then began filling in the outline of the roof for the second floor. I completed, or at least mostly completed, placing all the dark prismarine into the second floor roof outline, and then finally got to work on the outline of the roof for the third floor. And I decided that the shape for the roof should just be like a pyramid-like shape that kind of curves into a tall point at the top. But once I completed the outline, I was already out of dark prismarine, which means I need to farm up a ton more prismarine shards and squidding. So I went back to the Guardian farm and AFK'd on the AFK platform for like over 2 hours. I then collected all my profits, and on my way back home, I decided to trap a couple villagers in a boat in a box, because if all the villagers in this village mysteriously disappear somehow, we won't be able to do a raid later on to get totems. But anyways, then I spent like over 30 minutes going around unaliving a bunch of squid to get a bunch of squidding, because I needed like 9 or 10 stacks, I think. Anyways, I crafted everything into dark prismarine, and then finally got back to work on the roof for the final floor. I began filling it all in with all the dark prismarine we got, and with that, the temple is not done, but you know, it's almost done. Right? Anyways, it's now time to add some kind of interior to this thing. So I began deciding on what I wanted the design for the floor to be, and I decided on this stripped dark oak log border with spruce stairs as well, and then stone and stone brick slabs for the center. So I got to work collecting up all the resources I needed to build this, and then finally placed in all the flooring. Once I had completed all the flooring, I placed down a ton of chests with item frames on them, and then began moving all of our material possessions into the temple and actually organizing things along the way. And I also built this little utility square thing in the middle with all of our most important workstations. I then patched up all these gaps in the walls to make everything look more complete on the inside, and then I added in a second floor or the ceiling for the first floor, following basically the same block palette as the first floor, except instead of stone, I just used spruce wood for the middle as well. And then I added in this soul sand water elevator thing to make it easy to get up and down between the 2 floors. Oh yeah, also I've been breeding up our cows and sheep this entire time, just thought I should mention that. Anyways, I then got to work adding in a bunch of details to the exterior of the temple. At some point, I added in these mangrove stairs and trapdoors at the base of these mangrove pillars on the first floor. I added in some chains and lanterns. And then I added in these dark oak fence windows, and it looked pretty good, so I began adding them in on all the sides and all the floors. I thought acacia trapdoors would look cool around the windows we just built, so I headed over to the local savannah to get some acacia wood and then put in all the trapdoors, and yeah, I think it looks pretty good. I also added in some other details, and with that, I'm proud to say that the temple is basically done for now, so we can get to work on the final requirement for this phase, upgrading all of our gear to netherite. So I began by collecting up a bunch of sand and wool so I could craft a bunch of TNT and beds. I then headed into the nether and made my way down to y=15. I then dug out a tunnel, placed a bunch of TNT in, and then lit the TNT. And we already got some ancient debris, let's go. So I continued using that method until I ran out of TNT, and then I switched to using the bed method and did that until my pickaxe was on the brink of implosion. And we already got 17 ancient debris, and I'm pretty sure we already got 2 or 3 from tunneling around the nether and or from the bastion earlier, so we already have like 19 or 20 ancient debris. I went back to our epic base and began smelting up the ancient debris. I then headed into the mines to mine for diamonds, and once I had obtained enough diamonds, I headed up to the mob farm because our diamond pickaxe, axe, and shovel have been repaired too many times, so it costs too many levels now. So we basically need to re-enchant each of those items with level 30 all over again. So I grinded at the mob farm until I had everything that I wanted. I then headed back down down into our mines to mine for even more diamonds so I could duplicate our netherite upgrade template a bunch. And then I finally upgraded our pickaxe and chest plate to netherite. Let's freaking go. I then went back down into the mines to mine for gold this time, because I had used basically all of my gold to craft golden apples, and you need gold to craft netherite ingots. But after a while, I still hadn't found any gold, so I decided I would just get the gold from mining for netherite in the nether. So I went back to detonating TNT and beds in search of ancient debris, and once I had enough to upgrade the rest of our gear, I headed back to the base, and then finally headed back down into our mines to mine for more diamonds, because I needed like a stack to upgrade the netherite upgrade template enough times. But once I returned home, I repaired and upgraded all of our diamond gear to netherite, except for our axe and leggings, because I still needed to get Unbreaking 3 on them. So I grinded at the mob farm again until I could add Unbreaking 3 to our axe and leggings, and upgrade them to netherite. But I also really wanted to get Depth Strider 3 on our boots, and I also got Flame on our bow, because I saw it in the enchantment table, so why not, I guess. And with that, we are finally done with Phase 7, the phase that took me the longest to complete, and we can finally move on to Phase 8, the village. Our goals for this phase are to complete a raid and get totems, build an iron golem, transport villagers back to our base so we can build a villager breeder and trading hall, and get a mending villager so we can get mending on our tools. So I began preparing my inventory for raid, including collecting a bunch of carved pumpkin and iron blocks for iron golems. And once I was prepared, I headed over to the village and began by covering up all the cave entrances in the surrounding area, because the raid can get stuck in caves like this, and when they do, it's super annoying to find them. And it also turned out that a bunch of the villagers had trapped themselves in this hole, and that's actually really convenient for us, because if all the villagers tragically disappear, then we'll lose the raid. So I covered up the hole they were trapped in, and then finally drank a bad omen potion. And after like 30 seconds or so, the raid began. The first wave was super easy, because it was just regular pillagers, but once I defeated it, I immediately began constructing iron golem. I only had enough for 2, and one of them was refusing to be born for some reason, so I just gave up on that and got to dealing with the wave. The next few waves were pretty easy, and I eventually got the other iron golem to work, but then the sun was setting, so I headed over to my bed, slept, and in the morning, the first phase to include evokers had spawned. And by the time I got over to the action, one of the iron golems had already unalived an evoker, so I just picked up the totem that it dropped and quickly equipped it. And with that, we finally have a totem. But yeah, iron golems are actually super clutch and dealt with most of the wave for me. And yeah, even though I have prot 4 netherite armor, this is hardcore mode, so I was still really scared during this fight, and was very quick to run away from large hordes of raiders. And after a while, all of the iron golems had been unalived by the raiders, so I had to deal with the rest of the raid on my own. How sad. And it was mostly just me running in for a brief second, and then immediately running away once all the raiders saw me, but eventually I managed to complete the raid, and we got 4 totems. Let's go. So now that we've completed the raid, it's time to transport some villagers into our base. So I began by hooking up this boat to our happy gas, and then very slowly piloted our happy gas over to the village. And it was very tedious, but I eventually managed to get 2 villagers trapped in a boat attached to the happy gas. So I hopped on the happy gas and flew the villagers over to our base. I then decided to mark out a bunch of outlines to outline my vague plan for the rest of the base. I then decided where I wanted the villager trading hall to be, and then went underneath to excavate an area for the villager breeder to go. I then constructed a villager breeder, as well as a water elevator to transport them up to the surface. And I needed a bunch of bread to breed the villagers up with, so I got to work tilling the land and placing in all the seeds for the farmland area. For the wheat field I want there to be to the right of the temple. I then got to work building all the office cubicles for the villager trading hall. And the villager breeder had already begun producing profit, so I got all the prisoners into their cells. I mean, all the workers into their offices. Yeah. I then broke and replaced the librarian's workstations until I got a mending book trade, and then quickly turned this other villager into a Fletcher so I could trade a bunch of sticks for emeralds and get a mending book, which I promptly applied to our pickaxe. I then got to work building the actual building part of the villager trading hall, and I used a dark oak wood, white concrete, and deep slate block palette for this, with a similar ancient Japanese meets medieval building style. But yeah, other than the block palette, I built this pretty similarly to the temple, so I'm not gonna go into too much detail. I also didn't really build an interior, but whatever, I guess. And with that, we're done with phase 8 and can move on to phase 9, the end. Our goals this phase are to find the stronghold and enter the end, defeat the Ender Dragon, and find and loot end cities to get an elytra and shulker boxes. So I began by preparing for the dragon fight, and I made sure to get some phantom membrane during the last phase because slow falling potions are honestly the best potions to have during the dragon fight, because the only dangerous thing the dragon can really do is hit you really high up into the air. Other than that, the most dangerous thing is just enderman. But anyways, once I was prepared, I threw an ender eye and set out in search of the stronghold. And it did take a while, but eventually I pinpointed where the stronghold probably was and dug down until I finally found it. And then began the extremely annoying and tedious process of searching for the end portal room. And I actually found a trial chambers that like generated on top of the stronghold for some reason. So that's cool, I guess. But yeah, after a while of searching, I just could not find the end portal room. So I decided to start throwing the ender eyes because they're supposed to go towards where the actual portal is. And so I continued wandering and tunneling around wherever the eye went, trying to pinpoint where the end portal room could be. But I eventually got down to like 2 or 3 ender eyes left, so I had already accepted that I'm gonna have to go get more. But the directions that the ender eyes were going were like contradictory. Like based off the ender eye throws, the end portal room should be in this cave, but it's not. I had been searching for nearly an hour at this point, and I was getting a little frustrated, so I decided to use replay mod to see if there even was an end portal room in this stronghold. And there was, but I don't really think the ender eye was working or something, because I don't think it was heading in the correct direction. But anyways, I just copied down the coordinates from replay mod and tunneled my way to the end portal room. But by that point, I only had 1 ender eye left, so I needed to get a bunch more to actually be able to fill in the end portal. Also, I had literally gotten 34 diamonds from searching for the end portal room. That's actually hilarious. I also covered up all of the lava and realized that I didn't have any wood, so I had no way to light up this room. But anyways, I need to head back to the base, so I made a nether portal and headed into the nether to link up a portal to our base. I first headed over to this warped forest to get some wood though, and I was literally using netherrack that I was lighting on fire so I could light up the area. Anyways, then I broke down the nether portal and anxiously made my way up to the nether ceiling and constructed another nether portal. I then made sure that the portals linked properly and then excavated a tunnel to our base's portal. Once I got home, I made the horrifying realization that I didn't have enough blaze powder to craft the rest of the ender eyes I needed, which meant I needed to go back to a nether fortress to get more blaze rods so I could craft the rest of the ender eyes. And I also needed more ender pearls as well. So I began by heading over to the end portal room nether portal because I knew there was a warped forest in that area, collected all the ender pearls I needed, I placed all the ender eyes I had gotten so far into the end portal, and then tunneled over to one of the nether fortresses we found earlier, unalived some blazes to get the blaze rods we needed, and then headed back to the end portal room, and then finally filled in the portal frame. I then prepared my inventory and hopped in, and we spawned off of the end island, and a zombie pigman had gotten through as well. So I thought quickly and threw an ender pearl to get over to the main end island. The first thing I did was run around and construct a bunch of 2-block high awnings on the obsidian pillars so that if we accidentally look at an enderman, we can just run under one of these and deal with the threat. I then began shooting out all of the end crystals, and after doing that for a while, I had shot out all the crystals and began shooting the dragon. And after doing that for a while as well, I had officially beaten Minecraft. And after collecting a bunch of levels, I collected the dragon egg, let's go, and hopped through the portal. I then immediately went back through the portal and created a bridge from the obsidian platform over to the main end island. I then bridged up and over to the outer end portal and ender pearled through. I then began the search for an end city and pretty much immediately found one, but it didn't have an end ship, so I decided to search in a different direction for an end city with an end ship. But after getting to a dead end, I still didn't see anything, so I went back to the end city I found earlier and slowly and cautiously and anxiously bridged over the void to get over to the end city. I looted the end city and got our first shulker shells, but not much else. I then began the search for an end city with an end ship and pretty quickly actually found one, and I didn't even have to bridge over the void to get to it. So I ran over to and infiltrated the end city. I slowly made my way up to the top and then made my way over to the end ship and then finally obtained an elytra. I also grabbed the dragon head and I made sure to pack some rockets, so I just used said rockets to fly back to the main island portal. I then headed through the main end portal and then through the nether portal, and then I immediately had a close call with this piglin because I wasn't wearing a gold helmet. Okay, it wasn't really that close of a call, but still. It was scary. Anyways, I headed back to the base, crafted some shulker boxes, and with that, we're done with phase 9 and can move on to phase 10, the beginning. Our our goals for this phase are to build the giant cherry tree, create a ring of every sheep color around our base, and just build the rest of the base. But first things first, I started by getting an Unbreaking 3 villager so I could get Unbreaking 3 and Mending on our Elytra. I then began constructing a proper build for the nether portal, and I want this to look like a Torii gate, because I've definitely never done that before. But anyways, I built a basic Torii gate so I could construct the nether portal, and then made sure that the portal was still linked with the proper portal on the nether side, but also I wanted to move the portal to the nether ceiling, so I did that. I then got to work figuring out how to hide the actual nether portal part of the Torii gate portal thing, and eventually I decided to switch out the deep slate with blackstone because I thought it looked better, and I also simplified the design a little bit because I thought it looked better. And after a while of experimenting with the design, I landed on something I think I'm happy with. I then wanted to work on the giant ring of every color of sheep around our base. The first thing I needed to do was divide the circle into even segments, so I decided to do the most complicated way of dividing like the amount of blocks that were in the circle evenly and then counting that amount of blocks and then placing a carpet to mark where I should place a fence. But then after I had placed all the fences in, dispersed our sheep into each of the pens, collected up all the dyes we needed, and then began dyeing all of the sheep, and that was when I realized that there were way too many pens. There's only supposed to be like 16, and I think there were like over 20. So yeah, I think my math was wrong. But anyways, I decided on a much more simple way of dividing the pen into 16 segments, which was just dividing the pen in half 4 times. Once I had marked where the fences should be, I broke out all the old fences and tediously got all the correct colored sheep in the correct pens. Oh yeah, and I just stuck our cows in this pen behind the temple because I didn't really know what else to do with them. So now we just need to slowly breed up all these sheep until all of the pens are full. And I needed a bunch more wheat to breed up all these sheep, so I also massively expanded our wheat field. And it's now time to get to work on the giant cherry tree. So I began collecting up a ton of cherry leaves and dark oak wood. I then went around shearing all of our sheep and turning the different colors of wool into carpets so I could go around and line all of the fences with the different colors of wool. I then began creating an outline for the giant cherry tree with dirt. And as you can see, I want the tree to be kind of like a giant bonsai tree in the sense that the trunk has this massive curve to it. But anyways, once I had gotten the shape how I liked, I went in to continue marking out the shape, but with dark oak wood this time. And once I had gotten it looking good enough for now, I began creating a bunch of branches with dirt. At first I thought the branches were too high, so I broke them out and rebuilt them a bit lower. But once I had gotten the branches looking roughly how I wanted, I began adding in the leaves. My strategy for this was just to build like a spheroid-like shape around the branches, and I'll go in later and break and place extra cherry leaves to add some texturing to it. And it took a while, but I basically just went around adding different sizes and shapes of leaf spheres to the different branches, and then eventually went back in and started replacing the branches with dark oak wood. And then I ran out of resources, so I commenced another resource collection arc, and I had also been breeding up the sheep this entire time, and my game is starting to seriously lag, so I'm having to keep my render distance kind of short. I got to work building the actual trunk with dark oak wood. Anyways, I got back to work placing in all the leaves, and then I went around breaking and placing cherry leaves randomly to add some texture to the whole thing. I then completed placing in all the dark oak wood, and with that, the giant cherry tree is complete. I then decided I wanted to build the stony central area in front of the temple here, so I began breaking out all of the dirt and placing in a bunch of random stone variants to make this area look like a run-down cobblestone street kind of thing. And I also extended the street over to this other area, and I actually really liked how this turned out. It makes the base look a lot more polished. I also went around adding a bunch of random details like these rocks and smaller rocks, I guess. Okay, and I guess I lost the footage of most of me building this windmill, but if I found some replay mod footage, that should be on screen now. But yeah, there's not much to say about this. I used a very similar block palette and design to the villager trading hall, but yeah, I then began work on building the sails, or whatever they're called. I experimented with a few different designs, but eventually landed on something that I liked. Next, I wanted to build 2 other buildings in this empty area right here, and at first I wanted to use a red and yellow block palette for this building to add some more color to the base, but I ultimately decided that it didn't really look like it fit in with the rest of the base. I then got to work on the other building, which I basically built with pretty much the same block palette as the main temple, because I still had a bunch of dark prismarine left over, and that stuff was really hard to get, so I might as well use it. I then decided I didn't like how the first building was looking, so I broke most of it down down and rebuilt it with a block palette much more similar to the villager trading hall. I then added in walls and some details to these buildings, and with that, they're complete. Just don't pay attention to the fact that I didn't add any interiors to either of them. Yeah, I then added another torii gate to this empty area of the base, but this time it had a gong on it, so totally different build. Yeah. Anyways, then I went around the base, adding in a bunch of details like placing bamboo everywhere, bone milling a bunch of cherry trees everywhere, and also bone milling the ground everywhere. I then built a slightly better looking entrance to the mine, emphasis on slightly. I then built this well in the center of this town central area. I then built a couple of these pop-up shop street stall things to add a little bit of life to this area, and with that, we've completed phase 10, and thus my entire 10 phase plan for a perfect start to Minecraft Hardcore. I'm actually super happy with how this base turned out. It's honestly one of my favorite, if not my favorite base I've ever built. And with Project Beginning finally complete, we can move on to Project Foundation, where we'll progress our world further and lay the groundwork for Project Immortality. We can never become immortal if we die while preparing everything we need. We also need to set up a few basic farms that will be essential for progressing enough to achieve our ambitious goals. And the other day I was getting chased by this creeper and thought, wouldn't it be cool if I just had a secret underground base I could escape to whenever, where I'd be perfectly safe from mobs forever? Yeah, I think I need that. And my therapist agrees.
Yeah, you definitely need that, bro.
So today, I'm gonna be building the ultimate underground base, complete with everything I need to survive literally forever, like food, storage, smelting, villagers, entertainment, and so much more. And then I'm gonna hide it with the coolest, most impossible to find entrance I could find after doing hours of research, all in Minecraft Hardcore. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna put this base to the ultimate test by seeing if my friend can find it, and then have him rate the base out of 10. And I emotionally need to get a 10 out of 10. So I made a 5-step plan to build the ultimate secret base, and the first step is to decide where to build it. And I'm thinking we should build it in this forest here. Right, now we just gotta pick a tree. Oh my god, my axe is like almost destroyed. How about this tree right here? Seems as good as any other one, so into the depths we go. I don't actually know how far down to go. Alright, and now that step 1 is complete, it's time for step 2. Excavation. Basically just dig a giant hole. So I got to digging, and I pretty quickly ran into this cave. Oh, of course there's a cave. Awesome. We'll just deal with that later, I guess. Also, I wasn't exactly sure how big to make this or how deep to go, so I was kind of just winging this the whole time. But yeah, I'll skip through most of this because it was pretty much just me digging. Very engaging content, I know. And I'd only gotten like this much dug out before my pickaxes were all completely obliterated. But I repaired my pickaxe and got back to digging. Then once I had the area mined out to the size I wanted, I filled in all the holes created by the caves we ran into. But then I realized that it looked terrible, and then I immediately destroyed most of that to replace it with stone, so that the walls don't look so ugly and it's just a clean stone box. Alright, and after hours of my life, I'm now finally done digging this hole, so we can get started on step 3, resource collection. Basically, I just bone milled and chopped down a bunch of spruce trees and then oak trees, melted a bunch of cobblestone into stone to make stone bricks with, and now it's time for step 4 already, which is building the actual base. This is obviously the biggest step, but the space is too hidden. I already can't find it. But also, I kind of just alternated between steps 3 and 4 throughout the whole project. Alright, now it's time to start on the outline. So I'll just place some spruce pillars and strip them, obviously, and then I'll add some spruce beams like this, and then I'll repeat that across the whole thing, and then connect these pillar things, and then repeat that across the whole thing. Then I'll fill in these spaces with oak slabs, so we have a floor for the second floor and a roof for the first floor. Alright, and now I'll extend these pillars up to the ceiling. Okay, never mind, I ran out of spruce. So I took a little resource collection break. I also added this ladder up to the second floor, so we actually have a way to get up there. And then added in all these fences, so we don't fall, I guess. And then I started adding spruce wood along the floors connecting these pillars, because I thought it looked good. And then I added an oak wood floor into the first floor area thing, except for the middle. And then I actually extended the spruce pillars up to the ceiling. Also, mobs started spawning, so I placed down a bunch of torches. Alright, and now it's time to get to work on the first actual section of this base, which is gonna be the storage system. So I started by farming up some oak wood, and then began mining into the wall even more to create an area for the chest to go. And I ran into this cave again, which was a little annoying, but I made the walls oak wood, and then farmed a bunch more wood, and then crafted a ton of chests so I could place them in. But then I ran out of wood, so I actually headed back to the base and used a bunch of cherry logs I had collected, building the giant cherry tree last episode, to craft up a bunch more chests. And then I finished adding in all the chests. But I was still running low on wood, so I chopped another tree cube, or rectangular prism or whatever, and then added these oak stairs above the chests for some depth or detail or whatever. Alright, and it's getting pretty annoying to get in and out of here. I've just been placing a dirt pillar and then breaking it again. So it's about time we add a clean way to get in and out of here. So I decided to start a staircase up to the surface on this side, and then create a mine entrance on the opposite side. I dug the exit of the secret base all the way up to the surface, and then added in a bunch of stone brick stairs to make it easier to get up and down. And we'll obviously add a way more hidden, way cooler exit to this base later on, but this will just make it easier to get in and out of this place while we're working on it. But I was still running low on resources, so I returned to my life as a lumberjack and chopped down a bunch more spruce trees. I then returned to our top secret base and added in these little pillars or this gateway kind of thing around the entrance to the mine, just to make it look a bit better. Alright, and the next thing I want to build is the super smelter. And I need a bunch of redstone materials and stuff for this, so let's head back to the base and just gather up all the resources. Bro, I really need to make an iron farm or something. I'm so low on iron. Alright, now I can mine out an area to put this opposite to our storage system. Alright, and basically this just works by these minecart with chests, depositing whatever you put into them into all these furnaces, and then the hoppers take what's out of the furnaces and put them in these chests. But I'm kind of broke, so I'm only using like 2 hoppers for each of these. But we're gonna have to replace all this dirt with hoppers at some point if we want this to actually run like it's supposed to. But for now, this is better than nothing, I guess. Or I think. My pickaxe was on the brink of implosion, so I decided to use my years of experience in the industry to heal it back up. Alright, and the next thing I want to put in here is the enchanting setup. But all my enchanting stuff is up at our mob farm, so I'm just gonna fly up here and get all of it. And then we can go ahead and place it all back down in this corner, I guess. But I want it to look a little more good than before. Alright, and we can add the anvil in here and the smithing table, I guess. And then I went around adding a bunch of stairs to these pillars to make them look a bit more detailed, and I think it looks a lot better, actually. I then realized we needed a better way to get up to the second floor, so I decided to add in the staircase in the corner over here. I also dug out a bit of an area over here where I'm gonna put a sugarcane farm later on, and then added some more decorations to the enchantment area, like this chiseled bookshelf, this pillar in the corner, and these slabs. Which I don't really know what they're supposed to be, but they look cool, I think. Alright, and conceptually adjacent to this, I want to add in a brewing area. So I mined out a bit of an area and added in these pillars and barrels, and I guess I'll just add the brewing stuff in later. Alright, and as stupid as it is, even though I'm in full netherite armor, I'm still somehow completely broke. I have like no iron. So I headed into this cave to kindly greet and promptly evict all of our next door neighbors and steal all their natural resources. And a few months of cave diving later, and I had gotten a decent amount of iron. So I added some more hoppers into our super smelter, and then began adding a bunch of pillars into the walls of the second floor. Then I added these beams connecting the pillars to the second floor. Well, actually, I guess I just added one and then flew back to the base to get all the resources to build the sugarcane farm with, and then began excavating an area for the sugarcane farm. Once I had that dug out, I began building this sugarcane farm completely of my own design. I definitely did not look at a tutorial. I'm just this smart. Yeah. Oh, also, I guess I didn't have any sugarcane, so I flew out and grabbed some from this river nearby or whatever. Once I was done with the farm, I closed the whole thing off with glass and stone bricks. I wanted to add another horizontal spruce beam here, but I was out of spruce wood, so I went back to chopping down 4x4 spruce trees. Yeah, that's right, not 2x2, 4x4 spruce trees. It's a new thing they added in the 1.59 update. Anyways, once I had amassed a sufficient amount of spruce wealth, I headed back underground and began adding in all these spruce beams connecting these pillars. I also added in a bunch of stairs to look like supports for these beams, and I actually think it looks a lot better. Alright, next I want to add an aquarium on the opposite side of this sugarcane farm. But when I began digging out an area, I ran into the exit stairway, and I also wanted to add in a nether section with a nether portal and stuff, so I decided to just close up this stairway and make the mine entrance and stairway be on the same side. So I got to work on that, and once I was done, I flew back to grab a bunch of nether blocks, and then got to work on the nether section. I started by adding in the portal frame, and then began replacing the floor and walls with netherrack, but it looked a little too samey, so I added in some soul soil on one side and some magma blocks on the other side. I also finally lit the portal, and I was thinking about adding in some fire, but I didn't really want it to burn down the entire base, so I decided against it, and built a little safe shelter on the nether side. Alright, and the next thing I think I'm gonna add in is some animal pens. I guess we'll do chickens, cows, and pigs, and maybe sheep too if we have room. So I'll just add in the fences, and then some fence gates. And now I have to get all the animals down here somehow. Alright, well in the meantime, I might as well grab all the stuff we need for the aquarium. Oh yeah, and we're also gonna need to get villagers down here at some point. But my villager breeder isn't working anymore for some reason. Wait, what the heck? You can't lead villagers? Why? Fix this, Mojang. Alright, well let's start by trying to get some animals in here. And I guess we might as well start with a sheep. Can I fly this with the elytra? Okay, no, I guess not. Alright, let's try a pig. I'll get him in this boat, and then I'll lead the boat with the elytra. And that also doesn't work. Awesome. All right, maybe I should just bring the happy guest over, and then I can use that to grab nearby mobs or something. Yeah, I don't think I used the happy guest a single time. It mostly just acted as a beacon for me to find where the base is until I hit it. All right, and then I realized it would be way easier to just grab some nearby animals. So I went around and found these pigs and lured them over to the hidden base entrance. So I might as well widen this hole to be 2x2 because it's gonna need to be 2x2 later anyways for the epic secret hidden base redstone contraption thing I'm gonna build later. And then I got them in this boat and then got them into their pen. I then brought 2 cows over to the hidden base and got them in their pen. And I guess at some point I just used some eggs to get chickens in here. My bad, I forgot to mention that. All right, and the next room I want to add is the bedroom. So I began clearing out an area, but it ran into the cave. So I really just built out an area, I guess. And for now, I just placed down a single bed. I'll make it actually look good later, I promise. Then I headed back up to the second floor and began mining out a giant area for the aquarium. And then I replaced the stone floor with sand, added in a glass wall, and then filled the whole thing up with water. I also added in some vegetation, and then stole some sea life from our local body of water, and then put them into their new home. Home, yeah. Then I replaced the floors of the animal pens with dirt and coarse dirt, so it looks a little more interesting than just dirt, and also added in a few other details, like these spruce beams and pillars and stairs. And I was tired of taking fall damage every time I fell down here, so I decided to get to work on adding in a pond to the center of this room base thing, as well as the outline for the 4 crop farms I want to have in the center area. And for the outline, I just used these singular spruce logs with these slabs connecting them, and we're gonna have all 4 different crop types in these 4 different sections. Once I got the outline looking how I wanted it to, I replaced the floor of each of the sections with dirt and added water into the center. Then I tilled all the dirt and planted in some seeds. I didn't have enough though. Then I added in these spruce gateway things to the mine entrance and base exit, and then I replaced a layer of stone around the crop farms with stone bricks because I thought it looked better. I then replaced the floor of this center area with sandstone so it looks a little more like the bed of a pond, and then added in water. So now this will break our fall when entering the base. All right, then I headed back to the base to grab a bunch more building resources, and then I added this library section next to the enchanting area, which it looks cool, I guess. All right, and now I'm gonna actually make the bedroom look good. So I replaced the single yellow bed with a double red bed and also raised it up a bit, and I'll add in these moss carpets. I don't know, green and red contrast, right? So I guess it looks kind of Christmassy. I don't know, man. It looks good. Right? Please someone say right. I added these banners above the bed as well as these barrels, so I don't really know why actually, but it looks cool. I experimented with some other details and designs and stuff until I landed on something I was happy with, and yeah, this is the bedroom. What do you guys think? Comment down below, leave a like, subscribe, and also donate your entire bank account balance to my Patreon. Thanks. All right, and then I went into the brewing area and began adding in some more details, as well as actually adding in I was gonna say adding in another wart farm, but I guess I forgot soul sand. Wow, I am an intelligent being. Then I went up to the second floor to add in a hot tub to this corner, because I found this cool design for a hot tub where you just put like a campfire underneath some water, and it looks like the water is like steaming. And I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty freaking cool. And I guess I was running out of wood again because I chopped down another 4x4 spruce tree. I was kind of running out of ideas of what to put in the remaining sections, so I added in this little, I don't really know what this is, area? Plant shelf? I don't know. I also added some depth to the sugarcane farm walls by just like moving them in a block. And I actually moved all the walls on the second floor in a block, as well as added more spruce beams to add in some more detail and make everything look nicer. I also added in some more detail to the stairway, emphasis on some more detail. And since this is a secret base, I wanted to add in a reference to the OG secret painting base. So I added this little section to look like it's just a painting on a wall, I guess. But really, it's a secret base within a secret base. Who could have guessed? Then I went around adding in more stairs and spruce logs. Okay, I know that's like 50% of this base at this point, but it looks good, all right? Sue me. Wait. No, actually don't. All right, then I added in these bushes to the center of the base with this composter and leaf trick, and I think they look pretty cool. I also continued harvesting and replanting our crops so that we could fill up the whole thing and have it look all cool and completed. Then I went up to the second floor and began adding in some more random sections, like this other smeltery section, this entertainment section, I guess. Listen to some music, you know, jam out. Then on the first floor, I added in this armor display area, and I added in these chains above the armor stand, so it looks like the armor set is like hanging. Thought that was kind of cool. All right, and now I want to add a cool entertainment section. Basically, I want to add in a basketball court. Yeah. So I mined out an area and added in this basketball hoop kind of thing. Basically, you just throw an item in. Yeah, pretty easy, but it's cool, I think. But it still looked pretty garbage in here. So I added in a green floor and added in some barrels and some other details like these banners. And I just threw a piece of red wool in this barrel here to act as the basketball or whatever. All right, and now it's it's finally time to get some villagers in here. So I flew the Happy Ghast over to our local village, and then recruited some local talent, and flew them over to the secret base. Once I got them over, I kind of had a bit of trouble getting them into the actual base, but once I finally got them in the base, I began the construction of their new permanent residence, and then trapped them inside forever. And I didn't really know what job to give them, so I just let them keep the fisherman job they got from locking onto these barrels. I added in some decorations, and boom, there's the villager section done. I bone mealed and replanted some more of our crops to fill up these crop fields more. Oh, also at some point I changed the look of these bushes in the center to be one high and go almost all the way around except for these 4 pathways, because I think it looks better. And I was still running out of ideas for what to do on the second floor, so I made a vine farm. I mean, it's kind of useful, even though we live in a jungle, so actually it's kind of pointless. Then I added in this little farm area, but I didn't have any seeds, so it's just a dirt farm, I guess. I then made the animal pens look a bit better by expanding their living pens by like 1 cubic meter. But it wasn't for their well-being, it was to add some more depth to the walls. Then I added some more crop bed things to the second floor, because again, I don't really know what to do with the remaining empty sections. But this time I actually added in some crops, because I added in some wheat to one of them and some bamboo to the other one. And I used leaf litter around the exit of the base to make it look kind of like muddy footprints coming in and out of the base, which I think looks pretty cool. Then I caught this intruder with a grass block, so I don't know, man. I took the grass block and put it in the cow pen. All right, that's what I did. Okay. Then I added in this bench. Pretty cool. Probably the coolest thing I've ever done in my whole life, honestly. Although that's not that big of a feat. Anyways, I flew to the local body of water and started collecting up a bunch of clay to smelt into bricks so I could make some pots for decoration. And I also added some paintings to these walls in the corner over here because I still need to fill up all the remaining sections. So I guess I decided to make this like the art corner or something. I also replaced a lot of the walls with stone to keep everything looking consistent and clean. Although I guess stone's not really very clean. I don't know why it looks clean though. I then added in a little bit more decoration to this art area, like this couch and coffee table. Although I guess it's more of a bench since it's made of wood. I also added in another bench area with more paintings. And I began adding in these pots with azalea bushes in them around everywhere for some more decoration. I also finally added some decorations to the stairway area with these little bushes and these paintings and this decorated pot. Oh, and I guess at some point I finished the full gold and diamond armor sets in the armory section. My bad, forgot to mention that crucial plot detail. Then I added in this mini storage section with chests, a crafting table, more glow berries, because my brain doesn't have any more creativity left in it, and also these shelves with decorated pots on them to look like more storage, and this row of barrels for even more storage. I also added in this campfire and extinguished it to make it look like firewood that's in storage or something. Alright, and now we have pretty much every single section filled up, except for this corner of the second floor. And since I've kind of been repeating the first floor levels on the second floor, I want to make this a continuation of the animal pens. So we're going to get some sheep in here since we never got that earlier, add in a horse stable, and I'm even going to make a little dog house room area for all of our dogs with perfectly normal names we got in the last episode. So I went out and grabbed some sheep and brought them back to the base. Then I dug out a little area for them and trapped them in there forever. Then I headed back to our other base, grabbed all of our pets, and then brought them over to the secret base. I then dug out an area for Charleston and trapped him in there forever. And then finally dug out an area for our dog room thing. Then I got to work on making the dog room actually look cool. And I used this decorated pot plus carpet, or I guess moss layer trick, to make some dog bowls. Pretty cool, I know. And I replaced all the walls and floors with oak wood, but it was feeling a bit cramped, so I expanded the room a bit. And this time I placed 3 dog bowls, because we have 3 dogs. I don't know how I didn't realize that the first time. Also, I added in more leaf litter to look like muddy paw prints, and this dog bed, or at least it's supposed to be a dog bed, and also added these slabs around the dog bed so it looks a little more like a dog bed. And I used sandstone this time as well, so it looks a little less wooden and more like an actual cushiony bed. And I didn't really know what to do to decorate, so I just added in more paintings and barrels. Classic. Then I changed the flooring of the sheep pen and the horse stable to dirt. Then I went down to the animal stables on the first floor and added in these wildflowers because I thought they looked cool. And also added in some hay bales in the cow pen area. Oh, and I guess I hadn't actually completed the full diamond armor set, so I completed the full diamond armor set. Alright, and it's time for the final section of the base, and it's gonna be the most epic thing you've ever seen because it's the final section, so it's gotta be like the coolest one, right? Yeah, no, I just built a melon farm. I ran out of ideas a while ago. Also, I wasn't even sure that these would actually grow, so I placed a few different types of blocks to see if they actually grow. I don't have much faith though, because there's also no sunlight down here, and they might need sunlight. I don't really know the AI of melons in this game. But anyways, we're now finally done with all of the actual content of all the sections. But before we add in the secret entrance and exit, I still have a bunch of cleanup work and details to add around the base. So I made the horse pen look a bit better by cleaning up the walls and adding in some hay bales for Charleston. And I also got all of our dogs in their actual dog room area. I chopped down another 4x4 spruce tree, and I was feeling like the ceiling of the base was looking a bit empty. So I grabbed some scaffolding and began placing it in because I decided to add a bunch of spruce beams to the ceiling to add some detail, but also a little more logic. Like there probably would need to be a ton of support to actually hold up a billion tons of dirt and stone above this room. So yeah, I placed in a bunch of beams, and then it felt like a bit too much, so I removed some of the beams, and I think that looks pretty good. I mean, it's just the ceiling, it's not really that big of a deal. I also added in more stone bricks as like the bottom foundation part of the wall around the first floor, and also on the second floor some. Alright, and now it's finally time to get to work on the secret entrance. And this secret entrance is actually insane. You literally like disappear instantly and kind of phase through the floor. The only problem is, it's kind of extremely complicated to build. This is the person who built it, and I'll link their channel down below, and they were kind enough to offer a world download on the video where they built it, so I was able to just look at the world download to find out how to build this. And I had most of the materials, but the main thing I did not have is any slime at all to make sticky pistons with. And I knew we found a mangrove swamp in the last episode, so I began flying over in that direction, and once I made it there, I began clearing out and placing down and lighting up an area for slimes to spawn. And once I had cleared out a decent area and it was nighttime, I flew back and forth waiting for slimes to spawn, and a couple spawned, and because I have looting 3, I got like 38 slime balls from that, and I was kind of hoping for more, but that's probably enough. So I flew back to the base, prepared a shulker box full of all the resources we needed, and I guess I didn't have any quartz because I headed into the nether to find quartz. I'm literally in prot 4 netherite. This is so sad. Anyways, now we can finally start work on the super epic secret entrance. So I mined out a giant area and began constructing the super complicated redstone build that I totally understand. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I used a mod called Lightmatica in the world download for this base entrance to get layer by layer screenshots of this build, since there's no tutorial for it, and I didn't want to use Lightmatica in our world because I want to try to keep this world as unmodded as possible. But realistically, if I ever build something like this again in the future, I'll probably need to use Lightmatica. But anyways, a ton of complicated redstone later, and other than the fact that I accidentally built the entire thing a block too low, it was finally done, and all that was left to do was test it. Well, first I had to figure out how to actually activate it, but finally I tested it, and it didn't work, bro. So I spent like over an hour trying to troubleshoot this machine that I do not understand at all, and I was honestly about to give up, but I finally figured out what the problem was. All right, well, I think I finally got this working. You basically place a redstone torch there, and then it breaks it. So I just have this here to mark it for now. Yeah, and I built the whole thing a little too low, so I'm gonna have to kind of clear this out and level this out a little bit, because I'm not building that all again. That was extremely annoying. Yeah, I built the whole thing, and the problem was, I'm not even really gonna try to explain. Basically, this piston needed to be like quasi-powered and stay extended. You had to place the blocks in like a specific order in order to get it to do that. But long story short, I figured it out, and yeah, it works now, so pretty cool. I'm gonna try it for the first time. Hopefully I don't get stuck and die. Oh, it works. Let's go. That's so cool. Okay, so yeah, we have to build an exit as well, but dude, that's so cool. And then it breaks the torch as well. Yeah, that time I didn't even take any damage. How does this tree not have a bottom? What? Why is this terrain so glitched? Like, I never did this. What is wrong with this area? This is so weird. Or did Enderman do this? Like, what? I think you can place these in a way. I mean, I could do that so that they're all surrounding the same block, and then just like place more in this area so that it looks normal. The blocks are right here, so you stand right here. That's so cool. And you're in your super epic secret underground base. Now I just have to actually make this hidden. Just gotta fill this in. I'll bring this out a little more so it looks a little more natural and normal. I mean, I'd call that hidden. I wouldn't think that it's right here. By removing our happy gas and this pillar, that is awesome. All right, now it's time to build the secret exit. So I gathered up all the resources I needed to build the hidden exit, and then I broke out the top end of the staircase to turn it into like a little room, since it's gonna need to shoot us like directly up. But yeah, basically for this, I want to build like a tree hidden exit. So I searched around a while and found one that I thought would work, so I built it, but it didn't work because it was for a different Minecraft version. But that ended up being a blessing in disguise, because I searched for another one, and the one I found that actually works for this version is way cooler, although it is a bit more complicated. But at least this time I have a tutorial to follow, which again I'll link in the description below. But after a while of constructing another machine that I do not understand at all and have no business building, I had finally completed it, and it also didn't work. But this time it was was actually just a simple fix. I had just misplaced a repeater, so I fixed that issue and it works. And honestly, this one is super cool. There are a couple issues. One, I have to have a button up here, and it has to be a wooden button specifically, because otherwise it won't work. And I didn't have enough slime to build the exit launcher thing to get out of here, so I just have to use my elytra to fly out of here. And I tried to think of another way I could do it, but yeah, no, I couldn't think of anything, so I'm just gonna have to fly out of here with my elytra. And yeah, we need a button outside of here to close this behind us, and it has to be a button. So I decided to use a spruce button on this tree and began connecting it up to the redstone contraption and tried to cover it up a little bit so it's a little more hidden. And yeah, I think it's pretty well hidden. I mean, if someone was looking, they'd probably find it, but it's fine. All right, and it's finally time to invite my friend on and see if he can find the base and get him to rate the base out of 10.
Is it that up there? Is your secret base the mob farm?
No, that's the mob farm. So your time starts now.
I have a timer? I didn't know that beforehand. I need tools.
Yeah, you don't need any tools. You just need to walk around and try to find it.
Okay. Is it in a tree? Because if you did that, then that's pretty lame.
Nope, it's not in a tree.
How big of an area am I looking in?
Just this area. I will give you a hint at some point.
I don't have to break blocks to get in. That's what I'm assuming.
No, you do not.
There's a torch.
Okay, no, that's
I broke the torch.
That's not part of it. I guess I'll tell you if you're getting hot or cold. You're getting colder.
I'm cold?
Warmer? Okay, you're...
Oh, we got a fallen tree. This isn't real. This is modded. This is modded Minecraft.
This is not modded.
There's a fallen tree. Not your base.
No, you're getting colder.
What? I was warm a second ago.
Warmer.
All right. Maybe it is in this field.
Warmer. Oh my god, you get it. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, it's gotta be around here. All these leaves are one pattern. There's a reason for it.
You can also request an item from me.
Can I request X-ray?
That's not an item, bro.
There's a bunch of single leaves, and everything else doesn't have single leaves, so it's gotta be here. So I don't need to break anything.
No, but you can request an item again.
Can I request an ender pearl?
No.
What?
I'll tell you whether or not you need it or not.
Maybe there's a hopper in the corner somewhere. Maybe there's a hopper minecart. Hold on. Spread the meat. Spread the meat around. I think your base is glitched.
For my bad, I forgot to turn it on.
Maybe there's a button somewhere around these trees, huh? Is there a button? Is it boring? Is this base boring? Does it have a button?
Definitely not. It's not a button. Okay, do you want me to just give you the item that you need?
Wait, I need an item to get in?
Okay, one of them you don't need an item, but one of them you do need an item, yes.
There's 2 bases?
Wait, no. Okay, here you go. You need a redstone torch.
But
you gotta find out where to place it. You just gonna place it on every single block?
No, that's not my plan right now.
There's some kind of indication, you can use your brain.
Okay, there's an indication. All right. Let me look from F5. Let me look from above. Can you place on the leaves? Oh, you can't. Wait, you can get rid of the leaves.
No, that you're not supposed to do that.
Are the leaves part of it at all?
Yeah, they are.
They are? Okay.
Oh, okay, but how do you get in?
Wait, what?
Oh,
fantastic news. Oh, this is sick.
There's an entrance and an exit here. Let me show you the exit.
Oh.
Here's the exit. Press that button. This one is a tree. I don't think you can get out without knowledge. All right, and there is actually a button to close this because you have to use a wooden button.
Oh, there was a button. I knew it. Yeah, it's so fast.
And it breaks the torch.
This is like the most efficient secret base ever. It's not centered.
Yeah, I know. That was unintentional.
Ben, it's not centered.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. All right, so here we go. We got the storage system with probably only like 5 or 6 chests that I'm actually using and no organization.
Oh.
But ignore that.
That's exactly how I play the game.
We got the bed, double bed.
Oh, for me and you.
Here's the nether area.
Oh, you got the happy guest who's suffering eternally.
Here are the mobs. I didn't finish the wall.
Can I ask why it's so dark over here?
Oh, I got Fulbright on. I've had Fulbright on this whole time, so I forgot about that.
You have a basketball court?
Yeah. I'm gonna dunk on you. Oh shoot. That was.
Oh my. Hold on. From downtown, 360.
Oh.
Oh,
bro, you suck. And then the armory. Okay, yeah, you're gonna steal my armor. That's fine. Here's my sheep. Do not ask why I only have one.
You brought a sheep down here.
Actually, I brought 2, but the other one unfortunately passed away. I don't know how that happened, actually. And then my dog room.
Dude, this is actually sick. This isn't even gonna work. This farm doesn't do anything. What is this farm?
I ran out of ideas, okay, chill.
This is very nice. I like this. I can definitely tell you ran out of ideas.
But over here, this is pretty cool. This is a hot tub.
This is pretty cool. I like the campfire underneath. Why does your aquarium only have salmon? Then there's just stone plus a block missing. There's no coral. Did you even try?
Yeah.
Okay. As long as you tried.
All right, what do you rate this base out of 10?
All right. You know what? I'll give you an honest rating. From the jump, right off the bat, you'd give it a good 9, and then you realize it's uneven, so 5.
Bro, you gonna give the whole base a 5 because it's not even?
That's how much it means to me, Ben.
Okay, what about the actual base then?
The base itself is a solid 8.5 out of 10. You got everything you need down here, except a little bit of texture, okay? It's kind of all spruce and a lot of dark corners.
Roof?
And for the secret part, we'll bump it up to a 10.
And now with the perfect underground base completed, we can move on to the next chapter of Project Foundation. In order to become immortal, we're going to need to get the best armor set ever obtained in hardcore Minecraft. But in order to do that, I not only need to get a few more basic things, but I also want to be able to say I've achieved both extremes. Which means that as well as the best armor in Minecraft, we also need to get the worst. And that's why even though most people want to get the best armor in Minecraft, but I want to get the worst. And I don't just mean leather armor. No, there's actually way more you can do to make an armor set so bad that it's literally worse than not wearing anything at all. Like by having armor types even worse than leather, curse enchantments, having the ugliest armor trim designs, and even getting full protection 0. Yeah, I'm not kidding. All right, we can start by crafting a full set of leather armor. All right, and then we're gonna fly over to the secret base we made in the last episode because I'm gonna store the armor right here. So I'm gonna remove this disgusting, horrible armor and build a little display case for our perfect, amazing armor. All right, and there we go, a perfect place to display the worst armor in the game. And we're just gonna start with leather armor as a base, but like I said, we're gonna make this so much worse. Let's start with the boots and work our way up. And for the boots, we're actually gonna replace these with chainmail armor, which I should have up at my mob farm, because leather boots actually have a secret advantage. Because if you're wearing leather boots when you're over powdered snow, it prevents you from sinking and thus freezing. Let's see if we have any chainmail boots. One pair of chainmail boots? You kidding me? I need it to be full durability. You're joking, bro. Okay, I just looked it up and apparently you can actually repair chainmail boots in an anvil. But basically, chainmail boots have the same amount of protection as leather, but without the benefit of being able to protect you from powdered snow. They do have more durability, but that's actually better for our purposes. I'll explain more about why that's better later on, but for now we just need to head back into the secret base because I think I left my anvil down here. Where is it? Yeah, it's right there. And we should be able to just heal these up. Yeah. Boom. Chainmail boots. But this has enchantments on it, which we can't have that, so we need to remove the enchantments. So we need to make a grindstone. I guess I'll put this in the enchanting area. And boom. Unenchanted chainmail boots. Perfect. Alright, next is the pants. And the leggings are actually the only set of leather armor where there isn't actually a worse variant of them, but there's still a way to make this work because leather armor can be dyed any color. And if you don't know, Pantone 448C is considered to be the ugliest possible color. And since leather armor can literally be dyed any color, you can actually dye these leggings to be as close to that color as possible. So we should need, we need some green dye, and then we're gonna need some brown dye. All right, so we should just be able to add this and add a brown, and gray is a bit closer to the actual color. Maybe a little more brown. Yeah, okay. No, I think that's as close as you can get. Yeah, that's pretty ugly. I think that's pretty close to the actual color, so we can go ahead and fly back. All right, and boom, now it's on to the chest plate. And believe it or not, there's actually a chest plate even worse than leather armor. That's right, the elytra. Now, you might not count elytra as armor, but you can put it in an armor slot, and the elytra offers 0 protection, which is worse than leather because the leather at least offers something. But you might be saying elytras allow you to fly, and that's a pretty powerful ability, so how would this be worse? Well, this isn't, but when an elytra breaks, it actually doesn't just get deleted like how every other item does when it breaks. It just turns into a broken elytra item, which I'm pretty sure is just an elytra that doesn't work. So we're gonna need to set out to the end and get another elytra, because obviously I'm not gonna get rid of this one. In fact, I actually need to repair this one. All right, and now we can head to the end. Honestly, I don't remember which way it is, though. I think it's this way. Is this it? Is it really this close? Well, that's crazy. We really need to make this a little more safe, but I guess I'll do that another time. All right, and the last tent that we found was in this direction, I think, so I'm just gonna fly towards there. Also, I actually need to be careful about using my fireworks, because I don't have that many. And this is the one I've already looted, so the search begins, I guess. Bruh. I already found one. Okay, that was pretty easy. Bro, that's another one. Is that an end ship? Oh my god, we're gonna get 2. Let's go. And a protection 4 diamond chest plate. That's pretty cool. To the next one, I guess. Bro, what? There's another one. Is that another ship? What? 3 end cities with ships, all within view distance of each other. What is going on? That is so weird. Guess I'm stocking up on elytras and protection 4 chest plates, I guess. What the heck? What is happening? Is that the one we didn't go to yet, I think? No, wait. You're joking. There's 4. What? Which one is the one we didn't go to yet? I don't even know. I'm gonna have to check with this one. I haven't gotten to this one yet. What is going on? 4 and a... Dude, what is going on? Why am I getting so lucky in this world, bro? I guess the second you start trying to get the worst armor in Minecraft just grants you infinite luck, I guess. I was trying to just get 1 elytra. I just got 4. But actually, I'm gonna land real quick because the purpose of this elytra is to wear it out and break it. So I'm gonna just fly it home. Just gotta keep an eye on it because if it breaks, I'm just gonna die instantly. I have no idea how difficult it's gonna be to get this elytra to break. All right, well now I just have to fly around until this elytra breaks. Kind of counterintuitive to what you would typically be doing, but yeah. Okay, so there's our broken elytra. All right, yeah, so as you can see, if we switch to this, we just fall. So it does not work. I wonder if broken elytras actually have like a different texture while you have them on. All right, so you can't see, but I'm trying to press the space bar. I have this equipped and it's not working. Yeah, this is a totally useless elytra. And we can now add this to our worst possible armor set. And I guess it doesn't render, which is kind of lame, but all right. And now for the helmet. There are actually quite a few different options for the helmet in terms of things you can wear that don't offer any armor. Because yeah, you can wear mob heads like the Ender Dragon head, and it just looks cool. It doesn't provide any actual armor benefit. Now, I don't know if the Ender Dragon head would do this, but all the other mob heads makes it harder for the respective mob type to detect you. So they all kind of offer their own unique advantage. So technically, the Ender Dragon head is actually the worst of all the wearable things because it offers no actual benefit, whereas all the other mob heads offer a specific benefit. But carved pumpkins can also be worn on your head, although I can't swap it like I can with other armor, I guess. What the heck? That's how you hold a dragon head? That's so weird. And carved pumpkins do have the advantage and preventing endermen from getting mad at you when you look at them, but this is pretty much only useful in the end because even if you do encounter endermen in the overworld, it's really not that hard to just not look at their eyes. But the main drawback to this one is the vision impairment. This thing blocks like a good 50% of your vision, and the benefit is totally not worth it. Plus, it looks way less cool than the Ender Dragon head. So because the carved pumpkin actively makes the game more difficult, you're basically less powerful or capable with this on. Plus, there's a way that we can actually get cursive binding on this carved pumpkin, which I don't think we can do with the dragon head. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that the carved pumpkin is the worst helmet you can get. But there are still way more ways we can make this armor set even worse. The next thing we're gonna do is get curse enchantments. Because if you don't already know, there are actually curse enchantments in Minecraft, which actively make the piece of armor worse. And I just ran out of fireworks. All right, I got a bunch more fireworks, and I'm just gonna make this island a sugarcane farm real quick. All right, so we can head over to our villager trading hall. I don't know if I've locked these guys' trades in yet or not. Oh yeah, no, I haven't. So okay, I can refresh these guys' trades. Let's see. Okay, he's staying a librarian. Okay, I guess these guys are already leveled up. All right, well, this guy's not, so I guess we'll just refresh until we get a cursive binding enchantment. All right, we got the first curse, so we need to lock in the trade. I wanted to get cursive binding first, but whatever, it's fine. We need to get both anyways. All right, I only have just enough emeralds to buy one of them. That's not good. Kind of feels stupid to buy a curse book, but I can craft a bunch of sticks and trade those for emeralds. All right, so we need 3 more in total. So now we have all the cursive vanishing books, but now we need cursive binding. These guys are not doing the deed. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna break one of these lecterns and just place it down here and hope that one of them latches onto it like this. Oh, no, I think it needs to be at their feet, like this. Yeah, okay, so I can just break and replace it like this. Cursive vanishing again, I need cursive binding. All right, we got cursive binding, but it's 26 emeralds, bro. I have to trade him something though, so I'm gonna have to go get some paper, I guess. All right, so we locked in the trade, but now we need to get a bunch more emeralds so I can afford the rest. So basically, I chopped down a bunch of jungle trees and then crafted all the wood into sticks and traded those sticks to Fletchers for emeralds. All right, that should be it. We should now have all the cursive binding and all the cursive vanishing enchantments. We can fly back over to the underground base. I'm pretty sure it's cheapest enchantment wise to combine these first. Oh, that can't be right. That's 4 for each of them. I'll be out of XP like immediately. Let me just see how expensive it is to add it. All right, we got our 4 terrible armor pieces. This project is so stupid. All right, so I think it probably will be cheaper to combine these. Yeah, you can actually put both. That's crazy. All right, well, let's get our cursive binding, cursive vanishing elytra. That's hilarious. Ah, bro, I'm already out of levels. Dang it. I'm so broke in this game, bro. Alright, well, I gotta head up to my farm. Alright, so now we can add the curses to our pants. Alright, and now we can enchant the boots. And we can't do the carved pumpkin yet. Wait, You can still? You can still do that? I thought it was removed. You could still add curses to it. Okay, never mind. I thought I was gonna have to go into an older version to get that. No, okay, you can still enchant that. That is so cool. I mean, I'm currently in 1.21.8, so maybe they removed that in like a slightly later version or something. All right, well, let's enchant our carved pumpkin with Curse of Binding and Curse of Vanishing. I honestly didn't even think I was gonna be able to get both curse enchantments on any individual piece of item, and I definitely didn't think I was gonna be able to get it on the pumpkin. But I do have to be careful now, because if I put any of these on, actually, I think if I put this on, I literally will never be able to get it off, because carved pumpkins don't have durability. So actually, I won't be able to take the elytra off either, so I gotta be careful. So really, I should not have any of these in my hotbar, because if I accidentally right click on them, it'll put it on automatically, and that would not be good. But next, we're actually gonna add Unbreaking 3 and Mending to all of these armor pieces, except for the pumpkins. You can't do that. You might be thinking, why would you do that? That would make them better, right? Well, no, because these have Curse of Binding, meaning they cannot be taken off. And because this set of armor is gonna be worse than not having armor on at all, the only way to get them off is gonna be to break them. So the harder it is to break them, then the worse this armor is. So we're gonna get Unbreaking 3 on these 3 pieces, because we can't get it on the pumpkin, which I think I already have a Mending Villager, but I don't think I have an Unbreaking 3 Villager. No, I just have 2 Mending Villagers. So I guess I'll turn this other villager down here into an Unbreaking 3 Villager, and then I'm gonna have to chop down more trees.
Bye, have a great
That
time.
guy just left. Or no, he's trying to leave. Ha, idiot. Alright, I have not gotten Unbreaking 3, but I've got Unbreaking 2. And I might just need to make do with that, because this is taking so long. I would need to get 6 of those, so I think I can do that. No. Why did that happen? I just went to go craft some books, and then he lost the trade. Why did that even happen? He just... Okay. I'm done with this game, bro. All right, I'm actually glad it messed up, because I just got an Unbreaking 3 trade. Let's go. So now I need to get a bunch of emeralds. All right, so I got all the enchanted books, so now we just need to combine them. All right, so that's all of them. So now we just need to grab all of our armor. Be really careful not to put any of it on. And we just need to add this. Oh, wait, actually, that's the wrong book. All right, and I'm gonna run out of enchantments, but I already don't have enough, so I gotta go grind at the mob farm again. This is literally the dumbest video I've ever made. All right, and now we can add it to the elytra. Alright, and then the leather pants. And just to check, I want to make sure you can't enchant this with anything else. Yeah, no, you can't. You can just get the curses on the pumpkin. Alright, and now we've gotten all the curse enchantments and Unbreaking and Mending, so these are like as impossible to remove as possible. Oh, wait. No. Oh, I'm stupid. You can't have it on the elytra, because then it can heal. That defeats the whole point. Actually, on the elytra, I shouldn't have either of them, right? I mean, the Unbreaking kind of doesn't do anything on the elytra. Wow, I'm actually stupid. How do I get that off? I'm gonna have to like grindstone it and then put the curses back on. All right, well, I'm stupid, so back to the grind, I guess. All right, I got the books again. So now I just need to grab the anvil from up here. No, you're kidding me. Okay. Well, I can grindstone this elytra. Oh, dude, I am so dumb. You don't even need to... I just broke my anvil for no reason. You can't even take curses off of items. That's actually crazy. Okay, so yeah, I think I want to do this because Mending definitely need to take off. Unbreaking 3 would just kind of add nothing. So if anything, it would just make it cooler for no reason. So I think it makes sense to just take it off because it's already broken. So Unbreaking wouldn't do anything. How do I know this is gonna actually work and not put it on me? I don't know how these work. Let me try something else. Okay, right-clicking puts it on. Oh, actually, both put it on. Okay. I just don't want to put these on accidentally. It'll just be stuck on me forever. All right, now the helmet and the elytra are actually done. These are the worst possible helmet and chest plates you can get in the game. But there's still a bunch more we can do for these two. And the next thing we're gonna do to these armor pieces is get the worst possible armor trim designs. And you might be thinking, how do you determine what the worst armor trim designs are? That's just based off personal taste. Well, that would be true if there wasn't an objective way to measure personal taste. So I made a community post. That's just the best option I have available. And the most common sentiment I saw was that Rib and Vex are the worst armor trims, and that Iron and Copper are the ugliest armor trim designs. So first off, I'm gonna go make sure I don't already have that. Okay, I have Spire. Someone said Spire is bad, but I don't have Vex. How do you get the Vex one? I don't get it. I thought I would have gotten some armor trims. Oh, okay, here's some. I have Dune, Coast, but no Rib or Vex. All right, so apparently you can find the Rib armor trim in Nether Fortress chests and the Vex armor trim in Woodland Mansion chests. So I guess I'll start by getting the Rib armor trim because that's going to be a little bit easier. All right, so I guess we'll just start by flying out into a random direction and search for a Nether Fortress, I guess. Bruh. I guess I already reached a dead end. Guess I'll have to mine to a nether fortress. Okay, actually, I just checked the footage of the last episode and found the coordinates of the last nether fortress we went to, so I'm heading to those coordinates. Alright, and here we are. So now I just gotta hope that they actually have enough loot chests to find the rib armor trim. Bro, I can't even find a single loot chest. What is going on? Alright, honestly, I'm not sure that there is even loot chests in this nether fortress. So I think I'm just gonna try and find another one. Alright, and after a while of flying around, I eventually found another fortress. Alright, I finally found another fortress. Oh my god, finally, an actual chest. No rib armor trim though. So it looks like I've already been here because there's like blocks marking the ground. But I guess I didn't loot all the chests, so I guess I'll still explore it. Oh my god, I almost just hit that pigman. Bro! Did you just drop a skeleton head? Dude, let's go. Now we have 2. We only need 1 more for a wither skeleton. Or for a wither. To spawn the wither, whatever. Okay, yeah, I kept searching around the nether fortress, and I still could not find... I really couldn't find any more chests, but I definitely couldn't find any rib armor trims, so I gave up on that fortress and flew around again to try and find another one, and began searching that nether fortress as well. I eventually made my way inside the fortress corridors and began opening a bunch more loot chests, but I still found 0 rib armor trims. And after a while of searching through this massive fortress, I still hadn't found a single rib armor trim. So I left that fortress behind as well to search for another nether fortress. And once I finally found another fortress, I explored it, and I finally found a rib armor trim and also got another wither skeleton skull, which means with the one in the underground base, we now have enough to spawn the wither and get a beacon. Alright, after like an hour or something, I finally have the worst armor trim in the game, so that was definitely worth my time. But now we need to get the Vex armor trim, I guess. So the first thing we'll do is get a cartography villager, because I think they trade woodland mansion maps. And I guess I've used all my villagers now, so I'll just fly over to this village and imprison one of theirs. And you've already probably seen enough of me trading with villagers to develop at least 3 mental illnesses, so I'll just speed through this a bit. I basically just repeated the same process as before, committing some deforestation, crafting all the jungle logs into sticks, trading those sticks with fletching villagers for emeralds, and then using said emerald to level up a cartography villager so we can get the woodland mansion map trade. And once I had leveled him up enough, he began trading compasses for emeralds, which actually leveled him up a lot more. So I went cave diving to get some more iron, because I'm broke still. Used that to craft up a bunch of compasses, and then traded with the villager to level him up. And I had finally leveled him up to master, and could finally claim my woodland explorer map. Alright, I finally got the woodland mansion map, so we can finally set out towards the woodland mansion. Ooh, I think this is a Stony Peaks biome, and we're currently out of iron, so I might grab a little bit of iron while I'm here. Alright, and a small amount of iron collection later, and we're ready to head to the woodland mansion. I also kind of need to run into a pale garden, because I actually think I saw resin as the worst armor trim material more than I saw copper, so I might want to use that for one of the armor trim materials. Bro, no way, I literally just ran into a pale garden. That's crazy. Alright, well, we'll come back to that later, because I think we're close to the woodland mansion. Alright, and boom, the woodland mansion. Let's go. Okay, I don't really exactly know how to go about doing this. I guess I'll just head in here and start looking around. Yeah, so I slowly traversed through the woodland mansion and definitely didn't repeatedly run away from Vexes because I have a skill issue, and then this happened. Okay, that was way too close. I think we were like 1 or 2 hits away from losing the world right there, so I need to be a bit more careful. So I began exploring the woodland mansion a lot more carefully, and I also did some more research about where to find the Vex armor trim, and apparently they can only spawn in the treasure chests, which are like always hidden. So I had to kind of look up and find out where the treasure chests were hidden. But yeah, I'm gonna speed through this a bit because I spent a long time, probably an hour or 2, searching through this woodland mansion, and I could barely find any treasure chests, and the ones I did find, I did not find any Vex armor trims. And this is pretty bad luck because I'm pretty sure there's like a 50% chance that it spawns, so as long as I find like 2, I should have found one. I genuinely could not find any more treasure chests, so I decided to burn the whole woodland mansion down because I genuinely couldn't think of another way to find the remaining treasure chests. And after burning the entire thing to the ground, I still didn't find any more treasure chests. Or maybe I did, I forget, but there wasn't any Vex armor trims, which means I would literally have to level up another cartography villager and find and loot another woodland mansion to have a chance at getting the Vex armor trim, which is literally one of the worst armor trims in the game. Like, that's the whole point of this video. So I flew back to the base with the intention of just doing that later, because I was a little burnt out on woodland mansions. Oh yeah, but I did also find some resin in one of the chests, so I can put that on the armor trim, but I didn't actually end up using it, because I decided in the meantime, I might as well head into a creative test world to figure out what I think the worst possible combination of armor trims is. Because basically, you guys said Vex and Rib were the worst armor trims, and like copper or resin and iron were the worst materials, but I didn't know which combination I should put on the leggings versus the boots. And after laying them all out in a row on a bunch of armor stands, and then ranking them from best to worst based off my personal opinion, honestly, the Iron Rib armor trims looked the worst on both the leggings and the boots, which is good news for me because that means I don't have to find a freaking Vex armor trim. So I decided to just go with that, duplicated our Rib armor trim, and put an Iron Rib armor trim on our boots and leggings. The worst looking armor trim design material combination in the entire game. That is an objective fact. You cannot disagree with that. There's no such thing as having a personal opinion. So yeah, you're just wrong if you think otherwise. All right, and the final step to making this the worst possible armor in Minecraft is adding all the level 0 enchantments like Protection 0, Thorns 0, and even Feather Falling 0. But to do that, we're gonna have to downgrade our world, which will kind of risk corrupting the world. But before that, there's still a few more things I want to do to make sure that we have the worst possible gear setup. All right, so the first thing I'm gonna do is get every type of negative potion effect. Okay, I just organized my inventory. That took forever, but now we can go ahead and get a few things. We're gonna get some sugar, a fermented spider eye. How do you make that? All right, I guess I need mushrooms. All right, and then a glistering melon or whatever. We're also gonna need some gunpowder, I guess. All right, and then to make poison, we just add a spider eye. All right, so there's the poison. And actually, we only need one of each, so I don't need to be making so many. But we're also gonna get a wither rose so we can get the withering effect. And we actually got 2 wither skeleton skulls from the nether earlier. So we just need that and some soul sand. We're gonna have to go get the other one from the secret base. We also need obsidian, and we're gonna need a ton of eggs, which we do not have a lot of, actually. All right, next we have to make instant health so that we can make instant damage. And then we can add a fermented spider eye, I think, to make this into instant damage. And we actually need another fermented spider eye. All right, instant damage. And now we have to make a speed potion so that we can turn it into a slowness potion. And I'm gonna fly back over to the hidden base to get the other wither skeleton skull. All right, give me that. All right, and then we can add a fermented spider eye to this to make it a slowness potion. All right, and now we have our slowness potion. And that's all the negative potion effects you can get. But now we actually need a bunch of eggs so we can easily spawn chickens in the end, so that when we spawn the wither, it kills all the chickens, which will cause them to drop wither roses, which we can use to get the withering effect. All right, and they've actually already pooped out a bunch of eggs. So I just need to breed them up a bunch. Oh, I never even finished this. Still a block missing. And I'm gonna need to smelt up all this iron. All right, and we can just set up a temporary egg farm by replacing this floor with hoppers. All right, and now I just need to make sure all the chickens stay above the hoppers. Get out of there, bro. Oh, okay. Sorry, bro. All right, and now we should start collecting eggs. Alright, well I just AFK'd for a while and I only got like 6 more eggs, so we're just gonna hope that's enough. So now we can head back to the end, and now we just dig out a 5x5 area under the end portal. Okay, and I'm pretty sure you place the obsidian like this. And now we need to spawn a bunch of chickens. Okay, 4, that should be good. Now we should just have to place in the soul sand. Get out of here, bro. And if I did everything right, we just have to do this. And when it explodes, it should start killing the chickens. It didn't kill any of them. What the heck? Why not? No. Oh my god, they'll escape. How are they not dying? Oh wait, one died. They didn't drop a wither rose. You're kidding me, dude. I don't have any seeds. Yes, I do. Nope, he just went back to the overworld. Alright, I think they're all gone. Maybe they needed to be in here during this phase? Where did they all go? They all went back to the overworld, bro. Maybe I could get some endermen in here? I don't know. Whatever. Alright, well, at least we got another star, so we can make a beacon now. Oh, we didn't get any wither roses. This is so sad. To complete this set of the worst possible gear, we're also gonna grab a stack of the worst food in the game, and then we're also gonna craft a full set of wooden tools, and then we can buy a bunch more Curse of Vanishing books, and then I can get all of these tools down to the minimum possible durability. No, dang it. Alright, and now we can add all of the... Oh, okay, it just broke the anvil. Gotta head back to the hidden base. Alright, and now we can add all the Curse of Vanishing books, and there we go. The most useless possible... Wait, did I just enchant one of them twice? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Okay, and now we have the world's most useless set of tools. Alright, and now we can go ahead and add a barrel in here that will contain every negative potion you can create, as well as the worst possible set of tools in the game, and a stack of the worst food in the game. Alright, and now it's finally time to get all the level 0 enchantments. Alright, but first, I actually forgot about one of the negative potion effects, weakness. So I'm gonna fly back to the base and make that real quick. And for this one, I guess you just need a fermented spider eye, and boom, there we go, weakness potion. So I'll just fly back to the underground base and add that to the set of the worst possible gear. Alright, and now it's time to downgrade our world, specifically to snapshot 18W06A, which is before netherite existed, so if I have netherite in my inventory, it's gonna delete all of it. So I need to put all this away and put on a backup set of gear. I'll bring with us the worst leggings and boots, obviously, so we can get all the level 0 enchantments, but I'm also gonna bring a full set of leather armor, because I think it'll be funny to have a full set of protection 0 armor. Alright, and now it's finally time to set out into the distance. We need to fly into unloaded chunks because downgrading our world is risking corrupting any chunks that are loaded in, and we don't want to delete our base or anything we've built so far. After flying for a while, I found the place I wanted to downgrade and finally downgraded our world. First to 1.12.2 and then to 18W06A, which is a snapshot for 1.13. And we kept most of our inventory, but all of the enchantments and durability data got removed from our armor and tools. But that's actually not a problem, because this snapshot just so happens to give you the ability to enchant anything with the /enchant command without having cheats enabled. So this is a vanilla survival no cheats feature that is in this snapshot. So I'll start by just adding back all the enchantments that were removed from our gear. And now finally, to get the level 0 enchantments we want, we just type in the enchantment followed by the number 0, which for some reason is able to be applied to armor in this version. And it just reads as enchantment.level.0, but we can also do this for all other kinds of enchantments. So I added feather falling 0 to our boots, depth strider 0 to our boots, thorn 0 to the boots and leggings, and then of course I added protection 0 to the entire leather armor set, so we can have a full set of protection 0 armor. Alright, and it's time to test out this armor. Yeah, no, I'm joking. This is a backup world. And in fact, we've been in a backup world since we left to find unloaded chunks to downgrade the world. The reason being, even though we can obtain the level 0 enchantments in no cheats vanilla survival, there's no way that I know of to get them into the modern versions of the game. When loading into any version 1.21.2 or higher, it'll just wipe all the level 0 enchantments. And I also couldn't even find a way to upgrade to 1.21.1 without all the armor getting corrupted, but we still got to keep everything other than the level 0 enchantments, and overall, I'm pretty happy with how horrible this armor is. Yeah. And with that, it's now time to move on to the final chapter of Project Foundation. To get the best armor in Minecraft, we're not only going to need a ton of XP, but also a ton of sets of diamond armor and tools, 10 of every enchanted book, and a bunch of other basic resources like food, all of which can be obtained from villagers, because Minecraft villagers are pretty powerful. You can get infinite food, enchanted books, and even diamond armor and tools. That is, if you have enough emeralds. But I'm currently broke, so I'm gonna do the only logical thing that could solve this problem and build the world's first fully working ATM machine in Minecraft that dispenses infinite emeralds at the press of a button. And I'm also gonna build a massive villager trading mall to spend all my newfound riches. And I'm gonna build it in this area over here. And the first thing we need to do is clear this area out and fill it in with dirt so we actually have an area to work with. Alright, that took like 2 hours, bro. So I gathered up a ton of blocks because this is gonna be absolutely massive. And boom. Yeah, that's how big it's gonna be. That's actually insane. So here's the plan. First, we're gonna build the whole exterior of the ATM machine, along with a working keypad to insert your credit card and PIN number into, and of course the money dispenser where we'll collect all our riches. Then we'll build the villager trading mall inside the machine, complete with every villager trade we could ever need at the lowest prices, a villager breeder, enchanting setup, iron farm for unlimited anvils, and even an infinite totem dispenser, cause why not? Then finally, I'm gonna build one of the most efficient, fully automatic emerald farms ever designed, so the ATM machine will never never, ever run out of money. Boy, I love being a greedy capitalist. All right, so the next step is to fill in this frame. So we need to go gather up a ton of blue concrete. And I already have a ton of gravel and sand from collecting all the black concrete powder and a bunch of lapis, which I can turn into blue dye and craft up a bunch of concrete powder. And now I just gotta sit here for like 50 hours and turn all of this into concrete. All right, I'm finally done with that, and now we can actually place this all into the frame. Bro, I literally already ran out of concrete. I'm not even close. I just spent like 30 minutes or something getting concrete. I guess I have white concrete, but I just ran out of blue concrete. Bro, I'm not even close. What the heck? That's not even a third. That's maybe a third. Oh my god, I think I underestimated this project. So I went back to collecting resources, mining sand and gravel, crafting blue concrete powder, and turning the concrete powder into concrete. Also, sorry if I sound sick. It's just because I'm sick and tired. Anyways, I got back to placing in blue concrete into the ATM machine's exterior. I placed in the rest of the concrete I'd collected. Okay, bro, I literally got like almost 2 full shulker boxes of blue concrete. And this is all, I'm not even done with one side. I have 4 more sides and the floor and the top. Oh my god, I definitely underestimated how big this project is. And then headed into the nether to find gravel patches because I thought that would be a faster way to collect gravel for concrete powder. Once I collected up a ton of gravel, I headed into the mines to get more lapis for blue dye. Alright, so I gathered up a bunch of gravel and a bunch of lapis, which I turned into blue dye, but my shovel's on the brink of implosion, so I'm gonna go ahead and heal it up at the mob farm. I'm gonna turn all this concrete powder into concrete while I wait for the mob farm to fill up. Yeah, I think I underestimated this project. I'm literally still just working on collecting the resources for the wall. Alright, I just spent like who knows how long getting, I think, almost 3 shulker boxes full of blue concrete. So if this is not enough, although I'm pretty sure it's not enough, but if it's not enough, I'm just gonna cry, honestly. Okay. Let's just see. Let's just place this in. Oh my god, I thought we were a little further along in the second one, but yeah, we've only gotten like 1 and a bit done. Yeah, this is a pretty annoying process, but we'll get it done. Alright, and after like almost 3 shulker boxes, I only got like 1 more all done. Although I did realize that I could actually just place concrete powder and then use water, so I might try to do that for the last few walls. After a poop ton more resource collection and collecting gravel in the nether, I realized that the nether was actually slower than just collecting gravel from the ocean floor. I also realized that all of my armor was imploding and didn't have mending on it, so I crafted up a bunch of sticks to get a bunch of emeralds, to get a bunch of mending books, added mending to all of our armor, and then headed up to the mob farm to heal up all our armor. Alright, now back to the resource collection montage. Okay, and we can finally get back to placing this into the ATM machine. I also remembered that I needed to make the bottom section of this wall gray because I wanted to add in a little more variation to the design. So I began breaking out the bottom third or so of the ATM machine walls, broke out the bottom third or so of the remaining walls, replaced with light gray concrete, and then continued placing in blue concrete until I ran out. Well, actually, until my shovel was on the brink of implosion. Yeah. So I headed back up to the mob farm to heal it back up. And then I realized that there was supposed to be a cutout here where the screen will go. So I got to work destroying a bunch of the concrete I just placed to make room for the screen cutout, and then began marking out the cutout indented section where the screen and buttons are gonna go. I then actually got to work placing in a bunch of light gray concrete powder, headed back up to the mob farm to heal up my shovel again, did more resource collection, placed in more concrete, and after a couple more hours of mining and crafting, I had completely filled in the outline. Let's go. I'm still not even done with the exterior, but just let me have this, okay? Then I got to work on the interior of the ATM machine a little bit by beginning to place in a white concrete floor. I then continued placing in white concrete powder into the floor of the ATM machine until I ran out of concrete again, and then went back to resource collection. I eventually completed placing in the floor though. Alright, well that took a stupid amount of time. Seriously, I've been working on this for like days. This is dumb, dude. I don't want to do anything this big ever again. This is so stupid. Anyways, well, I got all the walls placed in. You saw it in the replay mod or whatever whatever that I had to replace all this with light gray concrete because I forgot that's what I wanted to use for the bottom to add a little bit more contrast. Obviously, I added in this floor. This is how I'm gonna get in for now. Actually, I guess I should add a floor just to make it easier. But yeah, all of the farms are gonna go in here, probably above this gray line. Actually, this kind of creates a natural ceiling for the villager trading mall, and everything else will be above it probably. This is where the ATM letters will go. This is where all of the icons will go, and then the keypad area, and then the like selection and collection area is gonna be basically right there. So before we get to work on adding in all of the farms, there's one more thing to do. Actually, I just realized I missed a spot. Next thing we need to do is gather up a bunch more concrete to add in the ATM text, the buttons. Oh, and I also need to collect up a bunch of snow to make the screen, because snow blocks are actually more white than white concrete, so it looks better as the keypad and the screen. And then some red concrete for the selection area, and then a little bit of green concrete for the green button, and then some other types of concrete for the outlines and stuff. So yeah, basically I have some more concrete farming ahead of me. So let's go ahead and grab those resources. So I crafted up a bunch more concrete in the different colors we needed, and then I set out to find a snowy biome because I needed a bunch of snow for the screen, because snow is more pure white than white concrete, and so it'll look better for the screen. Bro, I just found a full diamond armor baby zombie. What the heck? What is going on? I need to trap this thing. Oh my god, get away from me. How do I trap that? There's so many mobs. Grab some snow maybe? No. Wait, no, ice. Ice is a block. What am I talking about? Come here, buddy. Where are you? Okay, there you are. Oh, so close. Come on, get in there. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna build up and start sniping, because it's actually dumb. Look at all those zombies. What the heck? Yeah, there he is. Come on, bro. Get over here. Yes. Let's go. Oh wait, I have the name tag. Oh wait, no, I can get him in a boat. Okay, well, I can do a boat, or I could just give him like an item. Here you go, bro. Pick it up. Pick it up. All right, well then I'll just get him in a boat. What? He just ran right over the boat. Bro, okay. I was about to say, what the heck? Alright, well, at least I captured him, but that was ridiculously stupid. Isn't this like one of the rarest mobs? I mean, I guess it's not a chicken jockey, but still. Just gonna build a giant pillar so I don't lose this mob. Alright, well, just thought that was kind of crazy. Alright, well, I'm basically just here to get a bunch of snow. Alright, I only need enough to make a snow golem, so I'm gonna craft this all into snow blocks. That should be good. Bye, you stupid idiot. That was super annoying to capture. Anyways, after collecting up the snow we needed, I flew back to the base and grabbed a bunch of sugarcane along the way because I was repeatedly running out of fireworks. Okay, so that's not enough snow, but I realized I can just make a snow farm. Like, those are super easy to make. All right, so I just made this snow farm over here, but I just realized I feel like I can make this a little more efficient by, well, one, I can add a hopper, but I forgot there's a crafter in this game now. Basically, I've never tried to use the crafter before, but I figured now's the perfect time, right? Okay, so you need a dropper. How do you make a dropper? There we go. Now I can make a crafter. All right, I need a hopper as well. It probably needs to be activated with some kind of loop. All right, so I think to make a loop, you just go like this, right? And then you go like that. Yeah, okay. Place a snow golem here. Oh, of course he doesn't make snow on a hopper. Why not? Why not, bro? Or we're a mud block. Let's make a mud block. Okay, please. Yay, it works. The idea is you gotta go like this, and then does this work? Oh, there we go. Okay, well now I just need the snow to somehow go into there. Wait. Oh wait, you know what? I'm stupid. I bet you can put rails. I bet you can just put rails directly on there. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yes, it works. Okay. So now if I throw some snowballs on there, should end up as snow blocks. Cool. Okay. And then finally, this should work, please. Place the pumpkin man down. Okay, now it's making snow blocks. Let's freaking go. I made an automatic farm on my own. Anyways, once I had a working design, I collected up a bunch of snow and added that to our resources. My tools were once again on the brink of implosion, so I headed back up to the mob farm to heal up my tools and convert a bunch of concrete powder to concrete. All right, and the resources have been acquired, so we're gonna start by adding the ATM letters. Let's go. Okay, that was actually exactly as far as I needed to be. All right, and then this needs to be 33 across. After placing in the ATM sign, I got to work placing in all the buttons and then replacing all this blue concrete with snow for the screen. Then I got to work on the collection areas out of red concrete, and I had run out of snow, so I headed back to our scuffed snow farm and got some more snow. I then commenced another resource collection montage to collect up a bunch of random miscellaneous resources we need to finish the rest of the exterior, and this is getting a bit repetitive, so I'll just speed through the rest of this a bit. I just went back and forth between collecting resources and placing blocks. I added in the selection collection outline. I finished the rest of the screen, completed the buttons and the collection areas, added in the actual letters for the ATM sign, commenced one more resource collection art, and we're finally done with the exterior of the ATM machine. And the next thing we're gonna do is add the selection buttons, which is where we'll put on our credit card and PIN number, and if it's accepted, collect all of our emeralds. So I'll grab some buttons and craft up some dispensers. Oh, and I also added in a nether portal and nether hallway to connect our base to the ATM machine through the nether, because it was getting a little annoying to have to fly 1,000 blocks there and back to get to the ATM machine. Alright, so this button keypad thing is where we'll type in our PIN, and then this is where we'll put in our credit card, and then this area is where we'll collect all the emeralds. Alright, well the next step is to get a villager breeder in here, and actually I need my happy ghast for this. We need a villager breeder not only for our infinite emeralds farm, but also for an iron farm, and also for the villager trading hall. We need villagers for like every part of this ATM machine. So the first thing we're gonna do is build a super epic villager breeder, and I don't really know what the materials are, but I know the first step is getting 2 villagers over there, because that's how Minecraft works, right? Alright, I gotta find 2 more villagers. Although I might have already... Okay, bro. I was gonna say I might have already kidnapped all of them, but I hear some, so reveal yourself, villagers. Where the flip are you? There you are. Come here. Get in the boat. Good job. Alright, now I need to find another villager. Is there a single other villager in this entire village? Oh, I hear something. Where are you, broski? Bro, where actually are you? Why do I hear a villager, like, right behind me? Oh, he's up here. Okay. Alright, you trying to hide from me, bro? Get out. That's right. Alright, get in the boat. Okay, just willingly walking the boat. Bro has the survival instincts of a goldfish or something. I don't know. Come here, happy ghast. Come here, bro. I'm an absolute genius, or I'm an idiot. I'm gonna build up really high and then glide with the elytra. There we go. Genius strategy here. Let's go. Oh my god. How do I get it back? No, give me my boat back. Okay, there we go. Just gotta very carefully lead him over here. I don't know what I'm thinking. Get in the boat and I will lead you there. Alright. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna box them in. Obviously, this is what I should have done at the start, because now I can break one of their boats. He has to get this. Now we can get these idiots over to the stupid thingy ding. Let's go. Yeah, got him. All right, now it's time for the extremely long and boring journey over to the ATM machine. All right, and we're finally here. Let's go. Now I just have to figure out how to actually get them in here. I just don't want to hit them. Oh, let's go. I got it. No, get in the boat. Let's go. All right. Will they take damage if I just drop them down? I actually don't know. All right. Well, I actually have a lead, so maybe I can just elytra them down. Please don't die. That was really annoying to get you over here. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. There's a creeper up there. That's fine. Oh, that's actually not fine. Maybe I can snipe that, though. If I got that, you have to subscribe. Okay, I didn't, but there are more mobs. Oh, God. Let's go. You have to subscribe. Oh, they're spawning out back. All right. Well, I'll just plug up this hole for now. Now I just got to collect all the flippin' resources for the villager breeder. So see you once I'm done with that. Alright, I gathered up all the resources, and now it's finally time to build the villager breeder. Just kidding. We have to place more blue concrete, of course. I don't really know how to place this up. I guess I'll do... I guess there's really no reason it should be higher than that line, so I guess I'll just place it right there. And I could do gray concrete to match, but I already have a ton of blue concrete, so I'm not doing that. So I placed in the blue concrete floor for all the farms and ceiling for the villager trading mall later until I ran out of concrete. And I was way too dead inside from collecting a bunch of concrete to complete this, so I'm just gonna do that later. So instead I got to work on building the villager breeder. I'll put a link to all the tutorials I followed to build all these farms in the description below. And I built the whole thing a little too low, so I ended up having to like build under the floor we just built. I then got the 2 villagers we kidnapped, recruited, into their forever home. Sounds a lot better than prison, but those are basically synonyms in this case. After giving them some more food, the farm began actually working. Let's go. But we're gonna need a lot of villagers for all the farms we're gonna build, not to mention the villager trading mall. So I decided to build the second level to this farm so it'll produce twice as many villagers. And the next thing we're gonna build is the iron farm, because we're kind of low on iron, and all the stuff we're gonna build is gonna require a ton of iron for hoppers and pistons and stuff like that. And I also want an infinite supply of iron, so that's the next farm we're gonna build. So I once again began collecting up all the resources for the farm, including a bunch of iron, ironically, and then got to work building the farm in this corner where we haven't built the floor yet, because I wanted to build it as far away from the villager breeder breeder as I could, because I don't think it'll work if it's too close to another village. But yeah, I'm not gonna bore you with the whole process. I'm sure you've seen people build an iron farm before, so I'm just gonna speed through this. And basically how this works is, you know, just tricks the game into spawning an iron golem, and then the iron golem takes a nice hot bath in this lava, and then he just happens to like teleport to a far off land and donate some iron. So yeah, that's how the farm works. And the second level of the farm needs 2 villagers, so I decided to bring them up to the second level. Now we just need 1 more in here, and this villager breeder will be operating at maximum capacity. I got back to work constructing the iron farm, and then finally went out to collect a bunch of resources to get the rest of the blue concrete to fill in the rest of the floor/ceiling. But then I headed out to get the zombies we needed for the farm, built these cobblestone pathways to lure them up into position, and then got them both into these boats. I also began attempting to get the villagers into their position, but I was having a bit of trouble doing that, so I finished placing in the blue concrete of the floor/ceiling. Anyways, I continued attempting to get the villagers into place, and I got one of them into place, and I was once again having a bit of trouble. Eventually, I realized it was because they could see the zombies, and so they kept panicking and wouldn't properly link onto the beds, so I just built this little divider so they can't see the zombie. And then I guess I completed the floor/ceiling. Alright, and now it's time to get to work on the villager trading mall. So I created this dirt chute to safely transport the villagers down to the trading mall area, and I was also having a bit of trouble blocking off the nether portal so they wouldn't just wander into the nether. And then I began outlining where I want the different sections of the villager trading mall to go. I want to separate the trades into 3 different stores, those being the library for enchanted books, the apparel section for tools and armor, and the food court for food. Anyways, then I took a quick break to collect up a bunch of wood and also get some more fireworks so I could get to work actually building the different villager trading mall sections. And I found a design that'll allow me to convert the villagers to zombie villagers, and then I can cure them to lower their trade prices whenever I want to. But then I realized I had placed the pistons too high, so I went back through and removed them so I could place them lower, and that was a bit tedious, but I eventually got that done. Then I broke out the dirt frames and began placing in the redstone and levers. Then I placed in the cubicle dividers, and then I went back to resource collection to smelt up a bunch of cobblestone into stone and then into smooth stone. Also, at some point, I guess I placed in all the workstations, and then I began the very tedious process of trying to get all the villagers down here into their cells. I mean, work cubicles. And I really could not find an efficient method for getting this done. And approximately 33.4 migraines later, I had gotten all the villagers, or at least most of them, into their cells. And I even got an unbreaking 3 trade from this librarian villager and added a sign to mark that so I won't forget. I then turned one of the villagers into a Fletcher so I could lock in some of the librarian trades. Then this zombie spawned in here, which is actually fine because we need to get a zombie trapped in here anyways. So I got it into position, but this villager escaped, so I got the villager back into position, and then I headed out into the night to grab a couple more zombies to put into the other villager trading hall stores, and then tediously got them into position. I then headed back to the base to brew up some weakness potions and craft up some golden apples for zombie villager curing. And then I tested the zombie villager infection curing mechanism thing on some of our librarian villagers, and it seems to work, so cool. I then began refreshing more of our librarian villagers' trades, focusing on armor enchantments for reasons I will not be disclosing at this time, as it would spoil the next video. Alright, and it's now finally time to build the raid farm, or at least get to work on collecting the resources for it, cause there's quite a lot we need to get, starting with a poop ton of glass. So I grabbed a bunch of sand, headed down into the underground base, and began smelting it all up. I then headed over to the end to collect up a bunch of obsidian from one of the obsidian pillars. Alright, and next we need a bunch of kelp, and we need more fuel for smelting sand into glass, so I'll collect up some more jungle wood. I then headed back to the ATM machine to collect up some of our iron profits, which, by the way, this farm is working pretty well, and then headed back to the base to craft up a bunch of hoppers. I then collected up a bunch of other miscellaneous materials we need for the farm from our storage system, gathered up a bunch more sand, and began smelting said sand at our super smelter. I then headed into the mines to collect up a bunch of redstone. I headed into the desert to get a bunch of cactus, and then over to this mesa to get some cobwebs, then into the nether to get some magma blocks, then I flew out to find a mountain range to get some powdered snow, and also packed ice. Then I flew over to the mangrove swamp to wait for some slimes to spawn to get some slime. Then I headed back into the underground base to collect all the glass we smelted. Then I headed back into the mines, I think to collect up more redstone, and the next thing I needed was turtle eggs, so I flew over to the nearest beach, found some turtles, and breeded them up to get turtle eggs. And the final thing we need to do is to find where to build it and get all the villagers we need. And unfortunately, we have to build this over an ocean, so we can't build this inside the vending machine, but there's actually an ocean pretty close, so we'll build it over here, and then we'll just have to set up an automatic item transporter to transport all the items to the ATM machine automatically. Once I found where to build it, I built a little dirt platform platform and began transporting all the villagers we needed over to the dirt platform. Alright, and now we need to make these buttons actually work. I want to build a redstone contraption thing that allows me to input a passcode that will only dispense the emeralds if we get the passcode correct. And I found a tutorial for this by Crafty Masterman. I just need to collect up all the resources. Alright, so next I need to gather up some redstone. Now we need a bunch of quartz. So I'll head into the nether and mine up a bunch of quartz. Just gotta be careful not to mine gold, because the pigmen will get mad at me, or the piglins will get mad at me. Alright, and I need a bunch more fuel, so I'm gonna chop down some more jungle trees. And now I can use that quartz we got to craft up a bunch of comparators. Oh, and also we need a bunch of wooden shovels for some reason. Alright, and now we just need to build out an area behind here for all the redstone to go. Okay, great. Now iron golems are spawning in this. We can't have that. So I guess we'll just shave off a little here. Alright, and I'm not gonna bore you with all the redstone details because I don't even understand this myself. So commence the epic redstone montage. Alright, I'm finally done building that monstrosity and it actually works. So we just type in my super secure passcode 1234 and it turns on. As you can see, this redstone line lights up and then we just press this button to deactivate it. And yeah, we'll just have to hook this up to the emerald dispensers once we have that all set up. But the next thing is we need a place to put in our debit card or credit card or whatever. And we need the passcode to not work unless we insert our credit card. So I went into a creative test world and began spending a bunch of time trying to figure out a way to do this. I think I gave up on the credit card thing though, and began trying to figure out a way for the redstone pulse to trigger a repeating redstone pulse for the emerald dispensers so that they keep dispensing emeralds until we press this button. And eventually I got it working for the most part. Sometimes it would not work. I don't know why though. So I went back into a creative test world to try and figure out the credit card input thing. And eventually I figured something out and began setting it up in the world. Alright, I finally got this stupid thing working. So we just put in our credit card, or really any item. I don't know how to make it so that it literally has to be a credit card. So it's just any item, at least for now. And then we put in our pin and it starts dispensing, well, nothing for now, but emeralds at some point. Alright, and now it's time to make the villager trading mall look a little bit more like an actual mall. And first things first, I needed to clean up the area a little bit, starting with figuring out what to do with this massive pit of villagers. So I did what had to be done. No, I'm just kidding. I just built a little prison for them where they will live forever and have no rights. Because that's the most profitable, ethical option available. Alright, and then I collected up a bunch more white concrete. It's time to turn the villager trading stalls into villager trading stores. Once I had collected up enough resources, I began placing in an outline for the different stores. And there's going to be 3 different stores, one for enchanted books, which we're going to call the library, one for tools and armor, which we're going to call apparel, and one for food, which we're going to call food. And speaking of the food court, I had to make it a bit smaller so it didn't overlap with the other outlines, and I ended up having to place these iron trap doors and these carpets, so it couldn't be a full-fledged store like the other ones. But that's fine, because food courts in regular malls aren't usually full stores you walk into anyways. So instead, I just added this counter where you'll order your food. I then began placing in the glass and the entrances for the other 2 stores, and I added in these iron trap doors to look like those little detector things that make sure you aren't shoplifting in normal malls, just to make it feel a bit more like you're actually in a mall. I then began placing in the roof using these stone slabs, which kind of look like ceiling tiles, but also look like the stony, boring, plain roof of normal corporate buildings. And that's also why I had them sunk down a little bit, because that's what most commercial building roofs look like. I then collected up a bunch of wool. Alright, and now I want to add some giant signs atop each of these stores, like there would be in an actual mall. And I decided the best way to do this was with banners. So I began tediously trying to create all the letters we needed with banner patterns, starting with the library. And once I had all the letters, I went back to the ATM machine. And I'm not gonna lie, this is probably the most scuffed sign I made of the 3. The B looks like an elevator floor selector, but whatever, I guess. But I then made and installed these signs for the apparel section and the food section. I then replaced the floor in the library with oak planks because I thought it would look better, and also added in these bookshelves for some more decoration. I made the floor in the apparel section gray carpet and added in some armor stands with different armor types on them for decoration. And for the food section, I added this cake, this hay bale, a flower pot, and this item frame with steak on it, which is supposed to look like steak on a plate. I then got to work on adding the giant mall sign in so that you always know you're in a mall. I then began adding these bushes in pots around everywhere because I thought there should be a bit more greenery in here. I then added in this water fountain, and if I had any resin left over, I would have used that to look like pennies at the bottom of the fountain. But I think I smelted all the resin we got from the Woodland Mansion last episode into ingots, which I don't think will work the same. And I tried using leaf litter to look like pennies, but it just gets broken by the water. I then went around adding in a bunch of tables to create a sort of eating area like there would be in a regular mall food court. And then I got to work creating a sort of indoor park in this corner over here because it was looking a little barren iron in this area, and I didn't really know what to put here, and I still felt like this place needed a bit more greenery. So I placed in a moss floor, bone milled a tree, added a pathway and a pond and a glass fence divider thing around it, and I then began adding in a proper pathway throughout the rest of the mall. I added in some benches and used this composter trick to add in a few more bushes. I then collected some more blue concrete so I could finally finish this roof slash ceiling thing. Then I remade the portal to look a little more intentional. I also placed in a scuffed enchantment setup. Then I went around getting some more sugarcane and also grabbed some bookshelves from our underground base so I could have enough bookshelves to finish this enchanting area. And I also made the floor area around it look a bit better. All right, and next I want to add the infinite iron dispenser. So we need to have a dispenser in the ceiling hooked up to our iron farm that we can trigger from down here to dispense infinite iron, which means we need to transmit a redstone signal from down here up to the second floor of the ATM machine. So I began running a redstone line up and out the back of the machine to get up to the iron farm. And I guess I ran out of redstone because I flew back into the caves to get some more redstone. I then hooked the redstone line up to this toggleable redstone clock thing and hooked that up to a dispenser. I then ran hoppers from the iron farm into this crafter, which was also hooked up to a redstone clock so that it would automatically craft all the iron ingots into iron blocks, which was also kind of just another excuse to use the crafter. And then I led that crafter into some hoppers that pointed into the dropper. Yeah, it was actually a dropper, not a dispenser. Anyways, I then hooked the whole thing up to a lever, and now we have an infinite iron dispenser. Let's go. All right, and we need a way to get in and out of here other than just mining a couple blocks or having a door, because that's kind of lame. So I began adding in a secret piston door. It's at the bottom right corner of the machine, and you just flick this lever and a door magically opens up. Not the most secret of an entrance, but it doesn't really need to be that secret. It's just a bit cooler than a door in the side of the machine. Oh, and also I play with Fulbright on, which is why it looks so much better in here than it would normally. But one of the downsides of that is this area is not very well lit up because I can't really see which areas aren't lit up. So sometimes mobs spawn. And in this instance, it was 3 zombies, 2 of which were fully dripped out in gold armor. That was a little annoying, but yeah, it's kind of on me. I need to light this place up a bit better. So I hit all the redstone up the piston door and then turned off Fulbright so I could run around and try to find any dark spots I needed to light up so mobs stopped spawning. And then I added an easier way to access the farm on the second floor via this water elevator and this powdered snow bucket with a carpet on top of it, which basically just makes it so you don't take any fall damage. All right, and it's now finally time to build the automatic emerald farm. And the next thing we need to get is all the rest of the glass. So I headed down to our underground base to grab any miscellaneous glass from these chests, but also to grab the glass we smelted. And we needed more fuel, so I got some more jungle wood. I continued getting a bunch of the resources we needed from our storage, and then headed back to the mangrove swamp to get more slime. Also, on the way back, I found this really cool floating island that's just like perfectly floating here with this water fountain in the middle. This doesn't have anything to do with the video. I just thought it was pretty cool. All right, and then I headed back to the underground base to grab the rest of the glass we needed, and with that, we once again have all the resources we need to build this farm. All right, and we can now finally actually get to work building this farm, which is basically gonna be a raid farm. There's apparently no such thing as a fully automatic emerald farm that runs all the time no matter what, but there is such a thing as a fully automatic emerald farm that runs as long as you're sitting there. So a fully AFK-able raid farm. And that's what we're gonna be building. It's a raid farm designed by Tank Cat, and I'm pretty sure it's like the world's best raid farm right now. Mojang is trying to patch out raid farms, but this one still works. And I'm pretty sure it's the most efficient design out there right now. So I followed a tutorial by Shulkercraft for this, and yeah, this farm took a while to build and is pretty complicated, so I'm not really gonna go through all of it. I'm also not really going to even attempt to explain how this works, because I don't really know. But yeah, after like 3 hours of building up this farm, tediously following a tutorial the entire time, it was finally time to start getting the villagers in here. Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure I got a trident from one of the drowns at some point. And as it turns out, all of my villagers had mysteriously passed away. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they died to drowns, so low-key kinda my fault. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I lost my remaining villagers again, and I had to go back to the ATM machine again and get more villagers again and bring them back over again and get them back into position again. I had finally completed the farm. Just kidding, I have to build the nether side now. But it wasn't nearly as difficult. The most difficult part was probably cleaning the brown stain off my gaming chair after having to ender pearl onto the nether roof. I don't know why, but every time I do this, I'm scared I'm gonna get stuck in the bedrock and lose my world. But yeah, we were fine. But anyways, I built the nether side of the farm and then decided to go ahead and move our base's portal up to the nether roof as well. And with the nether side completed, the farm was now completely done. So I removed all of our dirt scaffolding. I headed back to the base to get a bad omen potion so I could start the farm. I then tested the farm and it didn't work. Bro. Oh, and then my elytra broke while I was flying back to the ATM machine and I almost popped a totem. That was fun. So I headed over to our old mob farm one last time to heal up the elytra and also flew around to collect more sugarcane to make more fireworks with. I had done some testing in a backup world and discovered that the reason the entire farm wasn't working was because of this singular temporary cobblestone block I had forgotten to remove, which I guess was blocking the workstation so the villager couldn't latch onto it, so the game didn't think there was a village, and so the raid wouldn't start. So I broke that out and tried the farm again, and it actually worked. Let's go. So I used the farm for a little bit, and it was already producing us a ton of fictional profits, including a metric ton of emeralds. Alright, and it's now time to connect this to the ATM machine. And to do that, we need to build an item transport system. So to start, I began building this dispenser loop thing that will continuously dispense all the items from the chest down this chute. Because I want to build the main item transport tunnels underground so we don't have a giant tube spanning through the sky. Once I had constructed that, I began mining out a giant tunnel all the way over to the ATM machine, connecting it up to the raid farm. I then flew over to the nearest icy biome and collected up a bunch of ice, which we're going to need for the item transportation tunnel. I then began placing in the water, ice, and trapdoor combo thing, which basically will push all the items down this tunnel. I then built a water elevator at the ATM machine and this tube out the back of the ATM machine to get the items up and into the second level of the ATM machine. Oh yeah, and it was around this time that my game crashed and somehow duped some of my shulker boxes, so I threw them into this lava because I do not cheat. Once the item transport system was working, I began building an item sorter to sort out all the other items this farm produces from the totems. And then finally, once I had gotten that working, I built one last item transport tunnel thing to connect it up to the emerald dispensers. And now all that was left to do was AFK at the farm for a little bit to collect up a poop ton of emeralds. And just like that, we have a fully functional, fully automatic ATM machine in Minecraft that will dispense us an infinite amount of emeralds. We just have to, you know, run the farm every once in a while so that we always have enough money and stuff. But there is one last thing to complete this build, and that is the emerald pixel art. But you've probably already seen enough of me collecting resources and placing blocks to develop at least 3 more mental illnesses, so instead here's a cool resource collection and block placing montage. I also added in this infinite totem dispenser, pretty similar to the infinite iron dispenser. And yeah, with that, the working ATM machine is fully complete. And with that, we're now finally done with Project Foundation and can finally move on to Project Immortality. There are a lot of things I'm going to do to make dying impossible in my hardcore world, including getting the best weapons in the game, building a working peaceful mode switch, and perhaps coolest of all, getting a stack of 64 totems, which as far as I'm aware of, has never been done before in vanilla survival Minecraft. But the first chapter of Project Immortality is going to be getting the most powerful armor set in Minecraft history, because most people think that God armor is the strongest armor in Minecraft, which is full enchanted netherite with every max protection type. And I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty strong, but it's not the best, not even close, because people have since discovered a ton more ways to get an armor set so powerful you're truly unkillable, like getting protection 5, overstacked totems, and even getting every single enchantment on every armor piece. And I mean every enchantment. So you can beat the Withered in a fist fight, one-shot mobs with your chest plate, and survive a point-blank creeper explosion without a chest plate. And after surviving hundreds of days in my hardcore world, I really don't want to lose it all. I legit need this armor set, bro. The only problem is, I could only find a couple people who've ever gotten it before at all, never mind in an existing hardcore world. So I made a 5-step plan to become one of the first people to obtain it, so I'll never lose my hardcore world. Alright, and the first step is to craft a fresh, brand new set of diamond armor. And tools, because we're gonna get diamond tools as well. And that's step 1 already completed. Alright, and now we're gonna fly over to the ATM machine we built in the last episode, because this is where our enchantment setup is now. And the next step is maxed enchantments. So we're gonna start by getting full level 30 enchants on all of the armor and tools. And I guess I actually just realized I don't have enough bookshelves. Wait, but I got bookshelves right here, actually. Grab one of these. Thank you. Now I got level 30. 30. Protection 4, let's go. Why is it different on the pants? Okay, whatever. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna level 30 enchant everything because we're gonna add everything anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, some of those work pretty horrible. Not gonna lie. All right, now that we've level 30 enchanted everything, the next thing we need to do is completely fully max out all of this armor. So these two are actually got protection 4, but I need thorns and I need to replace that with protection 4. Yeah, I just need to get everything. And I'm gonna need some books, so I may or may not steal some of these books. Let's just see what we already have here. We have Feather Falling 4. I didn't bring any of my shulker boxes. Wow, I'm actually an intelligent creature, aren't I? Wait, what am I talking about? I don't even need my shulker boxes. I was literally at the giant ATM machine that produces infinite emeralds, and I went back to the base to get shulker boxes for emeralds. Wow, I really am intelligent, aren't I? Okay, and it's nighttime out now, so I can go ahead and find a spider. There's one. Here's spider. Actually, we gotta fly up here. Okay, my credit card is in my chest, but you can literally put any item. Yeah, also I realized you can just access the dispensers, so that whole security system, kind of pointless, actually. But you know what? Don't tell anyone and it'll be fine. All right, now I'm going to trade with a bunch of these idiots, because I can get Feather Falling 4 from this guy, and I can get Mending. I'm gonna need a bunch of mending books. Oh, also I need to make the bow, and I'll go ahead and fully enchant this. Power 4, that's not bad. Where my regular books go? What happened to my books? Oh my goodness. Someone tell me where my books went. I literally don't know, but whatever. I'm just gonna steal more from up here. Sharpness 5, I'll need that for the sword. All right, now let's go add a bunch of these to our tools and armor. Oh, and I broke my anvil, but look at this. I have infinite iron for this exact reason. Go ahead and craft up another 2 anvils, because why not? All right, so now everything has Unbreaking 3 and Mending on it. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna like throw these in here and find some other enchantments, some other enchantment sites. Basically, we'll just need to continuously re-roll the enchantments until I get certain things that I need. Oh my god, I'm already below level 30? That's insane. What? That's ridiculous. I was like level 100. I already gotta go AFK at the freaking raid farm again. I thought it was gonna be a while before I had to do that. Okay, well, well, this is what we have so far. Trust me though, this armor set is gonna get so much more insane. I just need to go to the raid farm and get some more levels first so we can continue. Okay, I think this thing is finally done. I guess I'll just leave it on if I'm gonna be using it a bunch. But actually, yeah, now I have the Hero of the Village effect. All right, now back to the grind. Actually, I have a whole set of diamond armor right here. I also can get diamond armor and tools from these guys, and then I can just unenchant them. I'll now go ahead and combine all of these, which I almost definitely will not have enough levels for. Alright, well, I'll take one of these with me. Actually, I'll take both of these with me, and I'll just head back to the raid farm, combine all these up, and get my levels back up, I guess, way higher than I just did. Alright, so I proceeded to spend like 3 hours grinding at the freaking raid farm. And I also had to move our enchanting setup up to the raid farm. And I also turned some of our villagers into cleric villagers, since they trade lapis, and you need lapis for enchanting. And we don't have that much lapis, apparently. To get my levels up, and then enchant stuff, and then get my levels back up, and then enchant stuff. Alternating between enchanting diamond armor and tools, and books. But yeah, this is a very repetitive process, so I'm just gonna speed through the whole thing. You can see it all on screen now, all the pain I had to endure. All right, well anyways, we got all the tools completely maxed out, I think. Please do not let me know of any that I missed, because I am tired of enchanting stuff. But there are a couple that we missed, because there are a few special enchantments, or I think there's only 2. There's Swift Sneak and Soul Speed for the leggings and boots. I don't think there's any other like special enchantments. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all you can get. So I mean, this armor set is already better than my current armor set, so that's kind of stupid. But yeah, basically we'll start with Soul Speed. I think that's probably easier. We actually need to head to the Nether to do that. And in the last episode, I actually got us up to the Nether roof, so I'm actually gonna need to go back to my base to get some more obsidian. And I'm gonna have to build like another portal somewhere else. So pretty much anywhere else will probably be fine. I'll just build one over in this village, because why not? Actually, right here looks like a cozy little place to plop a portal down. It's a very not cozy spot. Let me go get some blocks. And also I need to grab a bunch of gold. All right, 2 gold. So we're gonna have to be doing a bunch of nether gold mining. Actually, I need to bring with me some gold armor. Do I literally only have gold chest plates? Are you kidding me? I guess I'll take a gold helmet, because I don't want piglins to get mad at me, so I guess they'll get mad at me anyways once I mine the nether gold. Yeah, so it still spawns me here, but I guess it's fine. I'm just gonna be flying around mostly anyways. So actually, if memory serves, I have a piglin trapped over here, don't I? Yeah, right down here. Despawned. But I can trap this guy. Now I just need to get a bunch of gold to trade with this guy. Alright, and there's actually a bunch of piglins right here. So I'll go ahead and craft up a bunch of gold ingots. Get them into a hole. Where'd the other one go? Whatever. Whatevs. Hey, what's two over there, bro? This is like the jackpot. There's another one over there too. I guess I'll craft these guys right here. I need a soul speed book. Ooh, ender pearls. I'll take that. Okay, so I just checked and yeah, there's like a 1% chance of getting a soul speed with a random level. So, and that's up to 3. So, oh, well, look at that. We got iron boots with soul speed 3. If only you could extract enchantments, but you can't. At least we don't have to get it on multiple things. That would be annoying. Okay, so, but we do need... Why does the nether have to be so unreasonably dangerous? Okay, so I just got soul speed 2 already, so maybe this won't be as difficult as I thought. Okay. We already got it. I don't even know when I picked that up, but there's a soul speed 3 book in my inventory, so... Oh my god, why are they hitting me, dude? We got a thorns 2 in one of these. But whatever, we got it. That was quicker than expected, so that's pretty cool. Alright, well, we can't add this to the armor yet, because we're gonna have to revert the world, and... we're gonna have to go to versions before... Oh my god, I gotta stop doing that, dude. We're gonna go to older versions later in the video, and that would remove the newer enchantments like Soul Speed and Swift Sneak. And we got the Soul Speed 3 book, so that's cool. And now we need to get the Swift Sneak 3 book. I don't know if cartographers sell ancient city maps. Alright, well, I just did some research, and I'm pretty sure there is no such thing as ancient city map trades. I guess I'm just gonna have to set out and find a... I think they spawn under like mountain biomes. I also don't want to die to the warden, so I'm gonna grab a bunch of wool. Actually, we're gonna need a thunderstorm later because we're gonna need to get all the mob heads because they can protect you from mobs. So I might need to get channeling on my trident soon. Alright, well, we cannot run out of fireworks in an ancient city. I think we'll be fine without anything fancy. I hope that's not famous last words. Alright, I just got a ton more fireworks. And the search for an ancient city begins, I guess. Alright, I made it to this frozen peaks biome or whatever because supposedly there's a higher chance of an ancient city being below here. As you can already tell, there's a deep dark biome under here, so we're just gonna hope that as we go deeper there is an ancient city, and there is. Let's go. There's shriekers everywhere, so we just kind of need to avoid those. Doesn't look like anything can hear me here. So what is the range? Because there's like a... I already have all my wool on me. Alright, you can't beat the warden. That is just a factual statement. That's just how it is. So we need to have fireworks on us. Oh, and we should definitely have a bunch of extra totems on us. And then yeah, we just need to kind of fly around and try and find stuff. Dude, there are a ton of shriekers. Oh wait, so they can hear you. Okay, you need like 4. So if you do a little trickery like this... Ow! You're not supposed to be able to hear it. Maybe if I just like block them like that. Okay, actually, protection for leggings, but no whatever. Alright, well, let's see. Something like this. Yeah, of course. I guess I'll take the music discs and coal. Why not? Okay. And the warden's gonna spawn. Oh god, where did he spawn? There's the warden. Is there another one? What is going on? Ow, I don't like this. Does it like alert him of where I am? Alright, well, you know, I don't really like that. So what? You know what? I think I just need to quickly check them. Swift Sneak 2. Oh god. Love the darkness effect. That's awesome. Okay, I got Swift Sneak 2. I need Swift Sneak 3. Warden right there. Okay, but there's chests right here. Swift Sneak 1. Oh, enchanted golden apples. And name tags. I got enchanted golden apples. That's actually sick. But my strategy of just going for the chest seems to work. Have I been to this one? Yes, I think I have. I just can't handle the freaking darkness effect. That's the thing, honestly. Nope. Okay, I don't like that. Swift Sneak 2. We're out. Whew. Okay, I got out. Alright, now let's see if we can find our way out of here without having to dig everywhere. Oh, here we go. Let's go. Bro, that was so easy. Alright, we got it. Swift Sneak 2 combined with the thing will make Swift Sneak 3. Now we actually know where an ancient city is if we ever need one in the future. Hopefully I don't have to ever go back there. Yeah. As for the armor trims, I think I'm just gonna do a poll to decide which one's best. I'm not gonna just do the rarest. But yeah, alright, and we're back at the ATM machine, so now we're just gonna grab some iron, craft up another anvil, find the Swift Sneak book. There it is. And I have to go back to the raid farm. Oh my god, I'm so broke. Well, once we get the levels and combine the books, we will have completed the enchantment section. Why does that never work? All right, well, whatever. But once we get those books combined, we'll have completed step 2. Let's go. So I grinded at the raid farm again, and then finally combined the Swift Sneak 2 books to get Swift Sneak 3. And again, I'm not gonna add it to the armor just yet for the same reasons we discussed earlier. All right, and we've now completed phase 2 of my plan, and it's time to move on to the third phase, all the armor upgrades. And the first and most obvious upgrade we need to make is upgrading everything to netherite. So I'll just gather up some sand, craft a bunch of TNT, and then mine down to y=15. All right, and now it's time for a lot of nether demolition. All right, and like 300 hours later or something, I finally have all the netherite we need to upgrade the armor and tools. But again, I'm not going to be upgrading everything just yet. I just need to get all the resources to upgrade everything, because if I upgrade it and then revert the world later, it would just delete the items because netherite didn't exist. But the next step in my master plan is getting the world's best armor trim and material combination in the game. So I ran another community post, and it seemed to be pretty split between silence and flow. But I'm not gonna lie, I think silence is straight up ugly. I actually don't understand why people like this armor trim. Just because it's the rarest does not mean it's the best, okay? Personally, I think flow looks about 500 times better than silence, especially with diamond. It looks pretty clean. It also looks good with quartz, but it's not quite shiny enough. So I kind of like diamond the best. So we're gonna need to get a flow armor trim, which are also extremely rare, and you can only get them from trial chambers. This is also an excuse for me to actually go take on a trial chamber so I can get some wind charges and stuff, but that's not the main reason, okay? I just like the flow armor trim. It looks really good. So I freed one of our prisoners, gave him a job as a cartographer, and then traded until I could get a trial explorer map. I also headed up to the raid farm to heal up all my tools, and then set out in search of the trial chambers. And it was right here by the raid farm, so that's cool. But yeah, I proceeded to pretty much raid the entire trial chambers and did not get a singular flow armor trim. All right, so I looted trial chambers and got a bunch of stuff, but I could not find the spire armor trim, which is unfortunate because I think I have to find a new village, or maybe I just have to get another villager, because basically I think they'll just give you the same trades over and over. Oh, and I have wind bursts now though because of that. That's so cool. I love wind bursts. I've been wanting some of these, or wind charges or whatever. It's so cool. All right, come on, you willing participants. Oh, one of them already took the job. Okay. Oh, no, that's the other guy. What is he locking onto? Barrel? Stop with the barrel, bro. Oh my goodness, bro. Lock onto the dang thing. Okay, you know what? I don't even need you, so get wrecked. Okay, that actually, he didn't even care. He just took the trade. All right, hopefully this is a new trial. Yeah, it is. I think I can expand this a few times. All right, and now we head out to another trial chambers and hope we get the flow armor trim this time. I did get the bolt armor trim, but that's not what we're looking for. Bro, that's a full diamond skeleton. Isn't that super rare? How do I keep finding this? Well, he has a helmet on, so actually I can just sleep. Oh, he's right there. Actually, he trapped himself. Let's go. I'm gonna need to get him in like a boat or something, actually. I mean, this guy has full chainmail armor. That's kind of cool. This is kind of on track with this video, right? This video is about armor, and we found a full diamond armor skeleton. So, totally not a sidetrack. Let's get you in a boat. All right, well, I mean, you have a helmet on, so I don't even need to really put anything above you. On top of that, we're actually pretty much directly on the trial chambers. I will need to organize my inventory when we get there, though. All right, here we go. We are here. Oh my god, baby zombies? Are you kidding me? Bro, this is difficult. Cooked chicken, awesome. Actually need to drink an ominous potion. Oh god, okay. Oh god. No, this is not good. Oh my god. I didn't realize I would activate so many of them. What am I supposed to do? That they can fit through one block gaps. So if I open this, they're just gonna like attack me. Okay, these things are easy to deal with. Steak? Are you kidding me? Not even a key? Dude, this is really annoying. What? I did an ominous one, and it still gave me like nothing. That's actually ridiculous. Bro, give me a freaking key. Are you kidding? How have I not gotten a single key yet? How do I even get to the rest of the trial chamber? Ain't no way this is the whole trial chamber. This is so tiny. Oh god. What? That is actually ridiculous. Diamond sword? Are you kidding me? If this just gives me one thing, I'm gonna poop myself. Oh my god. What the heck? It's supposed to give more than that, no? Is it because I only have bad omen 2? That must be what it is. I know I have better bad... Yeah, I have bad omen 4. Okay. Is that any different? Oh my god. Did it still only give me one thing? Oh my god. That's ridiculous. You can find trial keys in the pots? I thought they would just have like junk in them. You almost got boosted up here. That is actually ridiculous. But whatever. Okay, are these normal ones? Yeah, okay. That's stupid. Oh, and I'm getting actual I'm getting slimes. That's good. Yes, finally got one. Okay, I don't know if I'm just super unlucky or what, but I just looked it up, and I'm supposed to have a 22% chance to get the flow armor trim from an ominous vault. That is so ridiculous. I've looted like a bunch of them, and I haven't gotten a single one. Like, there's no way I'm that unlucky. And also, I thought you're supposed to get an ominous key every time you do an ominous vault, but I guess you don't? I don't understand anything. Okay, that time I got one. Oh, look, a trail key. All right, but supposedly you can only get the flow armor trim from these things, and I should have already got one by now. Like, there's supposed to be, or maybe it's saying there's a 22% chance, like, per trial vault. That must be what it is. But we should be due to get one by now. Okay, there's a vault up here at least. But I don't even think you can get it from these vaults, so there's really no point of looting these. You're supposed to give me an ominous key, idiot. Okay, I was about to say, one of those had to drop a freaking ominous key, or I would have pooped myself, bro. How many trial chambers am I gonna need to loot to get the flow armor trim? Like, I'm gonna get a freaking mace before I get the flow armor trim. That's actually stupid. I got the flow banner pattern. Oh, let's go. I got a key. Feather falling 4 above. I don't think I looted this one, did I? Bro, ain't no way I got a heavy core before I got a freaking flow armor trim, bro. I can't believe I'm complaining that I got a heavy core, but seriously, what is wrong with this game? I might just speed through this because this is getting repetitive and just annoying. So, guess I'll see you guys once I have the flow armor trim. I'm just gonna have to go get another cartography villager. Bro, I'm literally a speedrunning god. What? That was so cool. Okay, so I was just organizing my inventory. You know, I just dumped everything I had in my inventory and all these shulkers on the ground. And I checked the footage and I checked all of my chests, and I am pretty sure my sword despawned, as well as I guess some other stuff, because it took me too long. Because I don't know what my sword is. I think it despawned while I am actually the dumbest person to ever live. I guess today is just not my Minecraft day. Well, I mean, I did get a mace, so that's cool. I'm gonna have to use the sword we got earlier. I'm gonna have to use that sword. Oh my god, I lost my Silk Touch pickaxe too. Why am I so stupid? Bro, let's actually go. That took so long. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did that take so long? I finally got the flow armor trim. Holy poop. Okay, I still have another armor's key though, so I'm gonna go ahead and unlock another one. And now we can duplicate this. Let's go. And now I'm just gonna go ahead and apply it to my armor. Oh, that looks sick. It's impossible to have a different opinion. If you have a different opinion than me, you're just wrong. So, sorry. Alright, and we can now add the flow armor trim and the diamonds that we're going to use to add all the armor trim to the armor, to our barrel of stuff. And it's now time for step 4 of my plan, all the extras. I want to get the world's best set of gear, which means I need to get every single thing that could possibly give me a protection benefit. Because if you don't know, there are a ton of other types of armor. Especially for the helmet, there are a ton of different things you can wear on your head, and most of them have a different protection advantage. So for example, most of the mob heads, other than the dragon head, I think, makes it harder for the respective mob types to detect you when you're near them. Carved pumpkins make it so that endermen won't attack you when you're looking at them, and the turtle helmet gives you like water breathing, I think. There are some other things as well, but basically we have a bunch of different armor variants we need to get. So I'll start with the easier ones and work my way up to the more difficult ones. So the first thing we're gonna grab is a carved pumpkin. There are no enchantments or anything we can get on carved pumpkins or anything like that, other than curses, which would make it worse. But I'll use this shulker box to store all of the different armor variants. And the next thing I want to get is the turtle helmet. But one of the main things we're going to have to get is all of the mob heads. And realistically, we're probably going to have to do this throughout the rest of the video because we need to get channeling on a trident. And we've already gotten 2 tridents from previous videos. So I just need to pick one of these out and heal it up and get a bunch of enchantments on it and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that because we're gonna have to wait for a thunderstorm before we can go out and get a bunch of charged creepers and get all the different mob heads. We also have to get a wither skeleton head, but we can just do that from killing wither skeletons. And the piglin head is gonna be a bit difficult, but we'll figure it out. And after adding unbreaking and mending to our trident, I freed some of our villagers from upstairs, strictly adhering to the utmost strict safety protocols as possible. Yeah, that sentence made sense. Anyways, I then placed and broke down a lectern a bunch of times until I got a channeling trade, and then added it to our trident. And the first thing we need to do is start a turtle farm so we can get the turtle helmet, which is another helmet type that gives you less armor protection, but allows you to breathe underwater. So I flew around to find some turtles, and then I found some, started breeding them up, and then a bunch of them fell into this water cave and like swam away, and I guess I decided to give up on it, or maybe I was just leaving to wait for them to lay their eggs or something. But I ended up flying around a ton more and found another beach a bit closer to our base with 2 turtles on it, and finally began our turtle farm. You have to first breed the turtles and then wait for the turtle eggs to hatch, and then you have to wait for the turtle babies to grow up, and then they will drop a singular scoot, and you need 5 scoot for 1 turtle helmet. So this might take a while, and honestly it's probably not going to be worth it, but I need the ultimate gear setup, okay? I set up an ender pearl stasis chamber, so this area should just stay loaded in, although I'm not 100% sure how that works. But we should be able to leave and go do other stuff, and the turtle eggs should still hatch and everything. I also tried to make this into a somewhat automatic farm. These should hatch and then grow up, and they should wander down into here, where they'll grow up and then suffocate, and then I have hoppers running into a chest. Hopefully this works, and I have an ender pearl stasis chamber, because after 1.21.2, ender pearls now load chunks, so this is essentially a chunk loader, I think, which means we can go do other stuff. We don't have to just wait here for 50 hours while this gets going. So, although I do need to make sure that I keep reading these guys. All right, and now we need to max enchant a pair of gold leggings and leather boots, because there are 2 specific advantages to these armor types. Gold armor makes it so that piglins won't get mad at you in the nether, and leather boots make it so that you don't sink in powdered snow. So I'm gonna go ahead and craft some leather boots and some golden leggings, and now we just need to fully max these out with protection 4 and all the cool enchantments, other than the special enchantments, because I am not gonna go get soul speed and swift sneak again just for these. Although I guess we could get like swift sneak 1 and soul speed 1. I probably have a couple of those left. All right, but we can start out by buying some of the basics, like mending, obviously. Oh, you know what? I just realized you can get bookshelves from these guys, and you can mine bookshelves to get books. Oh, that's pretty smart. I totally forgot about that. All right, and we're also gonna need feather falling 4 for the boots. I might need to trade with these guys to get a bunch of lapis first, so we can do all the enchanting. All right, that should be good. Alright, now it's just time to grind at the raid farm again. But there was a problem. The raid farm, and currently my best XP farm, had stopped working for some reason. So I began troubleshooting and trying to figure out what the problem was. And after a while of troubleshooting, I still hadn't figured out what the problem was. So I headed over to our old mob farm, but then I realized that was way too slow, so I headed back to the turtle farm to check and see if we had gotten a turtle scoot yet. And I guess we had gotten 1, so that's cool, I guess. Then I guess I decided to trade with our villagers for XP so I could get our OP set of leather boots. And then added soul speed 2 and thorns 3 to our leather boots, and now we have a pretty much perfect set of leather boots. And I guess I had an extra swift sneak book, so I added it to our gold leggings. And then tragedy struck. My game crashed, and I lost 3 shulker boxes full of stuff. So luckily we didn't lose the enchanted golden apples, but we lost 3 shulker boxes. I had a ton of wind charges in there. Mostly though, I had all of the stuff we were just getting. I think this is because the game saves chunks separately from inventories. So sometimes in the past when my game has crashed, something will get duplicated, so I'll just throw it in a cactus or something to get rid of it. But this time I lost something, and of course it had to be 3 shulker boxes full of stuff, including the golden leggings and leather boots we just got. Luckily, all the armor and tools we've made up until this point were on the armor stand and in the barrel at the ATM machine, so those didn't get deleted, but this is still a very unfortunate setback. I already lost one of the shulker boxes in the last video, so this is very annoying. So I decided to upgrade my world from 1.21.8 to 1.21.11 and download some optimization mods like sodium finally that basically just help the game run smoother and should hopefully prevent more crashes from happening in the future and hopefully prevent us from losing more stuff. And also maybe it'll fix the raid farm, who knows? Probably not though. Still 100% vanilla, although I did install Zoomify, so we can zoom now. Let's go. And I of course could not wait to craft my first spear and test it out on the local wildlife. It's just like performance mods. It's not anything that changes gameplay or anything. I'm sure you guys already know about the spear, but like this is how cool it is. Watch. Oh, I thought I would one-shot you. I did some testing in the backup world, and I think I figured out what the deal with the raid farm is. The fix I came up with is basically I just like moved this up a block so he can like see it. He seems locked onto it, so it should work now, hopefully. Let's go. Okay. I totally need another shulker box. I'm gonna have to go to the end at some point, because this is gonna get annoying. And to only have 1 shulker box, not even, and my ender chest. We just need to craft another pair of gold leggings and leather boots. I really love how chunks like fade in when they load. That adds so much to the smoothness and like polish of the game, I feel like. Or I can't wait to fly around with the spear at night and just like spear creatures. I don't know. It sounded like the most basic sentence I've ever said, but
It's true.
So I got back to grinding at the raid farm to get another maxed out set of gold leggings and leather boots. This time they just won't have swift sneak or soul speed because I'm too lazy to go get more of those special enchantments just for these stupid pairs of armor that I will probably never use. Also, I had to enchant a new sword with sweeping edge on it so I could use it at the raid farm. And I needed more shulker boxes, so I headed into the end, flew around to find a bunch of end cities and do a bunch of end raidings to get more elytras and shulker boxes. It was a pretty repetitive process, so I'll just play a quick montage. Once I was done getting more elytra and shulker boxes, I headed back to the base and crafted up a ton of shulker boxes with all the shulker shells we got. And then I was flying around practicing using the spear, trying to get good with it. And yeah, then I popped a totem and almost died. So that's not good. That was really stupid. Just almost died because I'm trying to get good to the spear. I don't even have a totem in my hand right now. This is not good. Anyways, I got a bunch of milk for clearing the bad omen effect and ending raids at the raid farm, and also got a new epic sword for the raid farm. I specifically needed to not have fire aspect or knockback because it breaks the armor stand. All right, next we need to get channeling on our trident because later we're gonna get all the mob heads because they all offer unique protection benefits. So I'll just head up here, grab one of our villagers from our villager breeder, and start refreshing their trades until we get a channeling trade. All right, there we go. And we used to have 2 tridents, but now we only have 1 because I think the other trident was in one of the shulker boxes that got deleted earlier when my game crashed. I then head back to the turtle farm to see if we had gotten any more scoot, and we did get a couple, but honestly I thought this would be moving along a bit quicker because I need to get at least 5 for a helmet, ideally more, so I could make total turtle potions. What are they called? Turtle master potions or whatever. So I tweaked the design a little bit to hopefully make it a bit more efficient, and now it's time to get a maxed shield. So I messed around with a bunch of different banner designs for the shield, but I ultimately didn't really like any of them. So I decided to just enchant a regular shield with Unbreaking 3 and Mending. And there we go, now we have a maxed shield, let's go. Next, I'm gonna grab a water bucket, because if you don't already know, water buckets can be used to defend against Endermen, so it's protective. Yeah. All right, and next we're gonna get all the pets, because pets protect you in Minecraft. Dogs will protect you from skeletons, they'll scare them away and attack them, and cats will protect you from phantoms and creepers, I think. And iron golems will protect you from pretty much any hostile mobs. So first, we just need to fly around until we find a wolf. All right, there's one. So now we just need to tame it, and boom, there we go. I already got a dog. I then went around again trying to get good at the spear, and I got close to popping a totem a little too many times for comfort. The spear is just too fun to use, bro, I swear. All right, but now we need to get some wolf armor for our dog, so I'll head over to this savannah and brush a armadillo to get some armadillo scoot, craft some wolf armor, and boom, there we go, a maxed out wolf. All right, and now we need to get a cat, because cats will protect you from phantoms and creepers. I looked around our ATM machine a bit, but I either couldn't find any or couldn't catch any, because I headed to a different village and then found a cat there and managed to tame it, and then brought it back to the armor setup area. I then decided to upgrade the look of said armor setup area, and yeah, I think that looks a lot better. And then a thunderstorm started. All right, I don't know if you just heard that, but a thunderstorm is starting, so we need to hurry up a little bit because we only have a little bit of time to get all the mob heads. So I need to quickly prepare my inventory. Let's find a creeper. This one right here. Shouldn't be too hard, just get him in range. What? How'd that not kill him? All right, well, let's find another one. Okay, I got one. Okay, here about this, here about this. Chop, no. Oh, dang it. You. Come this way. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Just get another zombie head. I forgot to kill all the other ones too. Yes, let's go. Okay, there's one more. I need to get the skeleton head now. Follow me this way. Perfect. Do it, blow up. Let's go. Easy as that. Now I need to trap a couple of them. So let me just grab some wood real quick. I need a boat. And no. Poop. We're gonna have to wait for another thunderstorm. But we got 3 of the mob heads, so that's pretty good. We just need the wither skeleton one and then the piglin one. The piglin head is the main one that we just can't get until we trap another charge creeper. All right, well, anyways, now we can go add this to our thing. Yeah, boom. Anyways, I finalized the look of the armor setup area, and the next thing we need to get is an iron golem. So I spawned in an iron golem. Yeah, this one's pretty self-explanatory. Iron golems just attack any hostile mobs, and so they are protective, and so we need one. I then realized that for some reason our iron farm no longer works. I guess that's because of the trading hall downstairs. Or sorry, trading mall. But yeah, I don't really know. That's kind of tough though, because now we no longer have an infinite source of iron. And the reason I was concerned with iron is because the next thing we need is to get resistance and regeneration, because those are protective potion effects. Since we didn't have any iron though, I just headed over to the raid farm and broke down the beacon I built with the iron we got when we actually had infinite iron, and then placed it back down over by the ATM machine and activated it with resistance and regeneration. I then headed back to the turtle farm and we got one more scoot, I guess. This farm is way too slow, but I guess I'll fix that later. Okay, never mind. I guess I'll fix that right now because I decided to actually look up a tutorial for a turtle farm and got to work collecting the resources and building the farm. And once the farm was built, I made another endoprostasis chamber so that the farm hopefully always stays loaded and continues to produce scoot. But this time I made 2 endoprostasis chambers because I guess I thought they only loaded 1 chunk, which I don't know if that's how that works. I think they might load a 3x3 chunk area around the endoprostasis chamber, but whatever. All right, and with that, there's not really anything else we can do to finish the extra step. So for now, it's finally time to get to work on the final step of my plan, getting all the illegal enchantments. Basically, a way to get every single OG enchantment on every single piece of armor and tools was discovered by Mistaken. I'll link their channel in the description, but there is a problem. Not only do we need to revert our world all the way back to a snapshot for 1.5, which I haven't seen anyone else do before, we also need to get 23 sets of diamond armor, 24 sets of diamond tools, 23 bows, and 10 of every OG enchantment in the entire game, and a ton of XP. I mean, either 2,000 levels or 2 chests and 9 stacks full of XP bottles. I'm also gonna need a ton of anvils and a bunch of other stuff like a grindstone and a smithing table, and yeah, we just have a ton of prep work to do. So I went up to the second floor of the ATM machine and began placing in all the chests where I'm gonna temporarily store all the armor, tools, and enchanted books we need to get. I then crafted up a poop ton of lecterns and began building a poop ton of trading stalls, because I'm gonna have to do a ton of villager trading to get all the stuff we need. I continued building all the stalls, and after releasing all of our villagers, I began tediously trying to get each of them into a stall. I then began labeling our chests and putting in some enchanted books I already had or was able to get pretty easily, and thus begins the insanely long process of alternating between grinding at the raid farm to get my XP up and get a bunch of emeralds, and then heading back to my scuffed villager trading hall and constantly re-rolling trades trying to get enchantments, and then buying all the books we need once I get the trades I need and putting them in storage. I started with all the enchantments we already had with the librarian villagers we got in the trading mall. I had gotten a pretty decent amount of enchanted books, but we're still nowhere near done. But before I continue, another thunderstorm started and I need to trap some charged creepers so we can get a piglin head. So I charged some more creepers and trapped them in a boat in a box. I then began the process of trapping a piglin on the nether side of this area, and it took a while to get him into place, and after going through all the effort and risk of death required to get the piglin into place, he died to the thorns on my armor. Bro. So I had to go back out again and get another piglin, this time a little bit closer by to the portal, and painstakingly transport it over to the portal as well. But once I brought one of the charged creepers through, and it didn't work because the portal frame blocked the piglin from the explosion, so he unfortunately did not perish from it. But I had also trapped another charged creeper, so I went over there to begin setting up another nether portal and to try this again, but while I was setting everything up, it literally exploded in my face. So now we have to wait for another thunderstorm to try this again. Anyways, back to the grind. I continued going back and forth between grinding at the raid farm, refreshing villager trades to get new enchanted books, and then trading with said villagers to buy said enchanted books, and then another thunderstorm started, so I went back out and got another charged creeper trapped in a boat. I then headed back into the nether and tediously got another piglin trapped in the same spot as before. After I got the piglin into position, I then set up this water channel plus enderpearl stasis chamber thing on the overworld side of the portal, so the charged creeper will just get pushed into the portal. So all I gotta do is get the charged creeper in this water channel and then go through the nether portal, and then the charged creeper should get pushed through the portal and appear in the nether. But when I freed the charged creeper and began attempting this plan, it exploded again. Yeah, I don't know why I'm so bad at this, but we're just gonna have to wait for another thunderstorm, I guess, and try this again. Anyways, I got back to grinding up enchanted books, and I was using red dye to mark the signs of the chests that I had completed. So as you can see, we've already gotten most of the enchanted books we need. So I headed back down to the villager trading mall and began trading with our tool and weaponsmiths to get all the sets of diamond armor and tools we need. I continued the mind-numbing process of alternating between grinding at the raid farm and buying enchanted books from villagers, and then I traded for more diamond armor and tools, grindstoned off all the enchantments, and now we should have all the diamond armor and tool sets we need. Except I guess I still needed a ton more pickaxes and swords, so I headed into the mines, mined up a bunch of diamonds, and crafted the remaining pickaxes and swords we need. And with that, after hours and hours of my life, I was now finally done getting all the enchanted books we need. And with that, we now finally have all the enchanted books and all the diamond armor and tool sets we need to get the world's strongest set of gear. But there's a small problem. In order to apply all of the enchantments to the individual pieces of armor and then combine them in the earlier versions, which is how we're gonna get the overpowered armor, we need a ton of levels. And we're gonna need to get all of those levels before we downgrade. And I did the math, I would literally need to get to like level 2000. And my current raid farm is just not gonna cut it for that. So I did some research and found a pretty easy to build, super fast XP farm that's supposed to get you like over level 100 in just a couple minutes. And that is an armadillo XP farm, which uses the new infestation potions and armadillos to spawn a bunch of silverfish. I then began collecting all the other random things we need for when we downgrade, like a bunch of anvils, grindstone, a smithing table, and a bunch of other random stuff. I then headed back to the turtle farm, and it had produced 3 turtle scoots, which is still pretty bad, but at least that's enough to finally craft a turtle shell helmet. But it doesn't even give you infinite underwater breathing, which I thought was the whole point. It just gives you like a little bit of extra time underwater. So honestly, that was not worth it at all. But whatever, we still need to max enchant it. So I flew over to the ATM machine and then stole one of the protection 4 books we had gotten, because we actually don't even need to get protection 4. I'll explain later, but I added the protection 4 book to the turtle shell helmet, and then went back to the raid farm to get a bunch more emeralds, and then went back to the ATM machine to get all the rest of the enchanted books we needed, and then added everything to the turtle shell helmet. And there we go, a fully maxed out turtle shell. Oh, I also forgot to mention earlier that I got a jack-o'-lantern because that can protect you from endermen, and I also enchanted a backup elytra. I then put all of our extra gear into our ultimate gear setup barrel thing. Alright, and then I finally got to work building the armadillo XP farm. And once the farm was built, I went out to get a couple armadillos to get into the farm, and also got a zombie into the farm. But then I realized you couldn't breed the armadillos inside the farm, I guess because they're rolled up in their shell. So I had to go out and get more armadillos and breed them up in this pen until we had enough. But I guess that was taking too long, because then I went out again to get more armadillos to speed up the process. And once I had enough armadillos, I began the painstaking process of getting them all into the farm. Once they were all in though, I got another zombie into place, and then it wasn't working, because the armadillos all needed to be rolled up in their shell, and they were not doing that for some reason. I guess I figured out that by taking them out of the farm and then putting them back in, it got them to roll up, so I began taking a bunch of them out and then putting them back in, and I don't think I got all of them to roll up, but once I had gotten enough rolled up, I finally began actually using the farm. And after using it for a while, I realized that it was really not that fast, and was definitely not fast enough to somewhat quickly get us up to over 1,000 levels. So I came up with a new plan, because if you don't know, cleric villagers sell bottles of enchanting, and because the higher your XP levels are, the harder it is to go up another level, it will take exponentially longer to get higher and higher XP levels, which means we'll have to collect way more XP than we actually need in order to be able to do all of the enchanting we need to do later on. But with XP bottles, we can just get our levels up to whatever we need, enchant the item, and then do it over again, meaning we can get just as many XP bottles as we need in order to get all the levels we need. Basically, I realized it's just gonna be easier to get a poop ton of bottles of enchanting instead of having to get our levels up to like over 2,000. So I crafted a ton of brewing stands, placed them down in front of a bunch of our unemployed villagers, and began trading with them to level them up so we can get the enchanting bottle trade. But after spending 20 minutes at the raid farm getting up a bunch of emeralds, and then heading back to the ATM machine to trade with all the cleric villagers, for some reason they hadn't restocked their trades. And I had only gotten a little over 3 stacks of enchanting bottles, and we need a lot more than that, like over 2 chests full. So I began flying around to nearby villages and making some of their villagers into cleric villagers, and then leveling them up and trading with them for enchanting bottles. But that was pretty slow, so I headed into the nether and over to the nearest nether fortress to collect up a bunch more blaze rods to craft more brewing stands to get more cleric villagers with, but also to kill a bunch of wither skeletons to get a wither skeleton skull, since that's one of the mob heads we need to collect. And after a while of killing wither skeletons, something crazy happened. I got 2 wither skeleton skulls from a single wither skeleton. This is not possible though, so I was a little confused. But apparently what happened is that the first wither skeleton dropped a wither skeleton skull, and then the second wither skeleton equipped that wither skeleton skull, and you just couldn't tell because it's already a wither skeleton. And then that wither skeleton dropped a skull on top of the skull it was wearing. So I technically got 2 wither skeleton skulls from 1 wither skeleton. And the chances of this happening are like 0.3%, so that's kinda crazy. And once I had gotten a ton of blaze rods and a couple wither skeleton skulls, I head back to the base, I crafted up a ton of brewing stands, headed back to the ATM machine, and placed them all down in front of our unemployed villagers. Getting the overpowered armor set is going to involve applying each and every enchantment to one of each and every armor and tool type. And we're gonna use a specific old Minecraft version to get every enchantment, but in order to save on how many XP bottles we need to get, there's a bunch of enchantments we can just apply right now. So I began applying all of the enchantments that we've gotten that I could to all the armor and tools. I then proceeded to spend like 3 hours alternating between grinding at the raid farm and trading with cleric villagers for XP bottles until I finally had enough XP bottles. I then crafted a poop ton of bows, because we also need to get a bunch of bows, and then added that to our lineup of armor and tools, and also applied as many of the enchantments as I could to the bows. I made some final preparations, like a shulker box with diamond gear, a backup elytra, and also a bunch of totems, since we're gonna be getting the overstacked totems in the older versions as well. Alright, and it's now finally time to actually get the armor. But before we actually downgrade the world, we need to head into new chunks so we don't corrupt any of our builds. So I filled up all of our shulker boxes with as much of the stuff as I could, headed into the nether, and began flying into new chunks. Once I had found a good spot, I built a little safe shelter and placed a bunch of the stuff into these chests. Not all of the stuff, this is just where we're gonna go to add all of the newer enchantments to our armor, like Swift Sneak and Soul Speed. Once I was done with that, I flew into even newer nether chunks and set up another safe base. I completed a challenge for traveling a long distance using the nether, and then my game crashed and reset some of my progress, and I also didn't really like that other location anyway, since it wasn't very flat, so I headed into an even newer nether area, made another safe base, and went through to the other side. And this is where we're actually gonna downgrade the world. So I began constructing a log cabin for myself to store all our armor, tools, and enchanted books. I then began putting all of our armor, tools, and enchanted books into a bunch of chests and attempting to organize them. Then I mined out a basement and used the stone to actually build a safe base on the nether side of the portal. And I placed down a chest with our totems and elytra inside, because those won't have existed yet before 1.9 and 1.11 respectively, and so they would get deleted otherwise. I then made the journey back to the ATM machine, packed up all the remaining enchanted books, and transported them to our cozy time traveling cabin. I then flew back to the other nether base to put up all the other enchanted books we need to in here, as well as all the netherite we got earlier. I then switched to my diamond armor and headed back to the time traveling cabin. And it's now finally time to downgrade our world. But there's a little problem. Well, a big problem actually. And that's because downgrading a Minecraft world is actually really difficult, because unlike upgrading your world from old versions to new versions, Mojang does not generally support downgrading a world. And since Minecraft's codes and ID systems and world generators have changed many times before, we'd have to convert our world to older formats multiple times to get all the way down to that version, which unfortunately is impossible. Just kidding, because Mojang themselves have funded and supported the creation of an application called Chunker. Chunker is a tool used to convert Minecraft worlds, typically from Bedrock to Java or vice versa, but you can also use it to convert modern worlds to older versions of the game. So after downgrading our world to 1.20.5, the oldest version we can downgrade to without using Chunker, I then expanded our basement a little bit and brought some of the chests downstairs, because I realized that in older Minecraft versions, chests could not be directly next to each other like this, and so if we downgrade without moving the chests at least a block apart, Minecraft will get a bit confused and kind of break. But once I was done with that, I used Chunker to downgrade the world all the way to 1.8.9. It only goes to 1.8.9. And if you remember, we need to get all the way to a snapshot for 1.5. So we have a few more versions to go. Oh, and another slight problem, we lost all our levels, all the enchantments we added to our armor and tools got deleted, and we lost our armor. I do have a solution to that, but for now we just need to keep downgrading. And since there aren't any external tools I know of to convert old Minecraft worlds from 1.8.9 to pre-1.8.9 versions, I just slowly opened the world in earlier and earlier versions until we got to 1.5. And now to restore all of our items, enchantments, and levels. You see, the problem is, in 1.8, Minecraft switched from numeric item IDs, like for example stone being 1, to a written ID system. For example, stone being Minecraft stone. And I don't know of any tool capable of converting all of the written IDs to numeric IDs. So unfortunately, I had to manually convert everything using an MBT data editor and a backup I made earlier. But once that was done, we had finally successfully transported everything we need to pull this off into version 12W49A. Alright, here we are. That took so long to get this actually working. Also, all the signs would just get corrupted and then deleted, so I just broke those off, and then the spruce door got deleted, so I had to pour this up with dirt, and my armor gets removed, so I had to put these back in, but I'm gonna go ahead and equip some armor again again, because I don't like being all exposed like this. And by the way, if you're thinking about doing something like this yourself, just don't. It definitely was not worth the effort. We're in snapshot 12W49A, as you see up there in the corner. The reason being, in this version, there is a glitch where you can add any enchantment to any item. And also the anvils get converted to very damaged anvils, which is one of the reasons we got so many. So basically, if we grab a bunch of chest plates, and then we need to grab all the different enchantments we want to add, assuming we're in the right snapshot, you can add any enchantment to any piece of armor. Oh no. Hopefully that's bad luck, because otherwise we're kind of cooked. Okay, yeah, I think that was just bad luck. We basically have to now enchant each of these armor pieces. This is what we're going to use to get protection 5, so I'll do that. Hopefully we have enough anvils. Make sure I get all the protection types. Okay, wait, I just realized I'm doing this wrong. I only need to get all the ones I didn't get yet. Okay, shoot, I already wasted some levels. It's just going to take me a while, so I guess I'll see you guys when I'm done. So I began the tedious process of enchanting every single armor and tool piece with each and every enchantment that we collected, as well as once my levels got down low enough, using a bunch of bottles of enchanting to get my levels back up in between enchanting stuff. I also gathered some wood so that I could remark the chests with signs to keep everything more organized, as well as to keep track of which enchantments I've completed. And after over an hour of enchanting, I had finally enchanted all the diamond armor and tools, and all of the bows with all of the enchantments, and I was ready to move on to the next step. Alright, and here we are in 1.12, and now what we're gonna do is head through to the nether to grab the elytra, and I can finally re-equip a totem. That was longer than I would like to have gone without a totem. And head on back to the overworld base. Alright, and now it's time to get the overstacked totems. I do not 100% know how to do this, but I'm pretty sure you need a crafting table. I think I need a bit more wood actually to do this. Like, I think I need a decent amount of some blocks. Oh my gosh, it feels so much better to have a freaking totem in my hand. I need to set up an auto clicker, I guess. Okay, so theoretically, drop it on the ground and then press. It did not work. It's supposed to be a little bit difficult, so it might take me a few tries. Maybe I need a bit more wood. And the old totem texture looks so bad. Alright, that should be a bit better. Okay, let's try again. Yo, we got it. Okay, I want to get a full stack though. Dude, that's so cool. Okay, let's try this again. Let's go. Okay, dude, that's so cool. Oh my god. Okay, so basically you just have to shift click it. Okay, it turns into less stacks, but oh my gosh, that is crazy. You can use F to put it into your offhand. I literally have a stack of totems in my offhand right now. What? That is cool. I'll put one in a chest just in case it doesn't stay. All right, well, now that that's done, it's time to upgrade to 18W21A for the next step. And it looks like we kept all of our stacked totems. That's pretty cool. But now it's time to get protection 5. So to do that, we need an anvil, and we're gonna need levels again. Basically, we just grab all the level 5 things we prepared. I mean, I prepared. You guys didn't do anything. What you do is you essentially just rename everything. We rename the elytra as well as add unbreaking 3, which I guess will just not show up. And now we put everything back into the chests. I'm pretty sure it won't work if they're not back in the chests. As well as the elytra, which I'll just put in the chest plate thing. And now we can upgrade again. All right, moment of truth. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Okay, everything we renamed now has protection 5. And the elytra has protection 3. So we're going to have a full set of protection 5 armor and protection 5 tools. Because why not, I guess. So now I think we just upgrade again. All right, here we are in 1.20.4 now. Still got our stack totems. Still got everything. I actually think we're going to need to take the protection 3 wings because I don't think I have any other elytra on me, because now it's time to head back into the nether. Yeah, I forgot I have literally 64 totems in my offhand. I'm pretty much invincible already, but I'm gonna head back to the other coordinates. Can't believe I have protection 3 elytra on right now. That's crazy. Oh, that's interesting. This is all corrupted because of a bunch of blocks that didn't exist. That's nice. All right, here we are. So hopefully everything is still here. Yep. Some things got deleted, like our spear and some bundles and the armor trims on all of our armor, but that doesn't matter obviously because we're getting new armor. That's the whole point. I guess I didn't bring more fireworks with me. Oh wait, no, I did in this shulker box here, and I have my trident here. Okay, that's kind of important. And we're gonna need to grab all of these books and all of this, and we actually have shulker boxes now, so we we can load this all up in this shulker box, actually. And we can now actually re-equip our netherite gear. I mean, we're about to replace it with better stuff, but still. And we need to bring the netherite ingot and the smithing table and the grindstone, which is actually the most important thing of this whole process, actually. My white bed turned into a red bed because of downgrading and then upgrading again. All right, back to the other base. Hop back through. Yeah, all of the books got converted to protection books. Oh yeah, that's another thing. We just have some protection 5 books now. We have 4 protection 5 books, which is sick. I guess these were like efficiency 5 books. I think anything in a chest just turned into protection. So we'll add sweeping edge. We'll add swift sneak, get more levels. Then we'll add depth strider. Now soul speed. All right, so that should be everything. And now it's time to upgrade one more time. And now it's finally time to get the super overpowered god arm. And to do that, we're gonna use the grindstone, because in this specific snapshot 24W11A, there's a bug where if you put a chest plate in this slot here, the enchantments get copied to the top chest plate. So we're gonna go ahead and grab all of our chest plates that we prepared, and then essentially we're just gonna go one by one and copy all the enchantments to this master chest plate. And boom, look at that. That is crazy. So we have protection 5, fire protection 4, feather falling 4, blast protection, all those other enchantments. So this is our master chest plate. You can equip it now. That is actually absurd. That is so cool. All right, so now I just gotta go do that for all the other armor and tools. All right, and after hours and hours and days of work, I finally have the most overpowered set of gear in the universe. And I even got Silk Touch variants of all the tools, because Silk Touch will override Fortune, so these tools technically have every single enchantment, and this set of tools just has everything other than Silk Touch. Not gonna lie, I probably missed a few. There are just so many enchantments, so I'm sure you could find, like, I don't know, this shovel seems to have a little less than the other ones. But I mean, come on, it doesn't matter. Look at how much stuff is on all these armor pieces. Now all that's left is to upgrade everything to netherite, and I just realized that you need a netherite upgrade template. Wow. So we're gonna have to upgrade to the latest version and then go upgrade these to netherite. But before that, I'll go ahead and rename all of these. Some of these are already renamed, but I don't know. I think it's kind of funny to have like a stupid name on these. Somehow the enchantment cost is 2. Doesn't make any sense, but... And you might have noticed that we no longer have the stacked totems. For some reason, when upgrading to one of the versions we needed to upgrade to, it cleaned the MBT data or something and turned the stack of totems back into a regular totem. I don't really know why though, because in testing on backup world, when I just skipped that version, it was totally fine and I kept the stack of totems. But it's fine, I'm just gonna come back later to get another stack of totems in a future video. It is nighttime, so I kinda wanna go test this armor out. I wanna break my world though, because this whole area is probably super corrupted. Like look, there's a bunch of gaps in the water where kelp was. This whole area right here was downgraded to 1.4 basically, or like a snapshot for 1.5. Alright, but anyways, it's now time to upgrade and head back to the base. Alright, well the totems did not upgrade, but all of our epic stuff is still here. In case we lose this armor somehow, we'll have a way to get protection 5. We're gonna have to add like mending and unbreaking 3 to this. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't remove protection 3. That would suck. So we're gonna head back to the nether base, and I kinda wanna test this armor. Imagine I like die really quickly, that would kinda suck. Come here, hit me. He has a sword. He has a freaking sword, and it's hurting him. No way. What about with the elytra? I still don't take any damage with an elytra. I literally... He died to hitting me. That's insane. Alright, well, let's head back to the other base. Oh, I forgot I have soul speed, so I run super fast on soul sand, too. And I swift sneak. Dude, these chunks are all glitched because of the downgrading, I guess. Interesting. Here we are. Ooh, and there's more piglins. They still do some damage. It's kind of crazy. Not really at all, though. They still died before I didn't even attack them. Oh no, my elytra is like almost broken. Oh, yeah. You can come in here. That's so funny. So now all that's left is to upgrade. Oh my god. We have everything. It is insane to hover over our tools and it just looks like this every time. That's insane. First thing I want to do actually is head back to the base because this elytra is almost broken. So actually, oh, here's this gold that I was too scared to get before. Just go ahead and grab it. Yes, let's go. Okay. Oh, my wings are literally about to break. Can I make it up there? Probably. Nope. Okay. Well, I guess I have full fire protection, so not really a big deal. I guess this is a good test to our armor. I'm like stuck in the lava ocean because I don't have any blocks. Oh my gosh, finally. All right. Of course, it had to be nighttime, but here we are. I one-shot mobs. I have infinity and mending on this bow. And then you also get looting. The looting from the bow works. I one-shot stuff with my pickaxe, dude. And we don't even have netherite on this yet. That's crazy. Hopefully our base did not get obliterated from all the world shenanigans we did. Here we are, back in our village. Let's make sure everything is still here. Yes, the heavy core is still here. Everything is still here. So now we're gonna go ahead and grab some netherite upgrade templates. Right now, finally time to upgrade this all to netherite. I can't believe it keeps all the enchantments too. That's so insane. All right, let's go. And before I add the armor trims, I'm gonna go get more diamonds so I can upgrade the last 3 things. I think I'm gonna go use the raid farm again and get unbreaking and mending on these wings and also heal everything up. All right, and there we go. We now have a full set of god tools and a god bow. And now there is just one last step to complete this, and that is adding all the armor trims. I actually need to go grab more diamonds. Okay, I was flying back to check the chunks, make sure they're here, and they are here, but the world around got a little corrupted here. So I guess we have some easy access to the void now. And I almost just popped a totem there, that's crazy. All right, well, we can now finally add the armor trims, and boom, with that, we finally have the perfect armor set. I guess just for satisfaction's sake, we can go ahead and display it on the armor stand and then immediately take it back. But I guess now we have a fully normally maxed out set of armor as a backup in case we need it. But yeah, now I want to test out this armor. So yeah, mobs can't do any damage to me. I haven't tested a point blank creeper. Let's see. 2 hearts. Point blank. Even with my wings on, still no damage. I don't think the feather falling stacks like I was wanting it to. Yeah, see what? Look at that. Oh! And now that we're as protected as possible, we of course need to be just as capable in offense, which means getting the best set of weapons in the game. And most people think the spear is the strongest weapon in Minecraft, and that with an elytra can deal the highest possible damage in the game. And I'll admit, it's pretty strong. But after doing some research, I discovered that there are actually way more powerful weapons, many of which make the spear look weak. You just insta-kill anything. That's crazy. Like a railgun that can one-shot the dragon, a multi-shot 12 crossbow, and even a god horse that runs over 5 times faster than an elytra, and when paired with a spear can one-shot a full netherite player, and so much more. And I'm gonna get all of it in my hardcore world to become the world's strongest Minecraft player. Alright, and we can start by getting the main 3 weapons in the game, the sword, bow, and axe. And I think I'm gonna store all of this stuff up on our 2nd floor here, because we haven't really done anything with this yet. So let me just make this room look a bit better real quick. Alright, so I went ahead and finished up this room a little bit. I also created an armory chest so we can store all of our weapons and armor and stuff in here. And I added this section to the base, which is where we're going to store the different levels of weapons we get, with the ultimate weapon being right up here. In the last episode, we got a bunch of illegal, super overpowered tools by taking advantage of a bunch of different bugs in some older versions. So we already have the most powerful sword, bow, and axe that is possible to get in the game, because these literally have every single flippin' enchantment on it. We even have protection 5 on each of these weapons. But there are a couple weapons we haven't fully maxed out yet. We'll get to the spear and mace later, but the next 2 we're gonna focus on is the trident and crossbow. And we already have this trident, but we need to get it maxed out, and we need to get another trident that we can put riptide on. And I guess I'll go ahead and craft up a crossbow, which I've never crafted before. How do you do that? Tripwire hook? How the heck do you do that? Tripwire. And you need string, I guess. All right, boom, brand new crossbow. So now we're gonna need to fully max out this crossbow and this trident, and then we'll go get a new trident for Riptide. So we just need to head over to the ATM machine, and we're kind of low on levels, so I'll head up to the raid farm and just grind for a little bit. All right, level 55, that should be pretty good. But I realized I forgot lapis. I'm gonna head back to the base real quick and grab that. Oh, and I also need books, because I can head over to the library section of our trading mall and trade with our librarian villagers to get mending and breaking 3, and I guess that's all I have down here. Okay, so to get the rest of the crossbow enchantments, I guess I need to make one of our villagers into a librarian to get some of the crossbow specific enchantments, but we don't have too many unemployed villagers anymore. All right, and then I killed these villagers for some reason. I guess I couldn't get them out of this hole, I don't know, but the sweeping edge ended up killing 3 villagers instead of just this one, and now I need to get another villager villager down here, so that was kind of stupid. Anyways, I'll just get these unemployed guys down here, and now I just need one of you to leave so you can become a librarian. Okay, and I guess I actually don't have any lecterns. All right, after a quick trip back to the base, I now have some lecterns, so I'll place this down, and hopefully he'll lock onto it. In the meantime, I guess I can free these villagers from up here, since the iron farm doesn't really work anymore. Okay, but actually, I guess I should get rid of all these cleric villagers anyways to free up space for the librarian villagers, so let's just commit a small massacre here. Then I went up and tried to make this remaining villager into a librarian, and then I just broke the beds of the other villagers, and they fell to their death. I don't really know what I was thinking here. Maybe I thought they'd survive, but they didn't. All right, I'll just get a couple of these villagers in a boat and then bring them down to the trading mall and then place down the lecterns. And okay, there we go. They finally became librarians. So now I can just break and replace these lecterns until they give us something we need. And once I got a piercing book, I took the trade. Then while I was re-rolling the trades for this other villager, I accidentally hit him with my axe and yeah, my bad, bro. Then I headed back to the base to grab a bunch of enchanting bottles we got in the armor video, and then I headed over to the raid farm to begin enchanting our crossbow. And I also realized we get a ton of crossbows from this raid farm, so I began combining some of the crossbows in an anvil, and then added the other enchantments we got, and that's already the maxed multi-shot crossbow, and now we just need to get a maxed piercing crossbow. So I combined some of the crossbows to get a fully healed up crossbow, then used our enchanting bottles to get our levels up, and then enchanted the crossbow and got piercing 4. As well as enchanted another crossbow with piercing 4, because I thought maybe you could get piercing 5 by combining them, but you can't. I added unbreaking 3 and mending to the crossbow. I also added quick charge 3, and boom, now we have the maxed crossbows. But don't worry, we'll still be getting a maxed crossbow with multi-shot 12 later in the video. I continued the process of freeing villagers from our villager breeder, grinding at the raid farm, managed to get a density 3 trade, which is a mace enchantment, so we're gonna need that later, and I also almost popped a totem switching from my elytra to my chest plate. That's not good. But anyways, I continued refreshing villager trades until I got a loyalty 3 trade, so I could add it to our trident, and now we have a maxed channeling trident. But we still need to get a maxed riptide trident. And because we lost our other trident last episode, we're gonna have to get another trident. But then I realized I'm pretty sure you can get impaling 5 on a trident, so I found my impaling villager, got another impaling 4 trade, and then realized it was too expensive to add the impaling 4 book to the trident. So we're gonna have to disenchant and then re-max out this trident because it was too expensive. But on my way back to the raid farm, a thunderstorm started. And since in the last video we were trying to get every mob head to have the most protective set of gear possible, but we did not get the piglin head, I decided to take a slight detour and charge another creeper to try and get the piglin head. And once I had successfully charged a creeper, got it in a boat, and got it over to the nether portal, I carefully broke the boat with my bow and then lured the charged creeper into the water stream. And once I was through to the nether, we actually got the piglin head. Let's go. So now we have every mob head in the game, and I guess we've completed our set of the best possible gear in the game. So that's pretty cool. All right, anyways, back to the video you actually clicked on. All right, and now it's time to get a trident. So we can fly over to the nearest ocean and then just fly around until we find an ocean ruin. Okay, there's one, but there's no drown. So I guess we'll just have to wait until it's nighttime. But in the meantime, we can buy up all the enchanted books we need to get. All right, and it's nighttime now, so let's go get a trident. Okay, there's a drowned, but no trident. Okay, there's another one, but still no trident, and no trident again. Okay, this guy actually has a trident, and of course he didn't drop it. All right, after an entire night of searching for drowns with trident, I still had not gotten a trident, so I got back to grinding at the raid farm, bought up more enchanted books, and then it was nighttime again, so I got back to flying around the ocean in search of drowns with tridents. And after another night shift, I still hadn't got another trident, so I headed back to the raid farm, disenchanted the trident we already have, re-enchanted it, and then added all the other enchantments, and now we actually have a max channeling trident. And after a lot of killing drowns and drowns with tridents, a thunderstorm had started, and I stumbled across this skeleton horse, which I think happens when a horse gets struck by lightning, but I don't really know how it was underwater then. But when I approached it, it got struck by lightning again and turned into a bunch of skeleton horsemen. So I dealt with the horsemen and was left with a bunch of skeleton horses, which is actually pretty cool because that's one of the mounts we're gonna need to get later in the video. Also, I'm pretty sure I actually got struck by by lightning at some point while flying around, but it didn't really deal any damage, so it wasn't really a big deal. So I quickly gathered up some leather and iron so I could craft a saddle and tame one of the skeleton horses. And I then transported it all the way over to the ATM machine.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna have to keep waiting for it to be nighttime to get the other trident. So for now, we're just gonna move on from this section and move on to the next step of becoming the strongest player in Minecraft, which is gonna be to get every offensive pet in the game. What I mean by that is every pet or companion you can get in the game that can either attack things for you or assist with combat in some way. And the first thing we're gonna get for this is a wolf with armor, which we actually already got in the last video. So I'm just gonna head over to the ATM machine. Actually, we already have multiple wolves with armor, but yeah, I'm just gonna grab our wolf here. Oh, and I'll also grab our horse, or skeleton horse that we got. No, I don't want to, I'm not trying to make a lead chain. Come on, guys, through the portal. Why is running faster than using a horse? Mojang needs to fix their game, bro. Also, why are horse hitboxes so big? This is actually stupid. Again, Mojang, fix your game. This makes no sense. All right, you know what? I'm gonna make a stable in the back of our house. Kind of an unused area anyways. Right now we just have like a cow farm back here, which I never use, so I'm just gonna get rid of these guys real quick. All right, and we're gonna transform this into a super epic animal stable thing.
So after clearing out the cow pen, I chopped down a giant spruce tree and then hollowed out and kind of expanded this root of the tree to make way for a pathway to this back area. I then began construction of our animal stable and got our skeleton horse trapped inside one of the pens. I also added a bit of texturing to the floor with coarse dirt and podzol to kind of look like mud and dirt. Yeah. And then I used the new shelf block for the first time to add some more detail to these pillars. And I actually think it looks really good. I also added in some barrels and lanterns around everywhere. I then added in a proper pathway and doorway to the back wall of our base, so it'll be a little easier to get the mounts in and out of the base. And the next mount we need to get is just a regular horse. So I flew out and found a regular horse, tamed it, put some diamond horse armor on it, and then rode it over and into the stable. We're also gonna need to get two different variants of a Nautilus, the regular Nautilus and the zombie Nautilus, because those were added in the 1.21.11 update and you can ride them underwater, so they're a mount. I then began the search for a Nautilus, and once I found one, they're pretty common, I tamed it with a pufferfish, gave it a saddle, and whoa, I just realized there's a creeper face in the clouds. That's pretty cool. Anyways, I brought the Nautilus back to our base and just tied it up to a fence for now, but I want to try to get it over to the stable area at some point. And we're also going to need to get netherite armor for all the horses as well. So I began flying around and looting shipwrecks and ocean ruin chests in search of Nautilus armor. And I found some copper Nautilus armor, but unfortunately you can't upgrade that all the way to netherite, although it would be cool. So we first need to find diamond Nautilus armor in order to upgrade it to netherite. Then I was flying around at night and spotted a zombie horse. So I quickly killed its rider and tamed it. I then equipped it with armor and rode it back to the base and put it in our stables. So we already have all the horse variants we need. Nice. That is until we get the god horse later on in the video. I then continued flying around, looting shipwrecks and ocean ruins in search of diamond Nautilus armor, and I think the best I had gotten was gold, but it's still not diamond. And then I finally got a trident, so we can now get a riptide trident. Anyways, I also stumbled across this azalea tree and then began mining down because below azalea trees are lush cave biomes. And one of the mobs we need to get is actually an axolotl, because I'm pretty sure axolotls can actually attack other underwater mobs for you, which makes it an offensive pet. So we need to get some. So I flew around the lush cave until I found some and then picked them up in a bucket. I then headed over to the ATM machine and combined all the books we got earlier, including Riptide 3, which I guess we already got at some point, and added all the enchantments to our trident. And now we have a fully maxed out Riptide and channeling trident. I then cleared out a bit of an area by breaking down some more of our sheep pens and began the construction of our man-made pond for our axolotl and eventually our nautili. Is that the correct plural of nautilus? I don't know. I then headed over to our underground base and bought up a poop ton of buckets of fish for some reason. I don't really remember why though. Anyways, I then headed over to this nearby warm ocean to gather up a bunch of pufferfish so I could attempt to transport our Nautilus over to the stable area, but yeah, my plan did not work. So now we have to get another Nautilus. Also, I guess at some point I combined a bunch of the fishing rods I had gotten from Ocean Ruin raiding earlier, and then I added it to a barrel by the axolotl pond. Alright, and now we need to get all the netherite we're gonna need to upgrade our horse armor and Nautilus armor. So I gathered up a bunch of beds and began mining for ancient debris until I had enough. And then when I took off the zombie horse's armor, it started burning in the sunlight, and I forgot they did that, so I realized I needed to add a roof to his stall. But anyways, I then upgraded the horse's armor to netherite, and boom, there we go. Maxed out horses. We could spend a bunch of hours breeding up horses until we get the perfect one, but again, we're gonna get a horse that I am genuinely shocked it is possible to get in no cheats vanilla survival Minecraft hardcore 1000 days forever world. Any other keywords that YouTube's algorithm likes? I then continue the long and tedious process of searching for and looting shipwrecks, ocean ruins, and buried treasure in search of diamond Nautilus armor. But after like almost an hour of searching, I still hadn't found even a singular one. So I decided to get back to work trying to get a Nautilus again. Also, can someone please tell me why it is thunderstorming so often in my world? I'm genuinely confused at this point. Anyways, I found and tamed another Nautilus and began trying to transport it back to the base, but apparently rain doesn't allow Nautilus to breathe out of the water in Minecraft, which I assumed would have worked, but whatever. I then began using Riptide in the rain, and yeah, I forgot just how fun it is to use Riptide with an Elytra. It's actually insane how fast you can go. And then I found a zombie Nautilus, so I quickly dealt with the rider and tamed it. But then as I was trying to transport it a bit faster by using Riptide, I accidentally killed it with the trident. Bruh. And these things are kinda rare, so that's a little annoying, but whatever. Anyways, I found another regular Nautilus and slowly brought it back to the base. I then continued the search for diamond Nautilus armor for a while, but eventually gave up and just began trying to find another zombie Nautilus, which I was eventually able to find, tame, and transport back to the base. And I guess it's not really gonna be possible to transport these guys all the way over to the animal stables, and I guess I realized that wouldn't be very practical anyways for being able to use them, so instead I began building a little dock area as well as an underwater enclosure area for the Nautilus to spend the rest of their days in. I also used chiseled bookshelves as the floor or planks or whatever because I thought they looked really good. I also tediously constructed a pathway connecting the dock to our base. I then flew out to our nearby desert in search of a camel, which is the next mount we need to get. And I pretty easily found one and then tediously brought it back to the base, got it in the animal stables, and then made it stable a little more desert themed because it's a camel. I then set out in search of a camel husk, and I was able to pretty easily find that as well. So I tamed it, brought it back to the base, and got it into the desert stable. And after adding a few more decorations around the animal stables, the last thing we need to get is the golems. And the only two golems that can actually attack things for you are the iron golem and the snow golem. So I quickly grabbed some snow and iron and built a snow golem and an iron golem. Alright, and we're finally done with getting all of the offensive mobs. Zombie horse, we got the golems. Oh, the snow golem died. Just forget that happened, I guess. Got the wolf, got the horses with netherite armor, got the camels, and we got the axolotls, and we got the nautiluses, the nautili. I did not get them netherite armor yet, as I could not find diamond nautilus armor. Even if I found one, I'd have to find two. So I think I'm just gonna skip that for now and do that later, maybe. But also, it's kind of stupid that you can't use the smithing table to upgrade iron to diamond. Kind of dumb, but whatever. Anyways, now that we're done with that, it's finally time to get to work on the next tier of weapons. And we're gonna start by crafting a mace. And in the last video, we already got this heavy core when we were raiding trial chambers to get the flow armor trim. So we can just combine that with a breeze rod and boom, a mace. I've been waiting a while to craft one of these. Dude, it has such a slow load up animation. That's hilarious. And the second weapon we're gonna craft is a diamond spear. And of course, we can use our netherite that we got to upgrade it to a netherite spear. Let's go. All right, and now we can head over to the villager trading mall again so we can fully max out these weapons. Although actually we could first go up to the raid farm so we can get a level 30 enchant. Dude, how many times is my world gonna do a thunderstorm? I do not need this many thunderstorms. I guess it's nighttime though, so we can test out our new weapons. Oh, I got both of them. All right, let's test out the mace next. I'll just swap to my chest plate, I guess. Yo, I did it. And it negates all of the fall damage. That's so cool. All right, let's see what we
get? Smite, density. I think density is good. Honestly, I don't know what all can be enchanted on these. Guess I'll get density. Just density 4. I assume you can get density 5 on a mace. Knockback 2. So what? You can just get all sword enchantments on it? How many enchantments are you gonna be able to get on a spear? Is this gonna be like the most enchantable item in the game or something? Lunge 3. Okay, that's good, I think. Even though I think I have a lunge 3 trade actually, so it's kind of useless. I don't have enough levels. All right, I'll head back to the ATM machine then. Oh yeah, and it's raining. I can use our Riptide Trident to get over there super fast. Bro, this is so overpowered. That's crazy. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. We can do that thing where we like fly out. Yeah. Alright, well, guess I'll go get the rest of the enchantments by trading with villagers, or I guess breaking and replacing their workstations until they trade the thing we want. I guess I could also just like enchant more spears. Also, I might have most of the enchantments. Oh wait, also I'm out of freaking emerald. I'm gonna have to run the stupid farm anyways, actually. What am I doing using fireworks anyways, bro? I keep forgetting I have this Riptide Trident. I then flew around using the spear and mace and managed to get the overkill advancement. I then bought up a ton more enchanted books, including a bunch of sword enchantments because they can be applied to the spear, but I didn't have enough levels to apply it all to the spear, so I went back to the raid farm, got my levels back up, and then added it all to the spear, and now we already have a max spear, and now we just need to get the maces. Because we need 2 maces, because the wind burst and density enchantments can't both be applied to the same mace. So I continued the mind-numbing process of alternating between breaking and replacing lecterns to reroll villager trades, and grinding at the raid farm until I could finally enchant a fully maxed out mace. Except it's not maxed out since I only had Windburst 1, and Windburst goes all the way up to 3, so I need to get more Windburst books, I think for both of the maces. So I began the search for a new trial chambers by finding a new village, turning one of their villagers into a cartographer, and leveling him up until I could get a trial explorer map, and then headed over and down into that trial chambers so I could get to work fighting ominous trials, getting ominous keys, and unlocking ominous vaults in search of the Windburst enchantment and another heavy core for another mace. And after a long time of repeating that process, I had finally gotten another heavy core, and so headed back to the base, crafted up another mace, and added all of the enchantments that I already had to the mace. Except actually I didn't, because I didn't have enough levels. And after literally like 3 hours of finding and looting different trial chambers and a few close calls, I guess I still hadn't found it, because I got back to grinding at the raid farm and trading with villagers and stuff to get the rest of the enchantments we needed on this mace. And after finding and raiding another trial chambers, I had finally gotten a singular Windburst enchanted book, and it was only level 1. But nonetheless, I decided to add it to our mace that already had Windburst, and I'm just gonna call it there because I'm not about to spend 30 hours just getting Windburst 3 on both of our maces, since I can't even use it anyways because I have Blast Protection 4 on all my armor, so wind charges and wind bursts don't even work, which is stupid. Mojang, fix your game. Anyways, with that done, it's now time to move on to step 3, getting all the extras. I need to have the most powerful set of weapons in the game, which means I need to get every single thing that could possibly be useful for dealing damage. So we'll start with the easy ones like chicken eggs, because they deal a little bit of damage when they hit things, and then we'll just slowly work our way up to the more insane ones like a railgun that can one-shot the dragon. But anyways, next we can grab some snowballs, which don't usually deal damage, but they do deal damage to blazes, so we have to collect them. All right, and next we need to collect an entire stack of cactuses, because cactuses could totally be useful in a PvP situation. Yeah, okay, not really, but they can deal damage, so we need to collect them, as well as a stack of berry bushes. All right, next we'll grab some powdered snow, which we have a bucket left over, I guess, because not only can that slow down mobs, but it can also technically deal damage. Also some fire charges, magma blocks, regular and soul campfires, a conduit, because I'm pretty sure that technically does damage to nearby underwater hostile mobs, flint and steel. I'll also grab our OP fishing rod, because that's actually pretty useful in PvP or PvE, because you can use it to throw mobs or players or TNT up into the air, and you know, it's pretty useful. All right, next we need to make some TNT, so I'll head over to our raid farm to get a bunch of gunpowder, and then I can craft a bunch of TNT, and I can also add some anvils to this shulker box. Oh, and I forgot you need prismarine to power the conduit, so I'll just add some of that
that to the shulker box as well. I'll also add dripstone, and now we need to get all of the potions that can deal negative effects to other entities or players. So I'll get poison, weakness, harming, losing, infestation, slowness, and I think that's all of them, but there might be some more, I don't know. I'll also add a lava bucket to here. All right, and you can also shoot fireworks from crossbows. So we need to craft some specific fireworks so we can shoot them from the crossbow. And I'll also craft another turtle helmet so we can make a potion of Turtle Master, because that gives you slowness 4, which is even higher than the normal amount of slowness you're able to deal with just a slowness potion. All right, and now I'm gonna get a bunch of stuff that you can use for clutching, which is pretty important for PvP and PvE. So first, a water bucket, obviously, then a bed and a hay bale, slime blocks, honey blocks, ender pearls, wind charges. Oh, and I also forgot you can use respawn anchors as an explosive attack. So I'll craft a respawn anchor and put that in here, as well as 4 glowstone to power it. I'll also add a TNT minecart, which is also very useful for PvP. And now we need to craft an end crystal. So we need to head to the nether and find some ghast to get some more ghast tears. I also flew around killing wither skeletons and blaze for some reason. I guess to get more wither skeleton skulls, which I'd say I succeeded at. And then I got the new ghast music discs from one of the ghasts. I then headed back and crafted all the end crystals and put them as well as obsidian into the shulker box, since you need obsidian to place the end crystals on. And yeah, if you don't already know, end crystals are very powerful for PvP. I then headed back to the underground base to grab up a bunch more chicken eggs, but also to mine down into the depths of the earth, because it was time to fight the wither in order to get wither roses, because wither roses deal the withering effect, and so they can technically be used as weapons. Once I had hollowed out a room for the wither to spawn, I spawned a bunch of chickens, so that when the wither spawns, it'll kill the chickens, which will drop wither roses. And once I had spawned enough chickens, I spawned in the wither. I pretty quickly and easily dealt with it, and with that, we had a bunch of wither roses. So I added it to our shulker box of weapons, and with that, it's now time to move on to building the redstone machines. So I flew over to this area near our ATM machine and began flattening out an area for all the machines to go. And after like 2 hours of leveling out this area, I grinded at the raid farm again to heal up our tools, and now we can finally get to work on the first redstone weapon, which is gonna be a TNT launcher. So I flew around killing a bunch of creepers to get gunpowder so I could craft all the TNT we needed, collected up all the other resources, and then began building the TNT launcher. This design is pretty simple, and I'm sure you've probably seen people build it a million times before, but yeah. I've conveniently placed our redstone machine testing area directly across from a village. I wonder why I did that. All right, and now that the machine's built, we just press this button and... oh. It didn't even get across the water. Well, that's fine, because the machines are only going to get crazier each time. And the next machine we're going to build is a TNT bomber, which you've probably seen a bunch of people use to clear out massive areas, but in this instance, we're going to use it to destroy a village. So I got to work collecting the resources, and I actually decided to build this super smelter in our storage room area, because I needed to smelt up a bunch of stone to get smooth stone, I guess. All right, and we also need a coral fan or whatever, so I'll just head over to the local warm ocean and grab up a bunch of different types of coral fans. All right, and we now have all the resources, so I'll just build it, and I also gotta build the return station. All right, and now I just flick this lever and hop in this minecart, and boom, we are now destroying everything in our path. And after a little bit of patience, we've actually made a bit of a dent in this village. But the next machine we're gonna build is undoubtedly the most insane, and that's the railgun that can one-shot the dragon. But first, we need to collect up all the resources. And since our iron farm broke, we need to get a bunch of iron for this. So I'll head into the caves and get a bunch of iron, I guess. And we needed all that iron to craft a bunch of TNT minecarts, which is what's gonna accelerate the arrow and thus basically power the railgun. All right, and while I commence an epic redstone building montage, I will attempt to explain how this works. Basically, arrows do more damage the faster they're going, kind of similar to how the spear does more damage the faster it's going. And I don't think there's a limit to this, which means you can theoretically do an infinite amount of damage with arrows. And TNT minecarts propel arrows and make them go faster than normal, and you can also place a bunch of them in the same spot. So basically, we just shoot some arrows here, and when this TNT minecart explodes, it's gonna shoot the arrows out super fast, and it should insta-kill these 3 iron golems that I'm gonna set up over here. And technically, you could put as many TNT minecarts in here as your PC could handle. So this machine basically has no limits. You can deal an infinite amount of damage. But anyways, all we need to do now is press this button and...
boom, look at that. We insta-killed the 3 iron golems. I'm too lazy to rebuild this in the end and respawn the ender dragon just to prove that it could kill the ender dragon. But yeah, it can deal infinite damage. It could insta-kill the dragon. It could insta-kill the warden, the wither, a full netherite player. It's just up to how many TNT minecarts you're willing to place in the spot. All right, but we haven't quite done as much damage to this village as I would have hoped. So I'm just gonna use our PvP kit or whatever to absolutely decimate the rest of this village. So commence an epic destruction montage or whatever. Alright, and with this innocent village destroyed, it's now time to move on to the final step of getting the best weapons in Minecraft. Getting the multi-shot 12 crossbow and the God Horse, which can run over 5 times faster than an elytra, and when paired with our spear, could one-shot a full netherite player. But in order to do this, we're gonna need to revert our world to an older version of the game. So I put up all my netherite in this shulker box and switched to the max set of diamond armor and tools we got in the last video. I then headed into the nether and flew over to the nether base that connects to our time-traveling cabin, and boom, here we are again. Except this time, we're reverting our world to 3D shareware, which is an April Fool's snapshot for 1.14. It might look a bit goofy, but this is a vanilla snapshot. This April Fool's snapshot takes a lot of inspiration from older video games, which is why it's all pixelated and grainy looking, and why all the sound sounds 8-bit. And it's exactly that we're gonna be taking advantage of to get the multi-shot 12 crossbow and God Horse. Because in this version, there are cheat codes, but I don't mean you get access to commands. Literally just by typing certain phrases in chat, even without pressing enter, will cause different things to happen. So even though they're called cheat codes, you're not actually technically using any cheats. It's just a random quirk of this update. And as you can see, this code gives me a bunch of keys, which I guess is a rare item, but we're not gonna get to keep it because it only exists in this version. But this is the next code we need to type in. And as you can see, we got a full set of diamond armor and tools with random enchantments, as well as a crossbow enchanted with multi-shot 12. And now to get the God Horse, you just type in this code, and boom, it summons a horse, but with an insane amount of health, speed, and jumping height. It also comes pre-equipped with diamond horse armor and a saddle. And you might have noticed that it looks kind of like a PNG, but that's just a quirk of this update. This is very much a real mob. And now all that's left to do is upgrade the world to 1.14 to see if we kept everything. And boom, it looks like we did. And on our way up to the modern version of the game, I took a pit stop at 24W11A, the same version we used in the last video to get our overpowered armor and tool set, because I wanted to make another set of overpowered armor that didn't have blast protection, so we could actually use wind charges and the wind burst enchantment. And once I had gotten our new overpowered set of armor, I upgraded to 1.21.11. And boom, here we are. And if you're wondering how I did this, I basically used an application called Chunker to create a downgraded version of our world, then loaded that world in the April Fool's snapshot, and then upgraded it to the latest version, and then I basically just copied everything we got over to our main world. Got our new overpowered armor and our overpowered horse. I don't really know how we're gonna get this thing back to the base. I guess I'll just try to lead him. Here he is. And we got the multi-shot level 12 crossbow. Oh, it does work. It actually works. I thought it didn't work. It actually works. But yeah, I might have to take him back through the overworld. That might be the best way to do this. I don't really know. Give me this back. I gotta get him back through the portal. Don't even know how to do this. He's way too fast, dude. What? Did he go in the portal or did he? Okay, I think he went in the portal. I don't really know. It kind of looked like he flew out to the abyss, but so block the portal. And look at how much health he has. If you jump, he jumps like super high. Yeah, like that. Okay. What? He can move in the air too. He can move in the air too at the same speed. It's like freaking creative flight. What the heck? I also lost all my levels and I lost some of my armor as well. A little bit sad, but it's fine. Okay, this is the problem here. I have a elytra though, so I could probably get him across. I also have a riptide trident, but you know, I'd be risking it. Maybe I could just build up a giant pillar. Yeah, I got a bunch of cobblestone. He can't move, so I could just bridge. It's kind of insane that this is here, but this is a pretty big swamp biome. And now we just have to make our way back home. And we are like thousands of blocks out from spawn. At least this horse is super fast though, so like if I jump, I can have him run through the air and then I can just land in water. Look at how fast this guy is, bro. It's actually crazy. Like I'm worried I'm gonna die because of how fast he is. You can just insta-kill anything. There's no way this is not the most powerful weapon in the game, bro. And I'm also gonna get some netherite armor on him, obviously. Okay, I kind of want to try this at night now that it's becoming nighttime. Let's test this out. Where are the mobs? That's crazy. I mean, this horse would probably survive a creeper explosion, but I'm not trying to test that out. Okay, let's try this enderman. Let's go. Just gonna line it up. Oh, there's a rival. Oh god, he's taking damage. I can actually heal you up. Let's just kill this rival. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Okay, and we're finally back at the base. This is legitimately like too fast. Oh my god, I can do it. He's now trapped in here. Well, probably not because he can jump really high, but that's crazy. I'm gonna upgrade his armor to netherite. Netherite horse armor. Let's go. I have a super overpowered horse with netherite horse armor. I feel like this guy should have a more significant enclosure, but I guess I can just slot him in here. Oh, there we go. And we got our multi-shot level 12 crossbow. So I'm just gonna go add some enchantments to this. You know, give it unbreaking and mending and all that kind of jazz. All right, I couldn't figure out why this wasn't working, like why I wasn't able to shoot fireworks out of this crossbow. But then I realized it's because this has to be in your offhand. Let's see. Yep. Oh my god, that's crazy. But yeah, you can load these up with fireworks. It just has to be in your offhand for whatever reason. I'm gonna go grab our god horse because it's time to test all these weapons out. I'll just hop over the the wall. Full gold zombie with a shovel. Insta-kill. Ooh, enchanted bow. Oh, is that a creeper I see? Oh, not anymore. Is that another one? Oh, not anymore. Yeah, this is actually a little overpowered. All right, here's a horde of mobs. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's cool, but it didn't really do anything. Literally, look at how fast this is, bro. Oh my god. Full copper zombie. Yep, no. Is there anything we can't one-shot? Yeah, this is it's a little insane. You might think we're almost completely unkillable now, but we're actually not even close to how invincible I want to become. And in the next chapter of Project Immortality, we're going to completely eliminate hostile mob spawns, get a stack of 64 totems, and even build a working respawn machine, all to ensure that this hardcore world truly lasts forever. Once we've completed this, we will have completed Project Immortality, and our hardcore forever world will have truly begun. Because this is hardcore Minecraft. Hostile mobs spawn at the highest rate, deal the most damage, and worst of all, if you die, your world gets deleted forever. And this is peaceful mode. Hostile mobs can't spawn, you have infinite regeneration, and if you die, you just respawn. I want this. Let me rephrase that. I need this. Because I'm on a mission to survive literally forever in my hardcore world. So I did some research, and found a series of glitches and redstone machines to get infinite regeneration, killing and stopping all hostile mob spawns at the flick of a switch, and even infinite lives and working respawning, all in hardcore mode. Alright, and the first attribute of peaceful mode that we need to replicate is hunger being disabled, meaning that if we were in peaceful mode, our hunger would never go down. Now, unlike the other attributes where I found a pretty satisfying way to actually accomplish the effect, this is actually the only one where I could not find any way to actually literally make it so that your hunger will never go down, like having infinite saturation or something. But I did find the next best thing. So if we grab some emeralds out of our wallet and head over to the food court, we can buy some golden carrots. If you don't already know, when you eat in Minecraft, there is a hidden bar other than the hunger bar called saturation, and your hunger bar doesn't deplete until your saturation bar depletes. So the higher saturation food you can get, the less your hunger bar will deplete, and the highest saturation food in the entire game is golden carrots. So I'm going to get an entire shulker box of golden carrots so that we never run out of it, which is as close as we can get to effectively never running out of hunger, because golden carrots will make us have to eat as infrequently as possible, and we'll have a basically endless supply of food. Looks like I'm gonna need more farmer villagers though, because this is all we've gotten so far, and they keep running out of trade. So after collecting some wood, I crafted up some composters and ventured down to our basement to begin turning all the prisoners down here into farmer villagers and leveling them up until they offered a golden carrot trade, so I could buy a bunch of golden carrots, and repeated that process until I ran out of emeralds. Once I had run out of emeralds, I headed over to grind at the raid farm to get more, continued leveling up and trading with villagers, as well as use some of our gold and carrots we had in storage to just craft as many golden carrots as I could, and then continued grinding at the raid farm and trading with villagers until I had successfully filled an entire shulker box with the best food source in the game. Alright, and we finally got an entire shulker box of golden carrots. I called it a lunch box because that's what it is, I guess. I don't know. But there's actually another thing we can do to increase our saturation even further, and that's because there's a certain type of suspicious stew that will give you the saturation effect. So of course we need to get an entire shulker box of that as well, and we need a
ton of red mushrooms and brown mushrooms, and also dandelions, I think. I actually need bowls as well, though. Where are the bowls? So I think I can just go trade with the villagers to get another shulker box. But I actually realized we can do something else as well, because brown mushrooms will give you infinite suspicious stew. And if we feed a brown mushroom a dandelion, it will give us infinite saturation suspicious stew. So I think we're gonna have to go get one of those. I'm gonna have to figure out which. Okay, it was this guy actually. And once I found the villagers that traded saturation suspicious stew, I began buying up a bunch of them so I could fill up a shulker box with regeneration suspicious stew. So after buying up some more suspicious stew from our villagers, I headed over to the nearest mushroom island, began harvesting a bunch of mushrooms to craft our own suspicious stew, as well as trapping some mushrooms in a boat, and began tediously transporting them back to the base so that when the next thunderstorm rolls around, we can turn them into brown mushrooms so we can get infinite regeneration suspicious stew. Once I got them over to the base, I farmed up some spruce wood and then built them a pen. And now all we have to do is wait for a thunderstorm. So for now, I guess it's time to move on to the next step of my plan. But I guess by the time I had actually gotten them over to and set up the pen, there was only one mushroom left, so I went and grabbed a regular cow from nearby. And I think now whenever they breed, they'll have a 50% chance to produce a regular cow or a mushroom. So we should still be able to populate this pen with a bunch of mushrooms, even with just one. Okay, never mind. I guess I went back to the mushroom island and grabbed 2 new mushrooms and brought them back to the pen, I guess to speed things up or something. I don't know. All right, so I got some mushrooms in here and we're gonna breed them up, and then whenever a thunderstorm happens next, we're going to strike them with thunder and turn them into brown mushrooms so we can get infinite whatever. And we need more than one because they'll just die when they're hit by lightning. So in order to maximize the chances that some of them survive, we need to have a whole herd of them. But I actually just realized something. I was gonna say, if you don't already know, we got this god horse in the last episode. It escaped its pen, I guess, which makes sense because it can go super fast. And yeah, it's actually insane that we actually got this in vanilla Minecraft, but go watch that video after you watch this video to find out how we got this. But I just realized how to make traveling with this way more overpowered. Because as we discovered in the last video, when we jump with this, you can still move in the air. So it's kind of like a flying horse. But then of course you'll take damage, or you'll have to fall into water so that you don't take damage, and then that's kind of tedious. But then I realized, well, first of all, he has to stay in the same place, but if we splash this guy with slow falling, I'm pretty sure, yep, he'll fall slowly, which both means that we won't take damage when we fall, but also means we stay in the sky a lot longer, so we can just fly wherever we want to go. Like, we have freaking creative mode flight. It's actually crazy. But yeah, I just thought that was kind of funny that I realized you could do this. I also learned that apparently the 30 hearts that this horse has, it actually has way more health than that. I think it just can't display all of it, which is why we can continue to feed it. There we go. Maybe it's max now. I also should probably have this guy leaded. I don't know if that'll actually keep him in this, like, keep him from escaping, because he can jump so high. He can definitely escape this area as well if he wanted to. All right, and boom, now we have an entire shulker box full of saturation suspicious stew, and we're gonna get a brown mushroom whenever there's a thunderstorm next, so we'll have an infinite source of suspicious stew. All right, and with that, it's time to move on to the next step of my plan to make hardcore Minecraft peaceful. And the next attribute of peaceful mode we're gonna tackle is that hostile mobs can't spawn. And you might think it's impossible to make hostile mobs impossible to spawn unless you switch to peaceful mode, but that's actually not true because of a little game mechanic called the mob cap. Basically, when there are more than a certain amount of hostile mobs loaded in, it fills up the mob cap and makes it so that the game won't spawn any new hostile mobs because it notices that the mob cap is full. This is a game mechanic to reduce lag, but we can exploit it to our advantage by building something called a mob switch, which, as the name suggests, will allow us to turn hostile mob spawning on or off at the flick of a switch. So after collecting up all the resources required to build it and flying a couple thousand blocks away from spawn with our god horse, I began flattening out an area to build the mob switch at. I then began building the farm, but I guess I didn't have all the resources because I headed back to the base to collect up all the resources, including a ton of iron to both construct and heal up an iron golem, and I then headed back to where I began constructing the farm and continued building the farm. I'll leave a link in the description for the tutorial I followed for this, but basically how I'm pretty sure the farm works is you use the new infestation potion to spawn a bunch of silverfish, which fills up the mob cap, and this, I guess, is a chunk loader, which keeps the silverfish loaded and thus keeps the mob cap full. Once I had set the entire thing up though, I accidentally despawned the silverfish somehow, so I had to redo the whole process of splashing the infestation potion and just healing up the iron golem until there's enough silverfish in this pit to fill up the mob cap. And then when I flew over to this nearby forest to get some wood, the same thing happened again. So I'm gonna have to do the whole silverfish thing again. Anyways, after a bit more pain, I had completed the mob switch. Basically, when this repeater is flicking on and off, the chunk loader is on, and so the silverfish are loaded and the mob cap is full and the mob switch is on. And we can just use this lever to turn it off whenever we want. And now we just gotta wait until it's nighttime so I can test this out and make sure it actually works. Alright, and it seems like it actually works. I don't see a single hostile mob spawning even though it's nighttime. And now if I turn it off, the mobs should start spawning again. But this mob switch only works for the overworld, so we need to build another mob switch for the nether. So after gathering up all the resources, I ventured out like 1,000 blocks in the nether and began building the mob switch. This mob switch works pretty much the same as the overworld one, just in the nether. And once I was done building the mob switch, I flew down into the nether to see if it worked, and it looks like it does. I even flew over to this nether fortress and there wasn't a singular wither skeleton or blaze. At first I thought the blaze spawners wouldn't work either, but I think they do, because I'm pretty sure some blaze spawned eventually. Alright, and I then spent a bunch of time getting the resources for and constructing a mob switch in the end, before I realized that it's apparently not really possible to build a mob switch in the end anymore because of the chunk loading changes Mojang made recently. And then I realized that I'm pretty sure Endermen still spawn in the end in peaceful mode, so we don't even really need to make a mob switch here. So I gave up on that and decided to get to work on the construction of the switch. I want a singular lever I can flick on and off that will turn both the overworld and nether mob switches on or off without me having to manually travel into the nether and fly over to each of them every time I want to turn it on and off. And I had the idea of this like ancient Greek looking gazebo or whatever, just to make the switch feel a bit more significant. So I destroyed the village on this hill, gathered up some quartz, and then began constructing the switch gazebo thing. And I was getting tired of using two different portals depending on if I wanted to access the nether roof or the regular nether, so I decided to finally break bedrock so I could have access to both whenever I want. So I gathered the resources for, built the bedrock breaking machine, and broke bedrock. I also broke out this really annoying stairway and replaced it with just some slime and honey blocks at the bottom to break our fall, so now it's a lot easier to get down to the main nether and back. But I decided to attempt to begin building the switch. And the first problem is that we need to transmit a redstone signal from this lever, and my idea for that was using a minecart with a detector rail on the other side of the portal. So after a while of learning basic redstone and experimenting with different designs, I landed on something that seemed to work. So whenever we flick the switch, the minecart goes through and turns this on, and then if we switch it off, it goes back through again and turns it off. So now we just need to connect this signal up to each of the mob switches. So I started by connecting it up to the overworld mob switch, and then I tediously built a like 1,000 block long redstone line over to the nether switch, and I guess I didn't have my render distance set properly or something, because all the silverfish despawned, so we're gonna have to spawn more again. Yippee. I then tested it, and it seemed to work, kind of, but it only seemed to work if I manually loaded all of the chunks, which is kind of a big problem, because that means I would need to build a poop ton of chunk loaders down these redstone lines so that they're always loaded, so that the redstone signal actually works. And I'm obviously not gonna do that. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I gathered up a poop ton of obsidian and other resources, and then proceeded to spend like 2 hours building a bunch of chunk loaders along this redstone line. And then after getting the nether mob switch working again, I gathered up a bunch of quartz in the nether so I could finish building our ancient Greek gazebo thing. Once I was done with the gazebo itself, I added a bunch of ruined stone around the surroundings, as well as moss and stuff, because it's supposed to look like an ancient structure. I also added some bamboo and bone milled the surrounding area so it looks like it's all overgrown. I also sprinkled in some other blocks for variation and texture and to make it look like it's all run down and ancient, as well as added some moss carpets and leaves to look like vines on the roof to make it look like it's being overtaken by nature. Finally, I added some vines and connected it to the river with a path. I guess I'll put a bridge here at some point, but now it just leads to this river. Alright, and with the mob switches set, set up, we now need a way to instantly despawn all mobs that are already spawned, so that when we flick the mob switch, it despawns all the mobs and then prevents them from spawning in the future. And my plan to do this is to basically use Ender Pearl stasis chambers to teleport me really far away and then teleport me back, essentially deloading and then reloading the chunks, which should get rid of all the current hostile mobs that are spawned and then also prevent them from spawning in the future. So I began deciding where to put the Ender Pearl stasis chamber for the ancient Greek inspired gazebo thing, which going forward I'm just gonna call the peaceful mode switch. Once I had decided where to put the Ender Pearl stasis chamber, I began digging a super long tunnel which needs to be over 128 blocks long, since mobs outside of 128 blocks from the player will despawn automatically. I built the Ender Pearl stasis chamber and then placed in all the redstone to connect it up to the switch. I then began trying to set up a delay thing so that it'll first disable the mob switch, then teleport us 128 blocks away, and then teleport us back. And I'm not gonna lie, this was a very long, tedious, and annoying process trying to get this thing to work the way I wanted it to. Oh, and I also had this kind of close call where I got stuck on a block and I wasn't able to mine it for some reason, and the only way I was able to escape was by throwing another Ender Pearl. So that was a little scary. And after a while, I had actually gotten the Ender Pearl stasis chamber thing to work. So I covered all the redstone up with some moss and dirt and stuff, so it looks a bit less ugly. But now we have a different problem, which is that whenever we flick this switch, unless I go into the nether and fly all the way over to the mob switch, it's not working for some reason. I don't know why, because I set up all these chunk loaders, so it should be working, but not. So I proceeded to spend hours and hours of my life testing the switch to see if it works, trying to redesign it to get it to work, and then it didn't work again, and then, I just kept repeating that process over and over again until I developed at least 50,000 more mental illnesses than I already had. I had given up on the Ender Pearl stasis chamber idea because I realized I was being stupid, and teleporting myself 128 blocks away was not going to despawn all of the mobs that were spawned. I would need to build it way further away, which means I would need to build even more chunk loaders that I was already not able to get working. But yeah, I had found out that the only way the overworld mob switch would work is if I went into the nether, I guess, to load the chunks or something. So I had this minecart thing set up, which would automatically bring me into the nether, and I spent a bunch of time trying to figure out an automatic setup where I can just stand here, flick this switch to open this trapdoor and to fall into this minecart. It'll bring me into the nether and then automatically bring me back. Yeah, this contraption single-handedly decreased my brain cell count by at least 25%. So now I'm down to only 3 brain cells. Anyways, then I broke out the Ender Pearl stasis chamber, redstone, and tunnel thing. I didn't break out the tunnel, I just broke out the redstone and then covered up this hole I made earlier. It's now finally time to move on to the next step of making hardcore Minecraft peaceful. And the next requirement we need to cover is having infinite regeneration. In peaceful mode, your hunger never goes down, and so you're always regenerating health. So whenever you take damage, you always regenerate your health without even having to eat. And the way we're going to accomplish this is by exploiting a glitch that allows you to get potion effects with an infinite duration. And we're going to use this glitch to get infinite regeneration and infinite resistance 3. So I started by brewing up all the potions we needed to get, and I also collected all the resources we're going to need to build the contraption that's going to give us all the infinite potion effects. And then I headed over to our time traveling cabin to build the contraption, because in order to take advantage of this glitch, we're going to need to downgrade our world to a snapshot for 1.20. And since we're downgrading the world anyways, I'm also going to get to work on the next step of our plan, getting infinite lives. And my plan for this is technically not infinite lives, but basically I'm going to get a stack of 64 totems. We already did this in the armor video, so we know it's possible, but we weren't able to upgrade it to the latest version. But since we're not taking the same specific version path we did in that video, we should be able to this time. So I headed back to the base and switched to our diamond armor and tools so we don't lose all our netherite gear. I then headed back over to our time traveling cabin, and then finally downgraded the world to 1.12. And unfortunately, all of the enchantments seem to have gotten removed from our diamond armor and tools, which is not cool, but whatever. Anyways, we're gonna be exploiting a glitch with the recipe book in this version to get the overstacked totems. You can use this glitch to overstack anything, but in this instance, we're gonna use it to get overstacked totems, because that will basically make it so that we can never die. And it's not a super consistent glitch, so it took me a few tries, so I eventually managed to overstack the totems. But it wasn't a full stack, so I decided to try again until I got a full stack. But I didn't have enough items to do the glitch, because it requires you to craft a bunch of items really quickly, and then it basically tricks the game into thinking
thinking that you're crafting the item you're dropping on the ground. I don't really know, but anyways, I collected up a bunch more wood so I could try the glitch again, and boom, that's not a full stack still, but that's good. Obviously, I still want a full stack though, so I tried again and managed to get a stack of 99, which is kind of crazy that it's exactly 99 because it's just a random amount. You can get more than 99, but the 99 stack just splits into 64 whenever you shift click it. But anyways, after a little more messing around with the glitch, I had gotten multiple stacks of 64 totems. So I equipped one of the stacks in my offhand and then put the rest in this chest. And with that, we can now upgrade to Snapshot 23W05A. And I'm not gonna pretend to know the specifics, but basically this contraption in this specific snapshot tricks the game into making the potion counter count into the negatives, and when the duration of your potion equals like -1, the game just reads that as infinity, and so you get an infinite duration of the potion effect. And boom, there we go. We now have infinite resistance 3 and regeneration, which means our health will always be regenerating no matter what. Even if our hunger is not full or we're not near a beacon, we'll just have regeneration forever. Resistance 3 is also going to make it way harder for us to die because I'm pretty sure it provides protection from all types of damage. Alright, anyways, it's now time to upgrade to 1.21.11 and see if we keep the stacked totems and infinite potion effects. And boom, it looks like we did. Let's go. Oh, also, for some reason, all of the enchanted armor and tools seemed to have lost their enchantments and then gained them back, except not really, because it just shows that they're enchanted, but they have no enchantments. So now I guess we have a bunch of illegal armor and tools. So that's cool, I guess. I then headed back to the base, and we also kept an extra stack of totems, but this one is essentially useless because whenever you move it, even by shift clicking, it just separates the stack into a bunch of individual totems. Even this stack of totems in our offhand, the only way we can actually move it is by pressing the F key, which just swaps whatever's in your main hand with your offhand. So we're only able to move it out of our offhand into our hotbar or vice versa, and there's no other way that we can move this stack of totems. But that's fine because I'm pretty much just gonna always keep it in my offhand. Anyways, after switching back to our overpowered armor, I turned off the peaceful mode switch and headed down into the caves to see just how overpowered we've become. And yeah, we literally can't take any damage. And because resistance 3 protects you from all types of damage, we're also protected from elytra momentum damage and even fall damage. So now when falling from the top of the ATM machine, we only take 3.5 hearts of damage, whereas before we only had half a heart left when falling from this height. And even if we do somehow manage to pop a totem, we'll have 63 left. And these are not ghost items or anything. I tested this in a backup world, and this is a true, real stack of totems, and it'll just keep popping the totems over and over again, just like you would expect. Alright, and it's now time for the final step of my plan to make hardcore mode peaceful, making working respawning in hardcore mode without dying. Also, for some reason, I made a copper golem for the first time, so that's cool, I guess. But anyways, in order to do this, we're going to be using a very simple contraption that basically just uses a fishing rod and an ender pearl stasis chamber to instantly teleport you to a specific location whenever you right-click the fishing rod, no matter where you are in the world or even what dimension you're in. But after spending some time flattening out the area around our spawn point so that we can build it at our spawn so it's actually like respawning, I realized that you need to build this in chunks that aren't loaded often because the chunks need to be unloaded, so whenever you load the chunks, it'll just instantly teleport you to the stasis chamber and thus break the respawner. So instead, I decided to head over to this mushroom island over by our guardian farm, since we haven't really used this farm since the first episode and I never really come over here. This is also perfect because mushroom islands are the only biome that literally can't spawn any hostile mobs. So after collecting up some obsidian, I built ourselves a little safe shelter and built the respawn machine, which is literally just this ender pearl stasis chamber and this pressure plate, and then you just throw the fishing rod on this pressure plate and go through the portal without reeling the fishing rod, and now we can respawn to this location literally whenever we want. This fishing rod doesn't even need to stay in our inventory, and we could be in any dimension. We could be at the world border. It doesn't matter because this ender pearl is loading this chunk, so whenever we reel this fishing rod, it'll activate the trapdoor, which will teleport us back to our safe shelter. I headed over to the raid farm to enchant this fishing rod up so that it's a bit cooler, but I drank milk to clear the bad omen effect once I was done using the farm, which cleared all the effects I had, including our infinite resistance 3 and regeneration. And that was like half of the point of this whole video, so I decided to do that entire process again of getting the potions, heading back to the base, downgrading, setting up the machine again, and getting the potion effects again, just cause, yeah, I really liked being invincible. So now I am again. But yeah, that
is a bit of a problem with this. Even though we get to keep the infinite potion effects, if we ever drink milk, it will sadly delete our infinite potion effects. I also decided to get rid of this other stack of totems since there's no way for us to use it anyways, and one stack of totems is overpowered enough as it is. But anyways, with that, we have now successfully made hardcore Minecraft 100% peaceful. With that, Project Immortality is complete, and our hardcore forever world can now truly begin. But through all of this, I've come to realize that even though I've taken nearly every precaution possible to never lose my hardcore world, it still doesn't guarantee that it'll last forever. Even if I do never die, there will come a day that I save and quit for the last time. This is even true for a normal forever world. So the only way to truly have a forever world is to make this bigger than myself. The only way to live forever is to not do it alone. Thanks for watching. If you want the world download for this world, just click the join button down below to become a member, because members get the world downloads for this world and the world downloads for basically all of my other videos. If you can't support the channel financially, please consider subscribing. It's free and I'm trying to hit 1 million subscribers, but I can't do that without your help, so please help me. Anyways, thanks for watching, or if you weren't really watching, then thanks for giving me free watch time, and I'll see you in the next one.